Was the Earth plunging into a new ice age? Global temperatures were dropping relentlessly, with no sign of stopping. A newscaster's voice pleaded, "But please, don't lose faith. The government will not abandon us. If we stand united, we will survive this catastrophe." Suddenly, the TV screen went black. The signal was gone. In that same moment, a voice called from outside his door. Hanfeng rushed to open it. "Hye-Na? What are you doing here? Get inside. It's not safe out there." Hye-Na pushed the door shut and unexpectedly threw her arms around Hanfeng, pulling him into a passionate kiss. Lost in the moment, Hanfeng was completely stunned. "Hye-Na, what's wrong?" he asked, breathless. With a voice full of emotion, she replied, "Because I've realized, you're the one who truly deserves my love, Hanfeng. Hardship reveals true feelings," she whispered. "Only someone who genuinely loves me would sacrifice everything for me without question. If you don't believe me, here, feel my heart." Hanfeng's face turned red as he awkwardly hesitated. "Anything?" Hye-Na smiled, her eyes sparkling. "Hanfeng, I understand how you feel, and it makes me so happy. But for now," Hye-Na gently cut him off. "Don't say another word. Just close your eyes for me, okay?" Hanfeng did as she asked. "All right, my eyes are closed. What now?" In a flash, a shadow burst from behind the door. Hye-Na let out a terrified scream. "Brother! Why did you kill him?" The man answered coldly. "Drop the act. I'm tired of your games. Deep down, you knew he had to die, didn't you? In a world without rules, who's going to notice one less person? Now, let's find the supplies this idiot was hiding. If we can hold out for a few days, someone will come to rescue us." Hanfeng's consciousness faded as his body went limp. So, this is death. His last sight was of Hye-Na and her brother wrapped in a cruel embrace. "You're terrible. Where are you touching?" she giggled. "Wait a little longer." The man just smirked. "You're a fantastic little actress. Just wait. I'll give you a proper reward for that performance earlier." A single thought burned through Hanfeng's mind with pure hatred. It was all because of that venomous woman. In my next life, I'll never be such a fool again. Suddenly, a brilliant light, as warm as the morning sun, filled his vision. Is this the path to heaven? But no, he could feel his hands. Hanfeng's eyes shot open, and he sat up in a panic. He ran to the balcony, feeling a pleasant warmth on his skin, a sensation he thought he'd never experience again. He checked the date, and froze. It was June 28th. The apocalypse wasn't supposed to start until July 15th. I was murdered, but I've returned to half a month before the end of the world. This means I've been reborn. But this time, something was different. Ever since he woke up, a faint red light had been wrapped around his right hand. Aside from a slight warmth, the light didn't seem to do anything unusual. It didn't seem to be any kind of special power. He thought it was just an illusion, until he suddenly sneezed. The red light instantly turned blue, and even started pulsing, growing larger and smaller. He scrambled back inside, shocked to see his own body emitting light. What in the world was happening? But this blue light was different from the red one. As it pulsed, his body was suddenly hit with extreme exhaustion, as if all his energy was being drained away. Damn it! Is this blue light causing it? What is this thing? Then, a memory surfaced. Wait a minute. I think I read about this in a novel. Main characters who get a second chance often awaken a special ability. Like a cheat code. But for now, this light didn't seem to do anything useful. Just then, his stomach growled loudly. He opened the fridge, only to find it completely empty. This is bad. If I don't eat something, I'm going to pass out. His eyes landed on a jar on the counter. Soybeans. A snack he'd bought before the world ended. This won't be nearly enough. I need to get to a supermarket later. Using the hand glowing with blue light, Hanfeng picked up a single soybean and popped it in his mouth. Instantly, the crushing fatigue vanished. The blue light faded away. Could it be connected to the light? He plucked a pod from a nearby plant. Soybeans. Could this be my power? The discovery was staggering. He knew he had to investigate this ability thoroughly, but for now, the most critical mission was stocking up on supplies before the apocalypse began. With his mind made up, Hanfeng headed out into the bustling streets. After waking up, a red light had appeared on his right hand, which then turned into a blue light. That blue light pulsed, making his heart race and his body weak. But when he touched a soybean with that same hand, it had transformed into a sprout. What exactly was this power? Suddenly, Hye-Na appeared before him, her voice sickeningly sweet. Hanfeng, Hanfeng. What a coincidence. Are you out shopping too? It feels like we were destined to meet today. Hanfeng's blood ran cold as the past came flooding back. Hye-Na, the goddess he had chased for 3 long years. He had done everything to please her, even when he knew she only saw him as a backup plan. In the end, she was the one who led him to his death. He forced himself to stay calm. Not yet. It's not time for revenge. First, supplies. Hye-Na stepped closer, pouting. What's with you? I was calling your name. Hanfeng forced a smile, hiding the darkness in his eyes. Hiding his true feelings, he quickly composed himself. My apologies. I was just stunned by how beautiful you've become, Hye-Na. Hye-Na beamed. You devil. Since when did you learn to talk so smoothly? But a second later, a seductive smirk graced her lips. Since we're here, why don't we take a little walk together? Hanfeng, however, brushed past her with icy indifference. Sorry, not today. Hye-Na was completely stunned. Inside, Hanfeng sneered. Trying to use me as her personal ATM again. I'm not the same fool I was before. The scene shifts to Gemma Supermarket, the largest in the Eastern District, with the most abundant supply of goods. But Hanfeng knew that when the Ice Age hit, this entire place would be wiped clean overnight, and the culprit would never be found. He meticulously selected his items, his mind racing. In the few days before the apocalypse, I have to stockpile everything: food, cold weather, clothing, medicine, daily necessities, fuel. There's so much to prepare. He glanced at his phone, only to see his pathetic bank account balance. 15,357.5 yuan. A headache bloomed. How can I stockpile anything with this? But just then, a message notification appeared for a loan service. The maximum credit limit had been increased to 1,688 yuan. Confirm now, or the offer will expire. Realization struck Hanfeng like lightning. That's it. Why didn't I think of this from the start? There are countless ways to borrow money, and after the world ends, debts won't matter. Meanwhile, Hye-Na was seething with rage. He's just a pathetic loser. How dare he reject me? That broke nobody doesn't even have a car. He can forget about me ever being nice to him again. At that very moment, Hanfeng drove past in a sleek new vehicle. Hye-Na's jaw dropped. Hanfeng, is that car yours? He stopped and replied calmly, I just bought it. My father's business overseas has been doing very well these past 2 years, so he gave me some money. I just saw him off at the airport. Instantly, Hye-Na's attitude did a complete 180. Her voice turned sickly sweet. Oh, so you were taking your dad to the airport today? Why didn't I know? And I even asked you to go for a walk. I'm so sorry. When you were so cold earlier, I thought you wanted to push a friend like me away. Hanfeng smiled, pulling her into an embrace. You silly girl. How could I ever push you away? You're too important to me. Hye-Na acted shy. Honestly, Hanfeng, you're a very special person to me too. Could we get dinner and see a movie today? I want to get to know you better. What do you say? But Hanfeng was already pulling away. I'm swamped today. I have to move all this stuff. Annoyed, Hye-Na demanded. Why did you buy so many things? He replied nonchalantly. It's nothing, just some stuff I like. Oh, that's right. I bought you a present too. Hye-Na's eyes lit up. A birthday gift? Okay, I'll look forward to it then. I'll head home first. As Hanfeng moved his supplies, he scoffed. Yeah, keep looking forward to it, Hye-Na. Do you really think you're that easy to win over? He smirked to himself. I can't let her discover that I'm stockpiling. These supplies are my capital for surviving the apocalypse. The debt between us will be settled when the world ends. And I still have to drag out the man who helped you kill me. Now, I'm actually starting to look forward to the apocalypse. On the 15th of the month, a massive snowstorm will hit, and the temperature will plummet below -20°C. In the following month, it will drop further to -70°C. The entire world will be buried in white, making it impossible to go outside. Because of this, he needed to hoard enough emergency food and reinforce all his windows to hide his enormous stockpile from others in the complex. Some of the more sensitive supplies had to be moved personally in the dead of night. The post-apocalyptic power grid would be extremely unstable, so he bought a generator and stockpiled enough fuel to last for 1 whole year. But to survive the end of the world, stockpiled goods alone were not enough. His ability to turn soybeans into plants would be his greatest hope for continued survival. Hanfeng was hesitant. These soybeans were created by his unique power, but the ability itself seemed to activate at random. I still don't understand its activation mechanism. He tried eating half a plate of the sprouts. Sure enough, they were edible. So, at the very least, this ability can generate sustenance. Now, I just have to master its secrets. I've only tested it on soybeans so far. I need to see if this power works on other types of food. The scene shifts to the afternoon. Hanfeng slowly woke up, his head spinning. Did I pass out? My whole body aches. He realized the ability put a massive strain on him, both mentally and physically. He ate more soybeans, thinking, all right, I think I understand this power a little better now. Before I fainted, I tried it on various foods. Some had no reaction, while others were just like the soybeans. They evolved from a seed state into ripe plants. Some even looked like they could explode at any second. After exploding, they transformed into a black substance. It looked like charcoal but was incredibly light. This material was flammable, which meant he no longer had to worry about a source of heat. He tried again and again, but the results were unstable. No, this isn't right. I have to focus my mind, regulate my breathing. He focused his thoughts, and a giant cauliflower appeared. But a moment later, he collapsed from complete exhaustion. The success rate was far too random. Back in the present, Hanfeng pondered deeply. I have absolutely no grasp on the principles of this ability, but there must be a logic to it. But, at the very least, I've figured out the condition for activating it. The key lies in consciousness. Imagine becoming one with nature, your body and spirit merging with the plants, the animals, the wild itself. Hanfeng slowly opened his eyes, a spark of understanding flashing in his mind. Of course, it was all connected to his consciousness. He placed his hand on a piece of meat to test his theory. Nothing happened. Could it be that this power only works on plants? He gripped the meat tighter, trying to force a miracle, but still failed. Yet, as he focused, he could clearly sense two distinct colors of energy. Before, when I was on the brink of death, I saw a red light. Now, when I concentrate, my hand glows red, and the meat begins to transform. Hanfeng quickly threw the meat away, a shiver of disgust running down his spine. The red light affected it, but it felt like some kind of heating process. No, not just heating. It was more like the material itself was breaking down, disintegrating. Could it be that the blue light represents evolution, and the red light represents decay? Excited, Hanfeng tried combining the red and blue light. The piece of meat swelled, and the raw, metallic smell vanished. Had it fused with his energy? The quality was now that of fresh meat. The texture and smell were identical to the real thing. He tried again, but this time, it failed. What was going on? Why does it keep failing now? Forget it. I'll save this research for later. At least I made some progress today. If I can fully master this ability, I'll be at the top of the food chain in this apocalypse. But wait, food alone isn't enough. Those without the power to protect themselves will be the first to die. Hanfeng gathered his things, his resolve hardening. He had to go out. Now, before the temperature plummets, I absolutely have to find a weapon. He stared into the distance, his thoughts heavy. The end of the world was coming, one way or another. The scene shifts to the city streets. Hanfeng calculated that within a week, the temperature would drop to minus 45 degrees. I need to get my hands on a gun, but buying one is illegal. And I don't have any connections. What am I supposed to do? Suddenly, a loud voice cut through the air. I'm telling you, that project was a multi-million-dollar investment. You know old Wang from the West Xinjiang Corporation? That boss is a good brother of mine. Hanfeng vaguely recognized the man, who was shivering from the cold, constantly shifting his weight. Want a smoke? This was a gift from my good brother, too. What's with the hesitation? You trying to disrespect me? The man dressed flashy. People around the neighborhood called him a hoodlum. They called him Brother Li, and he lived near Hanfeng. Rumor was he brokered shady construction deals and made a killing. Someone offered him a cigarette. Brother Li waved it away. No thanks. I only smoke premium brands. Anything else makes me cough. The other guy asked, where you headed? Li Ziyi replied, just wrapped up a project for a good brother of mine. He said he's taking me out for a massage to thank me. The guy had no real job, but he always acted incredibly busy. Li Ziyi walked on, talking into his phone. Brother, that big order you needed is done. Yeah, the multi-million-dollar one. What? You have another huge order you need my help with? Hanfeng's mind raced. This guy, he just might have the connections to get a gun. He walked over to start a conversation. Long time no see, Brother Li. Li Ziyi looked surprised. Do I know you? Hanfeng felt a bit awkward. It's me, Little Han. We've said hi before. Don't tell me you've forgotten me, Brother Li. Li Ziyi laughed. Ah, Little Han, I've been swamped with work lately. My memory's shot. Don't take it personally. What's up? Hanfeng glanced around before whispering. Actually. Li Ziyi's eyes widened in shock. What? You need that? What could you possibly need it for? Listen, kid, I've got to be straight with you. You shouldn't get involved in illegal stuff. A gun isn't a toy. I might be well connected, but I can't lead you down a dark path. Hanfeng quickly tried to calm him down. Brother, Don't get worked up. It's a misunderstanding. It's just, for a personal grudge. I need it for self-defense. The other day, I was riding my bike when this old guy spat a huge loogie, and it landed right on my face. I went to confront him, and believe it or not, he spat on me again. So, I beat him up. But before he left, he swore he'd get revenge. The next day, he and his buddies ambushed me in an alley. They said they'd beat me every time they saw me from now on. I've never been humiliated like that, so I need a weapon to protect myself. That's pretty much the whole story. Li Ziyi looked utterly disgusted. How could someone just spit all over the place like that? Such an uneducated slob. Hanfeng thought helplessly. I think he's missing the point. Li Ziyi slapped Hanfeng on the shoulder. Kid, don't you worry. Brother Li will help you out with this. I'll call my big boss right now. Let's head out immediately. He forced a smile. Thanks, Brother Li. Li Ziyi suggested. Let's just take the bus. If my Ferrari wasn't in the shop, I'd give you a ride myself. Hanfeng pulled out his keys. You can ride with me. It's snowing pretty hard out there. Li Ziyi's eyes widened. Damn, kid. You're doing pretty well for yourself. How much did this ride set you back? Hanfeng replied. Around 70,000. Li Ziyi nodded. Not bad. Pretty affordable. He slicked back his hair. Take a left at the next intersection. A moment later, Li Ziyi was snapping a selfie to post on social media. The caption read, Hot new whip. This new off-road beast has a nice, stiff ride. The scene changes to the front of a casino, where a group of men are chatting loudly. This damn weather is demonic. It went from summer to deep winter overnight. Seeing Hanfeng and Li Ziyi approach, one of them called out, Look who's here. Hey, if it isn't old Li, what brings you here? Li Ziyi replied, I'm here to see Boss Liu about something. Here, brothers, have a smoke on me. The men gasped in awe. Holy crap, isn't that a Tiger off-road vehicle? You bought it? What was the damage? Li Ziyi smirked smugly. Not much. Around 700,000. Hanfeng sighed inwardly, shamelessly claiming it as his own, right in front of the actual owner. Just then, Boss Liu stepped out. His voice was gruff. Li, you loudmouth. What brings you here so late? Li Ziyi quickly offered a cigarette. Boss Liu, have a premium one. Boss Liu was blunt. Spit it out. I'm busy. Li Ziyi stammered slightly. This brother of mine asked me to find you, to buy some hardware. He wants to buy a gun. Hanfeng's face went pale. A smirk formed on Boss Liu's lips. A gun? You came to me just to buy a single gun? I thought it was something serious. His subordinate, Qiangzi, produced a pistol. 6,000. Hanfeng looked conflicted. Boss Liu, I need something with more range. The kind with a sniper scope. Boss Liu's voice boomed. A kid like you wants a sniper rifle? What do you need it for? You think you can just ask for one? This handgun is all I have. Take it or leave it. Li Ziyi quickly tried to de-escalate. Boss Liu, there's a reason for this. The story starts last year, with his wife. After hearing the tale, Boss Liu was enraged. That son of a bitch. That's disgusting. How can all three of his kids not be his? Filthy. Li Ziyi quickly agreed. Exactly. Hanfeng was speechless, thinking, Brother Li's fabricated story is completely insane. But Boss Liu nodded. So, you wanted a sniper rifle, was it? Brother Liu will arrange it for you, but it'll take a few days. Hanfeng was filled with gratitude. Then, I must thank you, Brother Liu. Boss Liu gave the order. Qiangzi, set our little brother up. See if you can get him an automatic rifle. And make sure he has plenty of ammunition. Qiangzi nodded. Yes, sir. Li Ziyi puffed out his chest proudly. You see that? What did I tell you? Done in a flash. Boss Liu handed the pistol to Hanfeng. Take this. A little something to start with. Hanfeng hesitated for a second, but then took the weapon. Then his expression turned serious. Brother Liu, a colleague of mine in the government, gave me a tip about the recent bizarre weather. They're preparing to restrict the sale of all supplies. It would be wise for you and your men to stock up immediately. Seeing Hanfeng's serious face, Boss Liu gave a slow nod. Noted. Li Ziyi grinned. Well, Boss Liu, we'll get out of your hair. Boss Liu waved his hand. Get lost. Both of you. The sight of you is an annoyance. Li Ziyi started boasting to Hanfeng. See that? Didn't your big brother handle that perfectly for you? When my big bro is in a good mood, he could probably get you a cannon. Hanfeng chuckled. Thank you for your help, Brother Li. I'll grab you some cartons of cigarettes later. Li Ziyi waved his hand. Cigarettes? Come on, little brother. That's being too polite. I help people for the fun of it. But, if you insist on getting a gift, make it the premium brand. You know how it is. The other stuff makes me cough. Not too many. 7 or 8 cartons will be plenty. And when that project is finished, I'll take you to the sauna. Hanfeng was already making calculations in his head. His supplies and weapons were now secured. He could at least survive the initial stage of the apocalypse. Next, he had to focus on researching his abilities. If he could completely solve the food problem, his survival rate in the apocalypse would soar. Suddenly, Hanfeng's foot slipped, and he fell hard. Li Ziyi was startled. "Little brother, are you okay?" Hanfeng trembled on the ground. "I think my leg is broken. Please, you have to get me to a hospital." Li Ziyi hesitated. "Huh? I don't have my license on me." "Yeah, that's it. Left it at home. I can't drive." "I have an idea. I'll help you walk there. Just lean on me." Hanfeng panted in agony. "Brother, just call a taxi. I have money." The scene shifts to an office, where Jiyan is focused on her work. A colleague of hers stands up. "I'm heading out first." "Jiyan, thanks for covering the night shift." Jiyan reminded her, "Be safe." She looked out the window as the snow fell thicker and thicker. Suddenly, the intercom crackled to life. "Head nurse to the main lobby. We are short-staffed." Jiyan shot to her feet. "Understood. On my way." Back with Hanfeng, he anxiously asked the doctor, "Is my leg really broken?" The doctor replied, "You have a fractured tibia. After we set it, you'll need to stay for an hour of observation. Then you can get your medicine." Hanfeng sat in the hallway, lost in thought. Of all the times for this to happen, right before the end of the world, Li Ziyi stood up. "Little brother, I'm heading out. Got some business to handle. Call me if you need anything." Hanfeng nodded. "Take care." He sighed, looking at the chaotic scene unfolding around him. Due to the sudden temperature drop and the blizzard, accidents had surged. Emergency beds were now crammed into every available space. "How long am I going to be stuck here waiting for medicine?" Unexpectedly, Ji Yan walked over to check on a nearby patient. "Head nurse Kim has finished treating the wound in bed number 5. Please check on them." Ji Yan pulled on her gloves and replied, "Understood. The patient is stable. Give him another injection in 10 minutes. If his heart rate is below 80, administer adrenaline." Hanfeng was in awe. She's incredible. So young, and already a head nurse. She's skilled, dedicated, and beautiful. But isn't she a little too unguarded? An old man in a nearby bed called out, "Head nurse." Ji Yan hurried over. "I'm here. I'm sorry, we're very short on staff right now. Can I come back and help you in just a moment?" The old man placed one hand on her waist, while his other hand snuck a phone under her skirt. "Suddenly my lower back is in terrible pain. It's gotten much worse. Can't you just take a quick look for me now?" Ji Yan forced a smile. "I'm sorry, sir. A situation like this requires an X-ray to determine the cause." The old man grabbed her waist. "Just check for me. It's right here." Ji Yan stammered. "I'm sorry. I'm very ticklish. Please." Just then, a crutch slammed hard against the old man. Qi Nian cried out in alarm, "Sir, are you okay?" Hanfeng looked awkward. My apologies. It's my first time using this, and my hand slipped. Is your phone okay?" The old man raged. "Don't you touch my phone, you brat. Give it back. Now." Hanfeng unlocked the phone, a smirk playing on his lips. "You've got some nerve. Secretly filming a hospital nurse, and even trying to harass her. If you don't want to end up in handcuffs, get lost. And of course, I'm keeping this phone. If I ever see you again, I'll blast this all over the internet." The old man stormed off in a fury. Qin Yan was puzzled. Wait a minute, didn't he say his back was hurt? How can he run so fast? Hanfeng was surprised. "Can someone really be this pure in the world?" he said seriously. "That perverted old man was secretly recording you just now." Qin Yan was stunned. Was he really? How did I not even notice? Hanfeng handed her the phone. "Here. Delete it or report him. It's up to you. Be more careful from now on. Don't let creeps like him take advantage of you." Qin Yan smiled brightly. "Thank you. I was about to ask, what happened to your leg?" Hanfeng flinched in pain. Qin Yan quickly rebandaged the wound. "There, all done. It doesn't hurt too much, right?" Hanfeng smiled softly. "Thanks. It doesn't hurt at all," Qin Yan replied. "I'm the one who should be thanking you. From now on, I won't let bad guys get their way." Hanfeng's face turned red. "Well, just be careful from now on." But he thought to himself, she's pressing my leg right against her chest without even realizing it. Suddenly, a nurse called out, "Head nurse, could you come over here for a moment?" As Qin Yan left, she said, "Okay, remember to come back in a week to change the dressing." Hanfeng felt a pang of regret. A week from now. We probably won't ever meet again. The scene changes to the next day. A news report flashes across the TV. announcing that all regions of the U.S. will experience a historic blizzard and a sharp drop in temperature in the next 24 hours. According to footage our reporters have gathered from abroad, global temperatures are dropping significantly. Experts from China and 46 other nations are holding an emergency meeting at the United Nations to discuss the cause of this abnormal weather. However, they believe this phenomenon will not last for long. We ask the public to pay attention to disaster warnings and follow the arrangements of local authorities. We hope everyone remains calm, does not spread rumors, and does not hoard supplies. This disaster will soon pass. Hanfeng let out a cynical sigh. The government is always hiding the truth, using fake news to pacify the masses. If I hadn't already died once, I might have believed them. He reviewed his preparations. He had already stockpiled enough supplies, reinforced his home, and set up his heating equipment. With these preparations, he wouldn't have to worry about survival for the time being. Suddenly, his phone buzzed. A message from the Happy Community Homeowners Group popped up. Liu Bing from Building 2, M12 messaged, "Is everyone watching the news? It's snowing in Egypt." Wu Kuan-Yu from Building 1, 504 replied, "This is insane. I've never seen it snow in June before." Jin Tai-Yan from Building 3, 404 complained, "It's freezing to death. I can't go outside at all. The snow is too deep." Jin Tai-Yan continued, "The snow is already up to my calves." Shu Yue from Building 4, 102 announced something. "I just got a notification. The snowfall is too heavy, so we're working from home." Liu Yan from Building 6, 401 worried. "The snow is piling up higher and higher. I think it's about to hit -15 degrees. Hanfeng scrolled through the messages, thinking, the neighbors are starting to panic. Suddenly, an anonymous account sent a message. "To everyone around the world, please listen carefully. This massive snowfall is not a weather event. It's caused by a change within the Earth itself. Remember this. This is not a normal blizzard. This is the beginning of the extreme cold apocalypse." Hanfeng's blood ran cold. The extreme cold apocalypse? Who is this person? How do they know about the end of the world? I need to keep an eye on this account. Account 32101 messaged, "Can the property manager please clear the snow in the community? My car can't get out." Account 1503 agreed. "That's right. The manager is probably busy rushing to the supermarket to buy food. We paid our fees, so what's the deal?" Account 32101 urged, "Manager, hurry up. You need to clear the main road too, or the supermarket will be bought out completely." Account 31404 shot back, "The snow is this thick. How do you expect to drive out of here anyway?" Account 12503 panicked. "Then what do we do? It's -20 degrees already. Are we supposed to walk?" Account 41104 worried. "Exactly. Who knows how long this snow will last? I heard people are frantically hoarding supplies. If we don't go now, it'll be too late." The group's patience wore thin as they all started shouting, "Where's the manager? Get out here and answer us." Someone from the management office replied hesitantly, "Our sincere apologies, everyone. The snow is just too heavy, and our manpower is limited right now." The crowd erupted. "What do we pay you for? You can't even handle a simple thing like this. Refund our maintenance fees." Hanfeng thought. This argument is pointless. No amount of manpower can clear this blizzard. Just then, the owner of 6112, Mr. Jiang, stepped in. "Everyone, stop fighting. The snow is this heavy. Even if we cleared it, it would just be covered again in a few hours. Instead of wasting time arguing, we should work together to clear a path. The manager is just a person. What can he do in the face of a natural disaster like this?" The crowd grumbled. "Who the hell are you to lecture us?" Another person accused him. "You're just taking the manager's side to vent your own frustration, aren't you?" "Are you one of his people?" Mr. Jiang smiled calmly. "Everyone, I'm not defending the manager. I'm just pointing out that pressuring him right now is meaningless." The crowd demanded. "Then what do you suggest we do? Just wait here and starve to death?" Mr. Jiang replied, "Driving to the supermarket is impossible. Even if the roads in our complex are clear, who can guarantee the ones outside are?" Hanfeng suggested inwardly, "I propose we go on foot. If you all agree, I can go down and help the community leader clear a path." He suddenly recalled. He had a faint memory of this Jiang guy. Before his rebirth, that man was a real go-getter. But this situation was complicated. To leave, you had to shovel snow. To stay, you just had to shut your mouth. Someone started to complain. "It's just clearing snow. Why make so much noise all day? It's driving me crazy." Another person chimed in. "I'm heading down to help." Hanfeng spurred them on. "Hurry and clear the road. I've got a multi-million-dollar business deal to discuss with my big bro." The crowd roared in agreement when a familiar voice cut through. I'm going too. It was Hye-Na. Count me in. The food in her apartment was almost gone. She had to get more. Hanfeng made up his mind. He'd been feeling under the weather for 2 days, but Mr. Jiang was setting an example. I'll go down and help too. Seeing Hye-Na join, the men immediately flocked to her. With good men like us around, why would we let Miss Hye-Na do the work? You just rest up. Hye-Na smiled. Thank you all for being so considerate. I'll leave the snow clearing in your capable hands, then. Hanfeng scoffed internally. What an act. Hye-Na really knew how to play her cards. He then opened a message from her. Hanfeng, what have you been so busy with? You promised you'd get in touch. I'm still waiting for you. Oh, right. When you come find me, can you swing by the supermarket and get some food? A lot of it. I'll be waiting for you. Hanfeng's guard shot up. Wearing so little in this weather. Was she trying to seduce him into being her personal delivery boy? What a steep price. He thought it over and smirked. I have a plan. The scene shifts to Hye-Na, her face twisted in fury. Hanfeng, you bastard. You just wait. It was now Tuesday, 3 days after the blizzard. The temperature outside was -20 degrees. The dawn of the apocalypse had begun. The heating was still on, and the internet was still connected. For now, normal life continued. Hanfeng scrolled through videos to kill time, thinking to himself, it's only the 2nd day, and I'm already this bored. It seems the biggest challenge in the apocalypse is learning to endure the crushing loneliness. His leg injury wasn't critical, but the tendons were badly damaged. It would take months to fully recover. He kept watching videos when a science show appeared. Apparently, there are people with self-healing abilities. A doctor confirmed that a man who jumped from the 15th floor had his organs and bones heal on their own. Is it real or fake? Find out next time. The realization hit Hanfeng like a lightning strike. That's right. Why didn't I think of the blue light? He tried to activate it on his wound, but there was no reaction. He sighed, frustrated. Looks like he was getting ahead of himself. He really thought the blue light could heal injuries. Exhausted, he finally drifted off to sleep. In his dream, he was surrounded by goats. Hanfeng was thrilled, but an instant later, thousands of goats and floating goat heads were chasing him, knocking him down and breaking his leg. A goat started licking his wound, but he shoved it away. Enraged, it used its tongue to lift him into the air, and the wound began to glow with a blue light. Hanfeng bolted awake. What kind of insane dream was that? He touched his leg and was shocked. The pain was completely gone. Ripping off the bandage, he stared in disbelief. Could the blue light have automatically healed him while he slept? He decided to test his theory by biting his own arm. A blue light flashed, and the wound healed in an instant. So that's how it works. I finally understand. The scene cuts to the outside, where everyone is working together to clear the snow. Jiang Shuiyo was ever the gentleman. Thank you for your hard work, everyone. Uncle Liu, you've worked hard too. I'm sorry to trouble you in this heavy snow. Liu Guangyao laughed. I barely lifted a finger. It was all thanks to the Jin brothers here. Jin Taiwen and Jin Taiwu simply smiled. Suddenly, Ji Yan slipped on the ice and fell. Taiwen quickly caught her. Are you okay? The ground is frozen solid. Be careful. Ji Yan was embarrassed. I'm fine. Thank you. Taiwen replied. All right, we're going to clear the main road first. Just call if you need help. Ji Yan said confidently. You guys go on ahead. I've got this. Jiang Shuiyo looked worried. The snow is piling up fast. We need to hurry if we're going shopping. Guangyao agreed. You're right. Speaking of shopping, that reminds me of something. Shuiyo looked curious. What is it, Uncle Liu? Guangyao scratched his head. It's nothing huge, but I heard a few days ago. One family in the complex looked like they were moving house every single day. They used a small truck to haul in tons of supplies. Shuiyo smiled. That's pretty normal. They're probably new tenants or doing renovations. Guangyao was doubtful. But I saw furnace gas tanks. And that's not typical for moving. It was more like they were preparing for a long winter. Taiwu shouted from a distance. Mr. Jiang, Uncle Liu, the main road is clear. We can pass through. Guangyao chuckled. You twin brothers are hard workers. A man suddenly appeared beside them. What were you just saying? Preparing for winter? Now that sounds interesting. Liu Yan threw a snowball at him. Wu Kuanyo, stop slacking off and get to work. Kuanyo fumed. Me? Slacking off? I did all the work while you just stood there and watched. Liu Yan shot back. Watch your tone when you're talking to people. Shuiyo intervened. All right, break it up. The main road is clear. Everyone take a quick break, then get ready to head to the supermarket. Taiwen and Taiwu pulled out their phones. Our family needs a lot of stuff. Taiwen typed quickly. I'll text Mom and see what our house needs. Guangyao turned to Shueyo. Do you think any of this is related to a natural disaster? Shueyo replied, to be honest, I haven't really thought about it. This is just a short blizzard. It'll stop soon. I don't see the connection. But on the other hand, if the snow doesn't stop, wouldn't it be a huge benefit to our community if someone has a massive stockpile of supplies? Guangyao laughed. You make a good point. You young people really have sharp minds, Shueyo announced to the group. Everyone, line up to head out, and no pushing. The snow is getting heavier, so try to be back within 3 hours. The scene cuts back to Hanfeng's room as a loud knock echoes from the door. He groggily opened it, to find Mr. Li standing there. Huh? Sorry, I was asleep. Li Ziyi grinned. My friend, the gear you wanted is here. Fully automatic, just like you asked. Liu Ge says thanks for the tip on stocking up. Hanfeng smiled. Tell Brother Liu not to mention it. What's wrong? You look troubled. Ziyi sighed. Have you heard about the supermarket? We spent all day clearing snow just to get groceries, only to find the place had been picked clean overnight. Hanfeng wasn't surprised. He thought to himself, so it happened. Just as I remembered. The night the supermarket was stripped bare. Ziyi started to leave. I'm heading back. Make sure you stay warm. Hanfeng just smiled. You got it, man. He sank into thought. To clean out an entire supermarket, silently and completely. How is that even possible? In the novels, people had spatial abilities to store items. Could something like that actually exist? A sense of unease crept over him. He had to understand his own power, and fast. If there were others out there with different abilities, he needed to be able to defend himself at the very least. Right now, all he knew was that his power reacted to food, a key to survival. But the success rate was pitifully low. With soybeans, it only worked once out of 10 tries. With meat, it was almost hopeless. Hanfeng focused the blue light on a soybean, and it suddenly transformed into a tiny slingshot pellet. The failure rate was just too high. Tonight, he vowed he would figure this out. The scene shifts to 10:45 p.m. Hanfeng was exhausted, but his eyes were blazing with intensity. He finally understood how to use it. When channeling the blue light, the energy output wasn't constant. Every type of food required a different level of power. Any mistake meant instant failure. A memory sparked in his mind. Wait a minute. This mechanism felt oddly familiar. Like that online dance game from over a decade ago. If he treated the energy levels like the up, down, left, and right arrows, he had to hit every single beat perfectly. With this key insight, Hanfeng succeeded, transforming a single soybean into a plant bursting with pods. He immediately moved on to meat and vegetables. Failure. They dissolved into a disgusting black liquid. The principle must be similar, he reasoned. He just needed to figure out all the required elements first. The energy needed for the specific meat dish Hanfeng was attempting was incredibly complex, and he failed repeatedly. Again and again, the mounting difficulty left him frustrated. The complexity of this recipe was far beyond what he had imagined. After a while, his kitchen was a filthy mess, covered in that strange black sludge. But Hanfeng refused to give up. He focused his entire being, carefully calibrating the timing. At the crucial moment, the piece of meat suddenly expanded. Hanfeng let out a breath he didn't realize he was holding, his heart filled with joy. He had finally discovered the secret to success. The scene changes to day 17. A morning news broadcast played on the television. Good morning to all our viewers. Today is the 17th, the third day of this disaster. The entire nation is currently experiencing a catastrophic weather event. To ensure the well-being of the public, authorities everywhere are actively working to mitigate the damage from this disaster. Due to the severe snowstorm, transportation, power, and communication networks across the country have been paralyzed. Please wait patiently for rescue teams to arrive and make repairs. Regional governments are also distributing supplies to affected areas. We urge everyone to remain indoors, unless there is a critical reason to leave. Hanfeng awoke, a chilling sense of déjà vu washing over him. It was just like his past life. The world outside was beginning its slow descent into chaos. Just then, his phone buzzed. It was a message from property management. He tried calling the government hotline, but the line was dead. Hanfeng opened his group chat, finding it already exploding with frantic arguments. The scene shifts to the happy residential complex, where residents were gathered, their voices a rising tide of panic. Hanfeng observed from a distance. The atmosphere was incredibly tense, the fierce debate sparked by the morning news broadcast. Some people clung to the hope that rescue teams were coming, just like the report said. But others were skeptical, and began discussing how to save themselves. Uncle Liu, a respected elder in the community, stepped forward to speak. Does anyone here actually believe what they're saying on the news? If the situation was really under control like they claim, the rescue teams would have been here by now. But to this day, we haven't seen a single truck full of supplies. Instead, a friend of mine told me he saw something else. Convoys of tanks, armored vehicles, and other heavy weapons are heading towards City A. That can only mean one thing. War. War is about to break out. Uncle Liu's words sent a shockwave through the crowd. Some panicked, shouting, "Is that true? Is he telling the truth? If that happens, aren't we all doomed?" Hanfeng thought to himself grimly. Before he was reborn, he had heard whispers of war breaking out too. A man in the group spoke up. "If what Uncle Liu predicts is true, we need to find ways to protect ourselves. There are already families in this complex who didn't stock up on food and are now going hungry, and we can't be sure the government's relief supplies will ever arrive. I believe we must first form our own relief organization to help those in our community who are in trouble. I propose that those of us who have enough food should contribute a little to help the families who have nothing. I'll start. I will donate half of my own food supply. If any family needs help, you can come to me anytime." Quan Yu, another resident, quickly agreed. "Brother Jiang has a point. We people in this community have to help each other to get through this crisis together. We can't let a single family starve in this bitter cold. If you're collecting donations, count me in. Hye-Na, you should donate a little something too, right?" "Model." Hye-Na snapped back, her voice laced with fury. "Are you insane, Wu Kuanyo? Out of everyone here, you dare to ask me? Is this just because I rejected you before?" She continued, her voice dripping with mock apology. "I'm so very sorry. The truth is, I don't have any food left in my house." At her words, the crowd erupted, their glares turning on Kuanyo. "Hye-Na has no food. Why are you bothering her?" Kuanyo shot back defensively. "How was I supposed to know? I just hoped we could all unite as neighbors. But if we can't even do that, then forget it. I won't donate a thing." After a heated debate, the crowd slowly reached an agreement. One person spoke up. "He's right. None of us want to be enemies." Following the discussion, people made their choice. "If we're donating food, count me in," one man offered. Another quickly added, "Count me in, too. I also have clothes. Does anyone need any? I have medicine at my place. Just come and get it if you need it." Shui Yu, the man who started it all, spoke again. "On behalf of all the residents in our community, I thank every one of you. There are quite a few of us now. How about we appoint one person to be in charge? It'd be like we're forming our own temporary emergency committee to be responsible for cataloging and distributing the donated supplies." Hanfeng gave a faint, knowing smile. A temporary emergency committee. He remembered it all too well. Before his rebirth, this so-called committee was nothing but a scheme to swindle supplies and food from the residents. The scene shifts to July 19th, the 5th day of the disaster. The temperature outside had plummeted below -40 degrees. The building's heating system, overwhelmed by the extreme weather, had completely shut down. People desperately sought ways to maintain their body heat. The situation was just as Hanfeng had experienced before his rebirth, only getting worse. The sole exception was his own fortified apartment. Suddenly, Hanfeng's phone rang. A voice crackled on the other end. "Hello? Is this... Hello?" The caller asked. "Hello. Am I speaking with Mr. Hanfeng from Unit 1? I'm the person in charge of the 8th floor block. In 20 minutes, we're preparing to clear a path. After the snow is cleared, please come down to the parking lot to find me for roll call." Hanfeng's anger flared. "Are you people blind? Look at the blizzard out there. Clear the snow? Yeah, right. Go clear it yourselves." The scene shifts to the first floor lobby, where Hanfeng has reluctantly joined the meeting. He told himself to keep a low profile, to avoid any tension with his neighbors. Besides, he had to protect the secret of his shelter. However, a thick wall of snow had completely blocked the first floor exit. The crowd was in chaos. "You've got to be kidding me. We just cleared this yesterday. I've never seen snow piled meters high like this." At the entrance, a group of people were trying to force a path. One man shouted, "Hey, you guys over there, get over here and help us push. On the count of 3, we push together. 1, 2, 3. As the door cracked open, a bitter, freezing wind blasted inside, making everyone cry out. "This snow is insane. It's so damn cold. I can barely even open my eyes." Hanfeng shivered, thinking to himself, going out in this weather is just asking to die. Seeing the reality of the storm, many people started to back down. Going out to shovel now means freezing to death for sure. What's the point? Only a complete madman would go out in this temperature. But then, A voice cut through the despair. I'll go. Hanfeng was stunned. That voice belonged to Li Ziyi. He strode forward confidently. What's with you, cowards? You need to show some backbone. Backbone? Hanfeng thought. Of course. It's always Brother Li, acting tough as nails. But the others tried to stop him. Don't be a show-off. This is no joke, another person pleaded. That's right, we should wait for the snow to stop first. Ziyi ignored them, charging straight into the snowdrift. Just seconds later, he screamed for his life. Help! Save me! Everyone panicked and scrambled to drag Ziyi back inside. Hanfeng rushed to his side. Brother Li, are you okay? Once he was brought back to safety, everyone agreed. Let's head to the parking lot first and check in with the person in charge. We'll figure out a plan after the snow stops. Right now, this blizzard is beyond anything we can handle on our own. The scene shifts to the parking garage, where Shueyu stood before the crowd, declaring, the amount of snow right now is just too much. We will begin clearing it once the storm lets up. From now on, this underground garage will be our supply donation and distribution point. Hanfeng observed from a distance, his eyes locking onto the leader of the so-called committee. He thought, so that's him, the mastermind behind the entire scam. Shui, you continued his speech. Thank you all for your help. I never imagined so many households would be willing to donate so many of their own supplies. Your generous donations have been a massive help to our residents in need. Again, on their behalf, I thank you all. The crowd murmured their approval. Everyone falls on hard times. Helping each other is the right thing to do. As long as we stick together, I believe we can get through this crisis. Hanfeng thought to himself, these people are so naive. The disaster wouldn't just stop. Soon, they would all come to regret their blind trust. As the group began to break up, Li Ziyi approached Hanfeng. Hey, lil bro, I'm heading upstairs. Suddenly, Hanfeng spotted Ji Yan in the crowd, the nurse who had helped him before. She was trying to squeeze through the crowd. Excuse me, please let me pass. Ji Yan then accidentally bumped into someone. Hanfeng rushed to steady her. Are you okay? Ji Yan looked up, surprised. Thank you. It's you. A simple fall like this will heal in a few days, so it's fine. Jin Shui was amazed. So that's how powerful it is. Hanfeng hesitated for a moment. Here, let me carry that for you. But Jin Shui quickly refused. No, it's okay. Really, it's incredibly heavy. Hanfeng just smiled. Don't worry, I'm pretty strong. Consider it my way of thanking you for patching me up. Jin Shui blushed slightly. Well, if you insist, thank you. Hanfeng easily lifted the entire pile, but then he instantly froze in place. Can I ask? What in the world do you have in this box? Jin Shui just smiled sweetly. Oh, you mean this one? It's mostly medical supplies. Things we're donating. Is it a little too heavy? Maybe I should help? A faint blush appeared on Hanfeng's face. No, it's fine. I barely feel a thing. Jin Shui warned him gently. Don't push yourself too hard. Honestly, I'm stronger than most guys. Hanfeng was stunned. He never would have guessed that Jin Shui possessed such incredible power. Seriously? Have you always been this strong? Jin Shui just smiled and shook her head. Not exactly. There are other reasons. Hanfeng's curiosity was piqued. But Jin Shui seemed hesitant to explain. It's nothing. Sorry. Some things happen that even I can't really explain. Oh, that's right. I don't even know your name yet. Hanfeng smiled brightly as he introduced himself. It's Hanfeng. A warm smile spread across Jin Shui's face. I'm Jin Shui. It's a pleasure to meet you. Hanfeng let out an impressed "oh." Jin Shui's curiosity got the better of her. So, Hanfeng, what kind of work do you do? Hanfeng answered without hesitation. I'm unemployed. To his surprise, Jin Shui's eyes widened. Whoa. Hanfeng was completely baffled by her reaction. What's so amazing about being unemployed? But just at that moment, someone carelessly shoved past Jin Shui. She let out a small cry as she lost her balance. Jin Shui stumbled right into Hanfeng, her chest pressing against his arm. Jin Shui's face turned bright red. I'm so sorry. Hanfeng, just as flustered, tried to play it cool. It's fine. But a sharp, suspicious voice cut through the tension. Hanfeng, why did you come out without telling me? And who is this? A friend of yours? Jin Shui quickly grabbed her things to avoid any misunderstanding. Well, I'll let you two talk. I don't want to interrupt. I can take these over there myself. Thanks again. A pang of regret hit Hanfeng as he watched her walk away. Turning to Hye-Na, he asked, Hye-Na, what are you doing here? Hye-Na put on a sweet smile. I came down to pick up supplies. You hadn't contacted me, so I was starting to worry something happened. Hanfeng awkwardly scratched his head. Oh, I was just about to message you. Hye-Na's tone was half joking, half accusatory. You're such a liar. I just saw you laughing it up with that other girl. Oh, by the way, Hanfeng, do you have any extra food? We're almost out at my place. Could you spare a little? Hanfeng smiled, putting on a generous act. I don't have much left myself, but I can definitely spare some for you. It's just, I texted you a few days ago and you never replied. Why don't you come stay at my place for a few days? Hye-Na looked flustered, quickly changing the subject. I didn't really understand what you meant back then. If you just want to talk, you can always find me online. Hanfeng turned away, his voice suddenly cold. I see. If you're not going to agree, I'll just head back. Hye-Na quickly grabbed his arm, her tone softening. Wait, Hanfeng, you seem different lately. You know I'm very serious when it comes to relationships. I don't want people thinking I'm only with you for your money. So, can you just give me a little more time? Hanfeng feigned surprise. He thought to himself, if he hadn't already died once and seen her true colors, he might have actually fallen for this pathetic act. He wanted nothing more than to rip her mask off right then. But then he remembered his true goal. To find the man pulling her strings. He didn't need to investigate. All he had to do was play along like he did before his rebirth, and let her lead the man straight to him. Hanfeng's cold expression melted into a smile. I was just teasing you. I'll wait for your answer. I'll bring the food over tomorrow. Hye-Na's face lit up instantly. Really? Hanfeng, you're the best. I'll head back now. We can talk online later. Hanfeng put on a concerned voice. Okay. Be careful. And don't catch a cold. The moment she turned away, a cunning smile spread across Hye-Na's face. She was clearly plotting something. Back at Hanfeng's apartment, his phone blew up with messages from her. Hanfeng, what are you doing? You said you'd bring me supplies 2 days ago. When are you coming? Why won't you answer me? But Hanfeng couldn't care less. He was calmly enjoying a hot meal. In this freezing weather, nothing beat a warm plate of food. Over the past few days of experiments, he had confirmed 2 critical facts. First, meat couldn't be expanded indefinitely. Second, vegetables, like beans, could be reused infinitely. Previously, whenever he sprouted beans, he would save half the seeds for the next batch and eat the rest. Applying that same principle, he tried an experiment with meat. Under the effects of 2 special lights, half a piece of meat combined with a few beans would regenerate into a full piece. He then used this newly grown meat for the next experiment. And the results were perfectly stable. After countless tests, Hanfeng was certain he would never have to worry about food again. Suddenly, the TV broadcast blared to life. Good morning, viewers. Day 19 of the Great Disaster. My current location is Puhai Island, a mere 78 kilometers from the equator. The average temperature here is a bone-chilling -42 degrees. The entire island is being swallowed by ice and snow. You can literally watch the ocean freeze over with your own eyes. Experts report the thickest ice sheet is already 55 centimeters. It's now clear that nations near the equator are suffering just as much as anywhere else in this catastrophe. Hanfeng thought to himself, the reality is 100 times worse than what they're showing on the news. Suddenly, a massive explosion rocked the area. He pulled back the curtains to see what was happening. This was the 7th blast so far. Military helicopters swarmed the skies, throwing the entire district into a state of utter panic. Down in the parking garage, residents were bartering for essential supplies and food, but the desperation was leading to price gouging and heated disputes. Hanfeng checked a message in his group chat. It said that residents in need were lining up in the garage to receive aid. He decided to head down and check out the situation for himself. The scene shifted to the garage. Hanfeng shivered from the biting cold. It was absolutely freezing. He thought, if it weren't for gathering intel, he'd never have come down here. Before his rebirth, a riot had broken out in this very complex, but he never knew the exact cause. This time, he was determined to understand the root of the problem to avoid future risks. The atmosphere in the garage was incredibly tense. One furious resident roared, I donated several crates of supplies at the beginning, and now, you tell me this pathetic amount of food? Shui. You, the man in charge, tried to explain. Everyone is receiving an equal share. The man's anger boiled over. Then give me back the supplies I donated. But Shui Yu stood firm. I'm sorry, sir, but we can't. Return donated goods. We are still in the middle of a disaster. I hope you can think about the greater good. Once this catastrophe is over, I'll personally pay you back out of my own pocket. How does that sound? But the man wouldn't budge. Who knows when this disaster will end? I just want the supplies I gave you. People in the back of the line started shouting. Are you serious right now? The man said he'd pay you back. Show some respect. It looks to me like you're just trying to get more for yourself. Take the food and get lost. We're all waiting to eat. Don't hold things up. Yeah, what's wrong with you? You already donated it, and now you want it back? Have you no shame? That's right. The committee members are already having a tough time. Get out of here, you fat bastard. Hanfeng just smirked. It was clear. The committee had no intention of returning any supplies. They were using moral pressure to guilt people into donating more. Utterly shameless. Suddenly, Ziyi appeared, sighing dramatically. I've never seen someone so shameless in my life. It was him. Little brother? Hanfeng asked with a friendly smile. What a coincidence. Long time no see. How have you been? Ziyi gave a bitter laugh. I'm still alive. Just feeling a bit weak and confused is all. Hanfeng was baffled. And you call this still alive? Just then, Ziyi's stomach let out a loud growl. He sighed. Lately, I've been surviving on tap water. It's been rough. Hanfeng was shocked. You don't have any supplies at all? Ziyi recounted his story, his voice filled with regret. I wanted to help my neighbors, so I donated a huge amount of my supplies to the committee. Now, my own food has run out. The disaster is still going on, and the rations they hand out are barely anything. If I had known, I would have kept more for myself. Hanfeng made a sincere offer. Could you give me a little hand with something? Ziyi looked surprised. It's just that simple? Hanfeng nodded. Yeah. I'll give you 4 boxes of instant noodles and 2 sausages. Don't complain, it's not much. My own stash is running pretty low. Ziyi was so moved his eyes turned red. Brother, you're just making an excuse to give me food. I'll never forget this kindness for the rest of my life. Hanfeng smiled and patted his shoulder. We're brothers. Don't be a stranger. Ziyi nodded firmly. Shuzuo, don't you worry, little brother. You can count on me for this small task. Hanfeng instructed him. Thanks, brother. Come by my place a little later to pick up the stuff. Ziyi left, looking cheerful. All right, I'll go get my rations first. Then, Hanfeng thought smugly, with just a few packs of noodles and sausages, he'd gained an informant. He felt a little guilty, but in times like these, who wouldn't want to just relax on the sofa, eating good food and playing games? Suddenly, Hye-Na appeared and slapped Hanfeng hard across the face. She screamed, Hanfeng, you've disappointed me so much. Why do you keep ignoring my messages? Hanfeng's temper flared. The unprovoked slap, on top of all their past grievances. He thought to himself, does she think I'm some kind of pushover? Hye-Na continued to berate him. Are you deaf or dumb? Can't you hear me? Hanfeng took a deep breath, trying to control his anger. Sorry, Hye-Na. Here's what happened. Hye-Na was stunned. What? They were stolen? Have you looked for them? Hanfeng scratched his head, putting on a pitiful act. I left the supplies by my door to grab, my keys, and when I turned back, they were gone. I've looked everywhere, but there isn't a single clue. Hye-Na asked worriedly. So, do you have any supplies left? Hanfeng replied in a weak voice. Not much. I'm down to 1 meal a day. How many more days can you last? Hye-Na smirked, her intentions painfully obvious. That's perfect. If you only eat once every 2 days, then you can easily spare half for me, right? That way, we can survive this disaster together. Hanfeng was stunned. He thought to himself, I never knew she could be this shameless. In her eyes, he was nothing more than a tool. Still, he agreed. Fine. A promise is a promise. We'll split it, 50-50. Hye-Na's face lit up. Really? Thank you so much. Then she added, so, can you go grab it for me now? Hanfeng shook his head. Wait until tonight. I'll text you after I get my place sorted out. Hye-Na nodded and turned to leave. All right, I'll be waiting for your message. I'm heading back now. You should get going too, before you catch a cold. Hanfeng waved, a cold smile playing on his lips. As night fell, Hye-Na's messages started flooding in. Hanfeng, can I come over now? Are you there? Do you have my supplies ready? I'm already in the lobby of your floor. Aren't you coming down? I'm freezing. She shivered, huddled outside and muttering to herself, Hanfeng. What on earth is that bastard doing? No reply to her texts. No answer when she called. Don't tell me he's flaking on me again. The building's elevator was out of service too. Frustrated, Hye-Na started climbing the stairs, cursing under her breath. Damn you, Hanfeng. If it wasn't for those supplies, I would never lower myself to this. I'm exhausted. I've barely eaten anything for days. She was finally getting close when suddenly, the emergency lights went out. Out of the darkness, something slammed down right onto Hye-Na's head. It was a black plastic bag. A moment later, Hanfeng appeared, looking flustered. Hye-Na, I'm so sorry. I totally fell asleep. The second I saw your texts, I grabbed the supplies and rushed down here. I never expected the lights to go out like that. I bumped into the railing and lost my grip on the bag of flour. Hye-Na shrieked in fury. Are you an idiot? How could you mess up something so simple? This is disgusting. Hanfeng just smiled, handing her the bag. Here. This is what I prepared for you. He added in a low, steady voice. These are all the supplies I have left. Trembling, Hye-Na took the bag, eyeing its contents with deep suspicion. Isn't this all moldy? It looks like garbage. Hanfeng scratched his head, putting on an embarrassed act. This is all I have left from rationing my food. Hye-Na's brow furrowed in disbelief. How can anyone eat something this filthy? Hanfeng replied nonchalantly, if you don't want it, give it back. Hye-Na immediately clutched the bag to her chest, terrified he'd take it back. Who said I don't want it? He thought to himself. And this is the goddess I once risked everything to chase after. Hye-Na dug through the bag, inspecting the contents. The outside is a little dark, but the inside should still be good. I'll just have to cut off the bad parts. Oh, you're giving me the flour too. This is great. There's still half a bag left. Hanfeng smiled, his voice laced with a hidden meaning. This garbage will be enough to give her a stomachache for days, he thought. Then, as if offering a friendly reminder, he said, You can't really shower in this weather, you know. You should probably just hang that flower up somewhere. Suddenly, Hanfeng spotted a figure lurking in the shadows behind her. He quickly ducked into a corner, waiting. As the silhouette drew closer, he lunged out and pinned the person against the wall. You're asking for death. But his eyes widened in shock. It was just a young girl. Hanfeng's voice was stern. Hey, were you following me? What do you want? The girl remained completely silent. So she's not talking, huh? He thought. He decided to threaten her. If you don't start talking, I'll strip you of your clothes right here. But the girl didn't even flinch, her gaze unwavering. Hanfeng stood up with a sigh. Fine, have it your way. I'll let it slide this time. Just hurry home and stop messing around. But just as he turned to leave, the girl grabbed his arm. Hanfeng froze, surprised. What now? He asked. Don't just stare at me like that. If you're not going to say anything, I'm leaving. In response, the girl simply pointed, gesturing for him to follow her. Hanfeng was baffled. She wants me to follow her? The scene shifts to the girl's apartment, where Hanfeng stared, absolutely dumbfounded, at a massive, neatly organized stockpile of supplies. You prepared all of this? Don't tell me. You knew this disaster was coming, didn't you? The girl simply nodded, her eyes sharp as ice. Her voice was low and steady. Qi Bing, he announced it in the group chat. Hanfeng was floored with admiration. So, you're the one they call suburbanite. That's incredible. But why bring me back to your place to tell me all this? Does this mean you've been monitoring me this whole time? The girl didn't deny it. Her gaze was direct and unapologetic. Hanfeng stammered awkwardly as she suddenly started taking off her jacket. Whoa, hey, don't just start taking your clothes off. It's hot, she replied flatly. Panicked, Hanfeng rushed to stop her. No, that's not what I meant. Stop, don't take anything else off. Just put your jacket back on. Once she was fully clothed again, Hanfeng pieced it together. So, it's because you saw me stockpiling so many supplies before the blizzard hit. That's why you got suspicious and started watching me. So your main goal in all this was to see if we could potentially work together? The girl said nothing. Instead, she suddenly crawled over him. He blushed furiously, stammering, Hey, what do you think you're doing? She reached past him and pulled out a generator. Teach me how to use this, she demanded. After a quick tutorial, the generator successfully roared to life. Hanfeng nodded. There, that should do it. Got it? He asked. Is there anything else? Without a word, the girl pointed at the water heater. Patiently, Hanfeng explained again. You adjust this dial for hot water, but remember to turn it off completely when you're done. Your food needs to go in the freezer. And you should take it out of the packaging to save space. He sighed. You've got everything all over the place. Don't just stand there, give me a hand. You have to be extremely careful when using a gas stove. Watch me closely. You need to let enough gas out before the flame will catch properly. A hot meal was finally ready. He watched the rice cooker, waiting for the green light, a small sign of normalcy. Moments later, a surprisingly lavish meal was set on the table. Hanfeng spoke. All right, let's eat. He then muttered to himself with a wry smile, feeling like he'd somehow become a full-time babysitter. My self-control is just too weak. The girl stared at him, her eyes filled with confusion. Hanfeng quickly explained. I'm just kidding. I'm exhausted, he said. After we eat, I'm heading back. But as he turned, he saw the girl had already slumped onto the table, fast asleep. Hanfeng shook his head, completely helpless. How can someone fall asleep right after finishing a meal? He gently lifted her onto the sofa, covering her with a blanket. She's just like a child, he thought to himself. With that, Hanfeng quietly left. The scene shifts to the next morning, as a knock on the door awakens him. The girl from yesterday stood at his door with several boxes. "These are for you," she said. Hanfeng was stunned, thinking she was being far too generous. "This is too much," he said. "Is there something else you need?" The girl simply pointed towards his generator. "Could you teach me how to use it one more time?" Hanfeng couldn't refuse. After several days, he realized his neighbor was incredibly innocent. She lacked many basic survival skills, but she was an eager student, pulling him over to her place every day to teach her the essentials. Looking at the meal she'd prepared, Hanfeng sighed. "Well, your cooking has definitely improved. Still," he thought, "even for this kind of food, people are fighting to the death for it. In the old world, even a dog might not eat this." A thought suddenly struck him, and he turned to ask, "You know, I never actually got your name." The girl replied with a confident voice, "I am the envoy of the Evil Eye King." Hanfeng immediately regretted asking. "Let's just pretend I never asked." The scene cuts to the parking garage, where the air is thick with tension. An argument explodes as one man screams, "On what grounds does this piece of trash get to collect supplies? Give it here." Others lunged forward, scrambling for the resources. "Those supplies are mine," someone yelled. "Who can prove they belong to you?" The crowd grew more aggressive, attacking each other over the scraps. "Give me back my supplies. You talk too much. I'll kill you. Get out of my way. This is all mine." Just then, Jiang Shuio appeared. He coldly switched on a loudspeaker, blasting a piercing sound. "Have you all had enough of fighting? Is it not pathetic? Beating each other bloody over the last remaining scraps of food." The crowd immediately turned on him. "You've got some nerve. Because of your donation plan, my entire family has only received 1 pack of instant noodles in days. That's right. If we don't fight for it, we'll starve to death." Jiang Shuio replied calmly. "Let me think. So because the distributed supplies aren't enough, and donations have dwindled, your solution is to steal what little is left. What you're all saying is laughable. With that logic, maybe you deserve to starve?" One man's voice rose in fury. "Everyone, think carefully. Who is truly responsible for this situation?" Jiang Shuio picked up a loaf of bread and crushed it in his hand. "Let me remind you, this bread used to cost a few coins. But the hoarders drove the price up by tens, even hundreds, just to squeeze you dry. They divided a single slice of bread into 5, even 10 pieces to sell. In the end, they got rich off this disaster. And you all not only spent every last coin you had on this food, but now you're fighting amongst yourselves for the leftovers. Isn't that pathetic? They're the ones hoarding supplies. They're the ones maliciously inflating the prices. And yet, we are the ones left to starve to death. Is that fair? So what should we do now? Shouldn't we unite?" The crowd began to stir, ignited by Jiang Shui's words. "Let's go take back the supplies that belong to us." "He's right. This is completely unfair. Why should they live in comfort while we starve to death? Yeah, it's their fault we're in this mess. Damn them. It's not fair." Jiang Shuio smiled, his eyes gleaming with calculation. Beside him, Li Ziyi shook his head. "These people have gone insane. Something terrible is about to happen." Back in Hanfeng's room, his phone buzzed. A text from Li Ziyi. "Brother, things are bad. These people have lost their minds. They're going to loot the supplies." Hanfeng quickly typed back, "Who are they?" Li Ziyi replied, "It's that guy, Jiang. He's inciting the other residents to rob people for their food. They're breaking down doors one by one." A sense of dread washed over Hanfeng. Right now? Li Ziyi's warning came through. "They have weapons. If you can, you need to hide. Do not confront them." Hanfeng immediately sprang into action. "I got it. You stay safe too." He couldn't believe how fast the situation had deteriorated. He had prepared 2 guns for emergencies, but against an organized mob. If his own stash of supplies were discovered, he feared those crazed neighbors would tear him to shreds. Hanfeng grabbed a few items and began to rig a small trap. "First, I need to make some preparations," he muttered. Suddenly, the entire building plunged into darkness, followed by panicked shouts. "The power's out. Has anyone contacted management? Look, the building across from us is dark too." Hanfeng looked out the window. Every signal was dead. He poured gasoline into his generator, thinking, the blizzard combined with the heating must have overloaded the power grid. A blackout was inevitable. With the heavy snow and freezing temperatures, any chance of repairs was practically zero. Impossible. This blackout, this loss of connection, felt terrifyingly permanent. If the landlord couldn't restore power, this place would become a living hell. The scene shifts to 30 minutes earlier. Lena Lee was eating noodles, sitting across from a wealthy fat cat. He boasted about his stash of supplies. I spent over 500,000 on all this, he bragged. I even auctioned off a portion of it. Those desperate paupers fought each other for a chance to buy from me. He gloated, his hand creepily caressing Lena. She offered a sweet smile in return, her mind racing with cold calculation. The fool thought that with enough supplies, she'd be his obedient little pet. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside. A loud voice echoed through the hall. What's the situation on this floor? I remember all these units were occupied. You guys, get this door open first. Drag that bastard out here. The rich man stepped outside to investigate the noise. Who's making all this racket in the middle of the night? Whispers turned into furious murmurs. Confirm it for me. This is the guy who bought up supplies from dozens of families. Are you sure this is the right apartment? I remember now. It's him. He's the one who jacked up the prices in the crowd. No more hesitation. Break it down. Without another word, the mob unleashed its fury on the door. The force of the impact sent the rich man stumbling back as his door flew off its hinges. Waiting for him in the darkness were silent figures armed with makeshift clubs. Meanwhile, Hanfeng remained completely oblivious to the chaos unfolding on the other floors. He was still engrossed in his homemade generator. Though he'd gotten the machine running, he couldn't connect it to the security system he'd rigged to his door. Strange. Why isn't there any power? Hanfeng stared blankly at his voltage tester. Suddenly, a loud pop erupted from the connection point, nearly catching him in the blast. The acrid smell of burnt electronics filled the room. Hanfeng sighed, muttering, "If only the internet was still working, this would be so much easier." Just then, a knock echoed from his door. Hanfeng approached cautiously, peering through the peephole, reminding himself that his door was heavily fortified. Through the peephole, he recognized a familiar face, the little girl with glasses. "Choo-choo? What is it this time?" he asked. "Help," she replied simply. Hanfeng felt a flash of irritation, but as he moved to open the door, a chilling memory from his past life surged forward, freezing him in place. "I just heard there are people breaking into apartments. You need to go back to your own place." "I'm not opening the door," he said, his voice firm and final. The girl stopped knocking, but she didn't leave. Instead, she curled up against his door, her small frame trembling uncontrollably. Before long, a new group stormed Hanfeng's floor from the stairwell, their intentions clear. They were here to borrow food. One of them yelled, "Hurry up, before another crew beats us to it." A different voice chimed in with a question. "How many families are on the 18th floor?" The other man replied with chilling indifference, "Who cares? We just bust in." The loud voices caught the girl's attention. From the stairway, several thugs emerged onto the landing, muttering amongst themselves. "Looks like this floor is empty," one of them sneered. "That means these 2 apartments are ours for the taking." He laughed, pleased by the deserted hallway. He turned to his crony and commanded, "Give me the crowbar." The other thug casually tossed it over. Weapon in hand, the leader began his little act, knocking gently on the door. "Hello? We're here to deliver some supplies," he called out in a sickeningly polite voice. "Is anyone home?" But inside, Hanfeng had already pulled the girl into a corner, clamping a hand over her mouth to stifle any sound. Sensing someone was inside, the thugs dropped the act. They began smashing at the door, but Hanfeng's entrance was reinforced with solid steel. It held firm against the furious blows. "Don't be scared. My door is reinforced," Hanfeng whispered, trying to calm Choo-Choo. Outside, the thugs twisted the handle and slammed their bodies against it, but the door wouldn't budge an inch. Furious, they gnashed their teeth. "What is this door made of? Kicking it does nothing," one of them suggested. "Maybe we should just break through the wall instead." The leader clicked his tongue in annoyance. "Forget it. Just mark this apartment. We'll be back." As the thug's footsteps faded, Hanfeng let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he'd had the foresight to reinforce the door with a 5-centimeter steel plate and a sturdy new lock. It was only then that he realized he was still holding the terrified Choo-Choo tightly. He quickly let her go. "Are you okay?" he asked. "I was just worried they'd hear us and—" The girl just nodded. "Thank you." Before he could explain further, Hanfeng pressed his ear to the door, listening intently for a moment. "Looks like they're really gone," he confirmed. "Just wait until I finish fixing this. If they dare to kick my door again, I'll give them a real shock." As he spoke, he went back to work on the wiring with his pliers. Seeing this, Choo-Choo asked curiously, "What is that?" "It's an electric anti-theft system." "You wouldn't get it," he replied dismissively, grumbling. "Why is this piece of junk so hard to fix?" But with just a single glance, the girl understood the entire mechanism. It's an anti-theft trap that uses the difference between current and voltage. Cut the power, wrap the bare wire around the insulated doorknob, connect the ground wire to the handle, and then turn the power back on. Hearing this, Hanfeng followed her instructions step by step. He checked it with his voltage tester, and the light lit up. He was stunned. It actually worked! How did you know all that? He asked in disbelief. She replied calmly. The evil king's true eye can see through all things. Hanfeng quickly waved his hand. Fine, I'll stop asking. While packing his things, he said, if you need my help with something, just say it. I'm busy. Ignoring him, the purple-haired girl pulled a pile of junk from her coat. He repeated himself. Hey, I'm talking to you. She replied, the evil king's true eye will rest here. Hearing this, Hanfeng was stunned and immediately refused. Are you kidding me? Absolutely not. You need to go back. Now. He took a step towards her, but his foot caught on a stray wire, sending him crashing into the coffee table. Ouch, that hurts, he yelled instinctively. But a second later, he realized there was no pain at all. Instead, the coffee table had become impossibly soft. Staring blankly at his palm, which was emitting a purple glow, Hanfeng was utterly shocked. Wait a second. A purple light. Could this light have made the table soft? And the toolbox too? This means the purple light can soften objects. Hanfeng looked sheepishly at the claw hammer in his hand. It was now as limp as a cooked vegetable. But he quickly remembered he wasn't alone. Chu-Chu was still in the room. He shot a panicked look at the girl, cursing his own carelessness. But contrary to what Hanfeng expected, Chu-Chu's eyes were sparkling. She looked at him as if she'd just found a long-lost ally. She chirped happily, "You're also an emissary chosen by the evil king's true eye?" Hearing this, Hanfeng was completely bewildered, having no idea what fantasy she was living in. Still, he quickly covered one eye and decided to play along. Ah, that's right. I'm also a subordinate chosen by the great evil king. That's why strange things happen around me sometimes. He silently thanked his lucky stars for the girl's wild imagination, which made deceiving her so easy. After hearing his explanation, Chu-Chu burst out laughing. Fellow emissaries should help each other out, so we'll just share this resting place. We can split the rooms. I'm a girl, so naturally, I'll be staying with you. Hanfeng was flustered, about to object, but he never got the chance. The purple-haired girl had already dashed into the back room and slammed the door shut. Hey, I never agreed to this, he yelled out, but could only sigh in defeat, wondering if this place had become the evil king's new headquarters. In the end, he just decided to ignore her. His thoughts returned to the purple light from before. Its effect was to make things soft, but maybe that wasn't his only type of light. Could he have other, undiscovered powers? The purple light appeared when he tripped on the wire and fell. Replaying that moment in his mind, Hanfeng focused, trying to reactivate the purple light. And just as he'd hoped, two purple specks of light appeared in his hand. They looked like two blobs of jelly. Hanfeng was thrilled to see the light reappear on command. Looking at the now limp electrical wire in his hand, he realized the purple light even worked on metal. To explore further, Hanfeng walked into the kitchen, grabbed a meat cleaver, and prepared to experiment. He activated the purple light once more. In moments, the cleaver in his hand went limp like a wilted leaf. Hanfeng was astonished to see even solid steel turn into a soft, jelly-like substance. Time passed, and soon, a pile of distorted objects lay before Hanfeng, all tested. With his softening light, he realized the longer he used the purple light, the softer the object became, but there were no other changes. This power is basically a neat but useless trick, Hanfeng said, disappointed. In his frustration, he suddenly thought to combine the green light and the purple light on the cleaver. What happens if I mix these two lights? He muttered to himself. Instantly, the limp cleaver snapped back to its normal state. It was even shinier than before, polished enough to be used as a mirror. Amazed by the transformation, Hanfeng glanced at a box of tissues nearby, and a bold idea sparked in his mind. He tried shining both lights on a single tissue, transforming it into a super durable material. No matter how hard he pulled, the tissue wouldn't tear or bend. At that moment, Hanfeng finally began to understand the effect of combining the green and purple lights. Their interaction created a new energy. It was far more powerful, capable of changing the very structure of matter in a unique way. So that's how it works. The mixed light can change an object's durability. Calling it hardness is a bit of an understatement, he murmured, stroking his chin. Speaking of hardness, Hanfeng's eyes lit up as an idea struck him. It was impossible to tell what wicked plan was forming in his head. Meanwhile, back with the thugs, they were hauling heavy bags of supplies. One of the underlings spoke up nervously. "Boss, you're not really planning to turn in the stuff we looted, are you?" Hearing this, the blonde leader gritted his teeth. "Like hell I am. There's barely enough for us to eat. If I turn it in, we'll have to share with all those old women and kids. Why should we? The underling agreed, but the boss warned him. Still, we have to keep this between us. If anyone else finds out, we're finished. Suddenly, the henchman spotted something on the wall. He yelped in terror. Hey, boss, look, behind you. Seeing the pure fear on his subordinate's face, the blonde leader curiously turned to the wall and saw numbers, counting down from 18 minutes, moving across the surface. He stared, baffled, unable to understand why the wall was shaking. Before he could process what was happening, something suddenly burst forth from within the wall. A grotesque face lunged toward him, letting out a low moan. Then, two hands stretched out from the strange creature. It looked ready to claw its way out of the wall at any second. Witnessing the horrifying sight, both thugs were frozen in terror. Terrified, the men screamed in unison, "A ghost! There's a ghost!" then scrambled to escape down the stairs. But this phantom was just Hanfeng in disguise, scaring them off. Damn it, I can't breathe. He grunted, twisting his body back and forth. It took every ounce of his strength to finally pull his face out of the wall. He was nearly suffocated, plastered against the solid surface. That was exhausting. After catching his breath, Hanfeng began using his ability again. This time, he infused the structure with light to increase its hardness. To test it out, Hanfeng grabbed a sledgehammer, muttering to himself, "Time to test the durability. Let's begin." He swung his arm back, smashing the hammerhead directly into the wall. After pouring all his strength into it, the wall was left with only a few faint scratches. Looking at the result, Hanfeng couldn't help but admire his own power. Incredible. I couldn't even chip off a tiny piece. Meanwhile, in the basement area of the building, the scavengers who went out for supplies had returned to turn in their haul. One man spoke up hesitantly. "Many of the homeowners are out of food. This is all I could find. I'm sorry." The person opposite him took out a pen and paper to log the items. Suddenly, another man grabbed him from behind, twisting his arm and slamming him to the ground with a furious shout. "Where did you hide the bags of food you stole?" the blonde-haired youth screamed, unsure if the man was guilty or not. But the older man loudly protested his innocence. "Who's hiding anything? Everything I scavenged is right here." The blonde didn't believe a word of it. He twisted the man's arm even harder. "Don't play dumb with me. I clearly saw you take 3 large bags, but you only turned in 1. The man cried out in agony. "It hurts. You must have seen wrong. I swear I've turned in everything I had." Seeing the man refuse to confess, the blonde punk exploded with rage, raising his fist. "Is that so? Looks like a good beating will make you honest." But before he could land the blow, Zhang Shuio stepped forward to stop him. Seeing who it was, the blonde punk lowered his voice. "Mr. Zhang, why are you back so soon?" Zhang Shuio maintained a calm expression. He helped the young man up, speaking softly. "Could you let him go first? Whatever the issue is, we can talk it out." The man in the hat suspected someone in the group was hoarding everyone's food. He announced confidently, "I know what's going on here. Just leave it to me. All right?" His words instilled trust, and the others agreed. The blonde released the older man. He couldn't resist adding with a sneer, "Consider yourself lucky. I'm letting you off on Mr. Zhang's account." Zhang Shuio helped the older man to his feet. He asked gently, "Are you all right?" The man stammered a reply. Under the pressure of the sharp questioning, he finally admitted to hiding the food and revealed the exact amount. "I'm sorry, Mr. Zhang. I have 5 mouths to feed at home. It's truly not enough. That's why I had to do it." But Zhang Shuio didn't scold him. Instead, he pulled a box of crackers from his own pocket and offered it to the man. "Take this. It's my ration for the day." The gesture stunned the older man. "Mr. Zhang, what is the meaning of this?" Zhang Shuio replied calmly, "The rules are the rules. All supplies must be turned in and divided equally. But I understand your difficult situation. Please, take this for your family." This act of generosity moved the old man to the brink of tears. He bowed his head in gratitude. "Thank you. If you ever need anything, just ask for me. I'm Old Wang." He then left the area, his heart filled with immense gratitude. Zhang Shuiye turned to the others. "Everyone, you've collected your supplies. You should head back now." Hearing this, the others quickly said their goodbyes, scattering to escape the biting cold. Zhang Shuiyo also picked up 2 bags of food and returned to his own group. The twin brothers, Jin Taiwen and Jin Taiwu, were curious. "Mr. Zhang," they asked, "how did you make him hand everything over? And why did you give him your own food?" Zhang Shuiyo just smiled. "I simply explained a little bit of reasoning to him." Seeing everyone's curious gazes, he elaborated. Throughout history, most conflicts and riots break out because of conflicting interests between different classes. Actions like hoarding are often seen as a collective behavior, As long as they aren't caught in the act, participants feel they won't be condemned. I told him that if he breaks the rules now, he won't just face legal punishment later, he'll also face the immediate revenge of those he wronged. The people around him nodded in understanding. So, that's how it was. From a distance, an old man named Liu Guangyao watched Zhang Shuio quietly. He thought to himself that, in a chaotic crowd like this, a leader always emerges. This kid, he mused, is not so simple. He took a deep drag from his cigarette to warm himself, then turned to leave. Meanwhile, Hanfeng, completely unaware of what had just happened, was still engrossed in testing the hardness of his reinforced materials. As he struck a pane of glass, a powerful recoil jolted his arm. Satisfied with the results, he was about to continue when he was drawn by a knock at the door. Hanfeng wondered, who could that be? Peeking through the peephole, he saw Li Huina. She was shivering as she spoke. Hanfeng, it's me. I've been thinking clearly these past few days. True feelings are revealed in times of crisis. Only someone who truly loves me would sacrifice everything for me unconditionally. The words were chillingly familiar to Hanfeng. He had heard them once before. In his past life. The memory of her and her lover setting a trap for him surfaced, and veins bulged on his forehead. Her words were identical to that fateful day, which meant that outside the door, besides her, was the man. They were there too. Finally, the moment had arrived. Hanfeng's first thought was to kill the couple on the spot. A murderous intent surged through his veins, but some instinct screamed at him to wait. Hanfeng paused, forcing himself to think clearly. Hold on, right now, they're hidden in the shadows, and I'm exposed. If I don't land a fatal blow instantly, they could kill me instead. If I use the electricity, I'd have to trick them into touching the doorknob at the same time. That's nearly impossible. Besides, I have no idea how strong the shock would be. Calm down, Hanfeng told himself. This is the moment you've been waiting for. You have to keep a clear head. The biggest threat isn't Hye-Na, it's the mysterious man lurking in the dark. Therefore, I need to go out, to pinpoint his location before I strike. But how can I find him from inside the apartment? Hanfeng frowned, searching his memories. Soon, a useful detail surfaced. That man. He must be hiding in the blind spot right behind my door. So, probably right about here, Hanfeng muttered. It might take a moment, but this is definitely doable. As he spoke, he activated the purple light on the wall, causing it to soften. Meanwhile, Hye-Na, completely unaware that Hanfeng was preparing to ambush her, continued her act outside the door. Hanfeng, are you still in there? Please, open the door for me, she pleaded pitifully. At the same time, the mysterious man clutched his baseball bat, waiting for Hanfeng to appear so he could land a fatal blow. But when no one came to the door, he turned to ask, Hey, is this kid really worth all the trouble? Hye-Na whispered. He still has plenty of supplies. Plus, I just remembered. He bought a whole cart full of stuff right before the disaster. In that case, this guy can feed us. For several days, the man chuckled, clueless that the wall right next to him was softening from the inside. Something shaped like a hammerhead began to protrude from it. Hey, do you hear that sound? The man asked. What sound? Hye-Na wondered. I think I hear something behind me. As he spoke, he turned his head to look. But before he could get a clear look, something smashed directly into his face, sending him flying backward. Hye-Na screamed in terror. Hey, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me. Before she could even react, Hanfeng's door suddenly burst open. As Hye-Na watched in horror, Hanfeng appeared, fire extinguisher in hand, spraying a cloud of foam directly at her. Stop spraying, Hye-Na yelled, covering her face as she inhaled the fumes, choking and sputtering. When the smoke cleared, she saw the man, who came with her crumpled on the ground, half his teeth missing. Help! Help me! He rasped weakly. Seeing this, Hye-Na panicked. But before she could move, Hanfeng shot out a hand and grabbed her by the hair, yanking her back painfully. In a panic, she abandoned the man, spun around, and ran for her life, screaming, Help me! Watching her flee, Hanfeng didn't bother to chase. He just sighed. She runs pretty fast, huh? Then, he turned his gaze to the man struggling to get up. Who told you that you could stand? Hanfeng snarled, kicking him hard in the stomach. The man doubled over in pain, vomiting bile. Just as he was about to land another kick, the blonde thug quickly put up a hand to block him, gasping, Wait a second, do you have any idea who I am? If you dare touch me, he tried to threaten him, completely oblivious to his situation. Hearing this, Hanfeng sent a punch straight into his jaw. So what if I touch you? He shot back. I don't care who your daddy is, I'm still gonna beat your ass. With that, he followed up, with a brutal knee to the gut. Only after taking a beating did the blonde thug realize his threats were useless. Terrified, he pleaded, "Bro, wait, I have no beef with you. Why are you?" Before he could finish, Hanfeng's rage intensified, and he landed another punch to his face. "That's what I want to know. How much is my life worth to you? Why did you want to kill me? Why? Tell me why?" Hanfeng roared in pure fury, his fist crashing down with every word. He didn't stop until the blonde thug's face was a swollen, unrecognizable mess. Hanfeng then bent down and picked up the bat. The man knew he wouldn't be spared. All he could do was cry silently. As Hanfeng screamed, "Give me a reason." "A reason? You wanted to play games, right? Let's play." Then he brought the bat down on the man's head, sending a spray of blood across the floor. "Did you need a reason when you tried to kill me?" Hanfeng said with contempt. After a few seconds, a wave of nausea rose from his stomach, and he threw up on the ground. So this is what it feels like, to take a life for the first time. Suddenly, a loud noise from behind him caught his attention. Hanfeng spun around to find the girl, Luli, standing by the door. She'd been there the whole time. Seeing him notice her, she asked casually, "Need any help?" A short while later, the two of them were sitting across from each other, as if nothing had happened. What shocked Hanfeng was the purple-haired girl's attitude. Despite the horrific scene, she wasn't scared at all. "This girl is terrifying," he thought. "It's best if she doesn't stay in my apartment." Trying to get her to leave, Hanfeng said, "Those people might come back for revenge at any time. You'll be in danger if you stay here." But the girl just replied coolly, "Don't worry about me. I want to stay here." Hanfeng gritted his teeth, frustration boiling over as he tried to reason with her. "It's too dangerous here. We could both die. You know." The girl just shot back a playful look, her eyes sparkling. "Wang Zhenyan will help you." And with that, she breezed back to the bedroom, acting as if she owned the place. Hanfeng snapped, grabbing her arm. "Stop messing with me with those cryptic words. I'm talking about survival." But the girl just nonchalantly opened the door and slipped inside, leaving Hanfeng standing alone in the hall. The scene cuts to the basement, where supplies are being handed out. A loudspeaker blares through the crowd. "Those who have received provisions, please make way for those who haven't." The people pushed and shoved desperately. Among them was Hye-Na, eating while checking off information. Number 601, Building 4, single-person household. Someone behind her questioned it. Didn't apartment 601 already get their share? Hye-Na paid no attention to the whispers. Her mind was racing, thinking about last night. Hanfeng never came back. The question tormenting her was, why did he suddenly collapse like that? Could it be that Hanfeng had set some kind of trap? Even more unsettling, when he opened his door, there was a faint light and warmth, as if he had a generator running. Was it possible Hanfeng had prepared for this ice apocalypse from the very beginning? He probably had a huge stash of other supplies too. Damn it, that bastard, she fumed, angry that he had prepared in secret, without telling her, even fobbing her off with useless items. A fire of determination ignited within her. She had to check his apartment. The more she stewed, the angrier she got, unconsciously biting hard into her food. Suddenly, she bumped into a man in a black coat. He lit up in surprise. "Wait a second, aren't you Hye-Na?" Another man in a blue jacket chimed in with a sleazy invitation. "We've got a heater going in the lobby of Building 5. Come warm up with us for a bit." But Hye-Na was lost in thought about Hanfeng's secrets. She had no time for these guys. "No thanks, I'm going home," she said, turning to leave immediately. But the man in blue refused to give up. He grabbed her arm. "Hold on, I have plenty of food. Come stay at my place, for a few days. You know, I've always liked you." He leaned in close, his predatory intentions sickeningly clear. Hye-Na clicked her tongue, in disgust. "Get lost. What do you take me for? Who would want your garbage?" She ripped her arm away. "But," his face twisted with contempt, "playing hard to get? You have the gall to fraudulently claim supplies, thinking no one saw you?" He squeezed her wrist, making her cry out in pain. She struggled, but his grip was like a steel clamp. "You dare pretend to be one of the management committee members? You want me to teach you a lesson?" he threatened. The commotion began to draw a crowd. Fraudulently claiming supplies? Did I hear that right? I think they're talking about her. Terrified of being exposed, Hye-Na screamed. "Let me go!" She smashed her food into his face, sending crumbs flying. The act enraged him, his eyes turning bloodshot. He raised a heavy flashlight to bring it down on her skull. But before he could act, someone lunged forward, and a sharp slap sent him sprawling. "You don't bully women." "That's not right," a firm, female voice declared. The one who intervened was Nurse Kim Ji-yeon. After decking the guy, she turned to Hye-Na with a worried expression. Are you all right? Are you injured? Do you feel any discomfort? Hye-Na quickly replied, No, I'm fine, thank you. Kim Ji-yeon seized the moment. This is my card. If you feel unwell at all, you should come find me. She handed Hye-Na a piece of paper. It read, Head Nurse Kim, top nurse at the 2nd Municipal Hospital. Flu, 1,000 units of supplies. Fever, 2,000 units. External wounds, 5,000 units or more, depending on severity. Staring at the note, Hye-Na felt a heavy weight in her chest. She barely had enough to eat. How could she afford medical care? Besides, the man's accusation left her desperate to just flee. She forced a smile. No need, but thank you. At that moment, the man, Kim Ji-yeon, had shoved down, scrambled up. He grabbed the nurse by her collar and threw her to the ground. You damn bitch! Who told you to get involved? You think I won't kill you? He roared, raising his hand to strike her. But his cowardly attack on another woman pushed a young man past his breaking point. Before the bully's hand could fall, a powerful arm grabbed his collar and hurled him to the ground again. The one who stepped in was none other than Li Ziyi, Hanfeng's best friend. Staring down at the trembling man, Li Ziyi sneered. In my life, there's nothing I hate more than a man who hits a woman. Just then, Zhang Shuio arrived, drawn by the disturbance. The crowd parted ways for him, calling out in relief. Brother Zhang is here. Seeing Zhang Shuio, the man in blue immediately started pointing fingers. Brother Zhang, this woman faked her identity to get supplies. I personally saw her conspiring with those price gougers earlier. Hiding behind Li Ziyi, Hye-Na weakly defended herself. I didn't. Hearing her, Li Ziyi's fury reignited. A woman beater. Like you has no right to accuse anyone. He moved to teach the scumbag a lesson, but Zhang Shuio grabbed the man's collar first. What do you think this management committee is? Protecting the weak, making sure everyone can eat. That is our responsibility. The man trembled and apologized. Brother Zhang, I was wrong. Zhang Shuio let him go, but not without a stern warning. If there's a next time, you're out. Turning to Kim Ji-yeon and Li Ziyi, he smiled warmly. I'm sorry you both had to be alarmed. The thing I was saying, so you two really didn't reconsider? Disgusted, Li Ziyi turned his back on them. I have no interest in looting. I'd rather starve than join you. Kim Ji-yeon also politely refused. I'm sorry, Mr. Zhang. I just can't accept this. But if you have any patience, I'll still be willing to help. Zhang Shuio nodded, though he was disappointed he couldn't persuade them both. Just then, Hye-Na tried to use her charms on Zhang Shuio. Mr. Zhang, can I join your group? Honestly, I've admired you for a long time. I just never had the chance. But things are different now. We have plenty of time. She moved closer, but Zhang Shuio was clear-headed. He pushed her away and said sternly, You've misunderstood. One of them can fight, and the other can heal. As for you, what skills do you bring to the table? I'm sorry, but right now, you aren't valuable enough for my team. Seeing her looks had failed, Hye-Na thought for a moment, then made her move. Mr. Zhang, what if I told you I know where to find supplies? Hearing this, Zhang Shuio stopped in his tracks and turned to look straight at her. Meanwhile, in Hanfeng's private room, the young man was grumbling. I've told you so many times already. It has propellers. It's a triangle, a square, and it has a camera. Hanfeng stared intently at the little girl, Chu-Chu. At that moment, a spatial rift opened in the palm of her left hand. Chu-Chu reached her right hand inside, searching for something. Did you find it? Hanfeng asked excitedly. But what she pulled out was a mannequin from a clothing store. Hanfeng's eyes widened. Isn't that a mannequin from a fashion display? How is that even close to my description? Sighing, Hanfeng thought to himself, this schoolgirl has a special spatial storage ability. She can open a black hole in her chest and suck everything inside. The problem is, it's easy to put things in, but a nightmare to get them out. Her success rate for finding the right item is ridiculously low. Thinking this, Hanfeng warned her, if you can't find it soon, my apartment is going to be filled with junk. What's it like inside that black hole anyway? A virtual space? Or do things get moved around? The little girl shook her head. I've never explored it, but I'm sure the space is huge. Hearing this, Hanfeng's interest was piqued. So, could I stick my head in and help you look? Sure, Chu-Chu replied instantly. Hanfeng slowly moved his face toward the spatial rift. Her hand was moving around freely inside, so it couldn't be that dangerous. Right? His curiosity got the better of him. Hanfeng's heart pounded with nervous excitement. In the blink of an eye, his entire head was swallowed by the void. On the other side, Hanfeng found himself inside a mysterious dimension, where countless objects floated weightlessly before his eyes. he muttered to himself. Heh, as expected of an ability user. She could clean out the entire East District supermarket in a single night. But searching in here is like finding a needle in a haystack. He suddenly realized everyone's theories about who cleared out the supermarket were completely wrong. But his excitement was short-lived. Hanfeng's eyes turned bloodshot as drool trickled from his mouth. There was absolutely no oxygen in this space. Unable to bear it, he yanked his head out, coughing violently. After about 10 seconds of gasping for air, he yelled at Chu-Chu, "Why didn't you tell me there's no oxygen in there? My skin feels like it's about to crack, and my body feels totally dehydrated." The cute girl just shrugged. "How was I supposed to know? My hand is fine when I put it in." Just then, Chu-Chu's hand brushed against something. She cheered, "I found it." Hanfeng saw the item clearly and beamed with joy. "Whoa, that's it. I can't believe it's real." Chu-Chu continued rummaging around and pulled out something else. "I found some other things too." Hanfeng turned curiously, only to see countless cardboard boxes of all sizes. "Huh? What are all these?" he wondered. The scene shifts to the stairwell, leading to Hanfeng's floor. The two thugs he'd scared off before were back, but the terrifying memory made them tremble. The blonde one stammered, "This 18th floor is seriously creepy. Are we really going up? We're not going to run into another monster, are we?" The one with glasses, who wasn't there before, looked at his partner with contempt. "It's the 21st century. You still believe in ghosts? Mr. Zhang gave us this investigation because he trusts us. We can't let him down." He tightened his grip on the crowbar in his hand, but his words did little to calm the other man's fear. "What if that girl was lying to Mr. Zhang?" the leader snapped. "Cut the crap. Trust Mr. Zhang's judgment. Let's get this done quickly, and head back." The scene cuts back to Hanfeng, where the actions of all three thugs were being streamed live to his phone screen. It was coming from a camera he had placed earlier. Seeing them appear, Hanfeng wasn't surprised. So, they finally came. "Good thing I set up that surveillance camera." He began his second plan. "I'm going to start a fire. When I get back, you need to get out." As he spoke, he pulled a lighter from his pocket. Chu-Chu nodded in agreement. Hanfeng stepped out, holding a stopwatch. He thought to himself, "The timing has to be perfect." Meanwhile, the three thugs were completely unaware they were being watched, arrogantly marching toward Hanfeng's room. Suddenly, a loud noise echoed through the hall, startling the two henchmen. "Hey, did you guys hear that up ahead?" the leader asked. The dark-haired man trembled. Could this place really be haunted? Suddenly, flashes of light erupted from the stairway above. They were toy cars. Toy cars. Rigged with fireworks. A massive explosion rocked the area, choking them in a cloud of dust and debris. A panicked voice screamed out, "Where are you? My eyes are on fire." Screams of chaos echoed everywhere, but Hanfeng's assault was far from over. A drone suddenly appeared, carrying a massive explosive. The whir of its propellers grabbed everyone's attention as the gang leader screamed in terror. "Run for your lives!" The whole crew scrambled downstairs, but the drone stayed locked onto them. Hanfeng commanded, "Get closer, then drop it. They need to be taught a lesson." As the drone closed in, the gang leader swung a crowbar wildly, cursing as he struck. "Get the hell out of here!" Hanfeng panicked, shouting a warning. "Careful! Don't let them break the drone." Shushu quickly swerved the machine to evade the attack. But a propeller still got clipped by the crowbar, sending the drone wobbling. Hanfeng yelled anxiously, "Get it under control. This is the only one we have." In the nick of time, Shushu maneuvered the drone out of the building just as the explosive detonated in midair. But the impact had damaged the propeller, and the drone began to lose altitude. Hanfeng urged, "Find a place to land. Quick, don't let it crash." Shushu fought the controls, managing to land the drone safely, just outside a stairwell window on one of the floors below. Hanfeng was resolute. "I'm retrieving it, right now. That drone was critical. Get my gear ready for the outside." But through the drone's camera, Shushu spotted something wrong. "Wait, there's a body in the stairwell." Hanfeng froze, his curiosity piqued. "Zoom in. Let me see." On the screen lay the body of Li Ziyi. He was stunned. "Isn't that Brother Li? How did he end up there? Was he shot?" Sweat beaded on Hanfeng's forehead. "I have the key. Don't open that door for anyone," he ordered. "Open the safe. We're moving out." Shushu handed him a walkie-talkie. "Thanks." He took it, tucking it into his jacket while chambering around in the gun he'd prepared, hoping he wouldn't have to use it. Flashlight on. Hanfeng stepped out cautiously as Shushu fed him intel over the radio. 17th floor, all clear. 16th floor, clear. 15th floor, clear. The moment he was outside, the brutal cold hit Hanfeng like a physical blow. According to the drone's sensor, it was negative 49 degrees Celsius. Without protection, a person would freeze to death in 30 minutes. The image of Li Ziyi flashed in his mind, and Hanfeng moved faster, determined to make this quick. Down in the basement, a man with blonde hair and glasses reported to the ever-gentle-looking Zhang Shuiyo. That's the situation. If you're planning on heading up, you need to be careful. Across from him, Zhang Shuiyo nodded while taking notes. I understand. Thank you for your hard work. He then turned to a man beside him and ordered, First, give them 3 sets of clothes and boots. The subordinate replied, Right away. The 3 thieves were overjoyed at the news, thanking Mr. Zhang in unison. He replied humbly, It's the least I can do. We will not let your contributions go unrewarded. After speaking, he casually handed them 3 packs of instant noodles, making the men nearly drop to their knees in gratitude. Dong Than, one of the men, repeated, Thank you, Mr. Zhang. Hye-Na witnessed the scene and approached him with a question. Mr. Zhang, can I officially join your group now? Zhang Shuiyo's reply was ice cold. No, he explained. First, we haven't verified if your friend was truly responsible for this incident. Second, if old Liu hadn't seen the supply runner with his own eyes, I wouldn't believe you either. After saying his piece, he turned to the group beside him. He commanded, Let's all head upstairs and see for ourselves. Everyone responded in unison. Preparing immediately, Kim Tae-man grabbed a steel pipe and handed it to Hye-Na. He told her, Whether your information is true or not, I expect you to prove your worth in the actions to come. With Zhang Shuiyo leading, the group ascended to the 18th floor. On their way, they found Li Ziyi passed out on the staircase. Kim Tae-man shouted, Sir, look, it's Li Ziyi. They rushed over, pouring hot water into his mouth, which scalded his lips, but it was enough to wake him. Recognizing Zhang Shuiyo, Li Ziyi spat out a mouthful of phlegm. Kim Tae-man exploded with rage. What's with the attitude? The boss just saved your life, and you can't even say thank you. Li Ziyi just smirked. Thanks? If you want to thank someone, thank the people you robbed for their supplies. Stop pretending to be heroes. Kim Tae-man was furious, but Zhang Shuiyo raised a hand to stop him, smiling. Mr. Li, I sincerely invite you to join us. Only by uniting can we survive this Ice Age catastrophe. Li Ziyi didn't hesitate, pointing a finger straight in his face and shouting, Zhang Shuiyo, don't think I don't know what you're scheming. Giving people 1 meal every 3 days? That's just letting them starve to death slowly. I grew up with nothing. Your little mind games won't work on me. From the stairwell above, Hanfeng heard every word Li Ziyi said. A chill went down his spine. 1 meal in 3 days. This proved Zhang Shuiyo had absolutely no regard for human life. He thought to himself, to recruit the young and strong, the council is forced to take in the old, sick, and disabled too. If this continues, internal conflict among the committee members is inevitable. Meanwhile, Kim Tae-man had lost his patience. He lunged forward, grabbing Li Ziyi's collar. Li Ziyi, don't push your luck. Are you joining us or not? If not, then get lost. Stop blocking the way. In response, Li Ziyi swung a powerful punch, sending Kim Tae-man sprawling to the ground. He said coldly, And what if I don't move? Seeing this defiance, Zhang Shuiyo sighed and signaled to the thugs behind him. They raised their weapons, slowly closing in on Li Ziyi, but he stood his ground, unafraid, roaring, Bring it on! I'll take all of you alone. Are there any brothers left who admire Brother Li's courage? Watching from above, Hanfeng saw Li Ziyi's desperate situation. A cold dread filled him. This is bad. Brother Li is at his limit. I have to help him. But a glance at the sheer number of enemies made him pause. No, there are just too many of them. But Brother Li had done so much for him. He couldn't just stand by and watch him die. His decision made, Hanfeng pulled a pistol from his coat, and after a moment's thought, started moving down. Li Ziyi remained defiant. Do whatever you want. Just then, a gunshot echoed through the air. A bullet struck the ground right at Jin Taiwan's feet. His face went pale as the crowd erupted in panic. A gun! That was a gunshot. How is that even possible? Hanfeng charged down from above, aiming his weapon at the thugs. Silence, he roared. Nobody move a muscle. Seeing Hanfeng and the gun, Li Ziyi's eyes widened with worry. Little brother, you. Meanwhile, Zhang Shuiyo remained silent, his expression thoughtful. Hye-Na slowly backed away, trying to get out of the line of fire. Hanfeng actually showed himself, she thought. But how does he have a gun? Ignoring their shocked reactions, Hanfeng pulled a key from his pocket and tossed it to Li Ziyi. It's the key to my place. Take it. We're getting out of here. Li Ziyi snatched the key out of the air, and they both began to back away. The goons turned to Zhang Shuiyo, awaiting his command. Mr. Zhang, what do we do now? But before they could make a move, Hanfeng fired another shot at their feet. I said, he warned, his voice like ice, drop your weapons and get on your knees, now. Not daring to resist, the thugs dropped their weapons one by one and knelt. Hanfeng's voice was firm. Brother Li, let's go. Anyone moves, and I'll shoot. With that final threat, the two retreated up the stairs. Once they were gone, Zhang Shuiyo finally rose to his feet. Does anyone know who that was? He asked. Hye-Na answered. That's Hanfeng. We were on our way to his apartment. Jin Taiwan exploded with rage. Why didn't you tell us he had a gun? Your bad information almost got us all killed. Hye-Na looked flustered. I just found out myself. Seeing the look on her face, Zhang Shuiyo knew she wasn't lying and stepped in to calm Jin Taiwan down. Enough. I believe she has no reason to deceive us. But think about it. Everyone, if he has a gun, doesn't that mean he must have supplies? His words were like a spark in the darkness. Greed ignited in the thug's eyes, instantly burning away the fear they had felt just moments before. Could he be the one driving up the price of supplies? Zhang Shuiyo recalled what Uncle Liu had told him, suddenly certain that Hanfeng was the person he'd met. Turning back to Zhang Shuiyo, Jin Taiwan's greed returned. Brother Zhang, are we still going with the plan? But a flicker of fear remained. What if he starts shooting? Zhang Shuiyo just smiled, full of confidence. No. If he was willing to kill, he would have done it already. I doubt they can stay holed up in that room forever. Still, he recognized that dealing with a man with a gun wouldn't be easy. He decided to put their raid on hold for now. Gentlemen, the plan has changed, he announced. We'll return and prepare some safety measures. Then, we'll come back and take room 184. Back at room 184, Li Ziyi fumbled with the key. Sorry, little brother, he mumbled. My hands are shaking a bit. Hanfeng was completely calm. Don't worry, it looks like they didn't follow us. Hearing that, Li Ziyi took a steadying breath and finally slid the key into the lock. As the door swung open, a wave of warm air washed over them. It's so warm, Li Ziyi whispered, stunned. He only snapped out of it when Hanfeng prompted him. Come on in, brother. Stepping inside, Li Ziyi was left speechless by the sight before him. The room had a heater, a generator, and an unbelievable amount of supplies. Little brother, what in the world is going on with your apartment? He asked in astonishment. Hanfeng just scratched his head. It's a long story. Just then, Chu-Chu emerged from another room. Where's the drone? She asked. Hanfeng's face fell. I forgot it. Li Ziyi looked on, curious. What drone? 2 hours later, over a hot meal, Hanfeng and Chu-Chu explained everything. Li Ziyi was blown away. So that's how it is. This is as crazy as a Hollywood movie. To predict the blizzard and prepare this many supplies ahead of time. He sighed in admiration. It seems studying hard really does pay off. Hanfeng looked a bit embarrassed. I'm sorry, brother. I was afraid of the news about my supplies getting out, so I couldn't tell you the truth before. Li Ziyi wasn't angry at all. Instead, he gave a deep, sincere bow. Thank you, little brother. If it weren't for you, I would have starved to death by now. You've treated me with nothing but kindness and generosity. Hanfeng got flustered. Brother Li, don't say that. You've helped me a lot too. Come on, eat more. I have plenty of food. Li Ziyi was so moved his eyes turned red. Little brother, you're truly a good person. Setting the emotional moment aside, Li Ziyi began sharing what he knew. Little brother, the situation in the complex has changed completely. Do you remember the text I sent right before the blackout? Ever since that day, that guy Zhang has been using so-called collectivism as an excuse to rob everyone of their supplies. Some people went along with it, but others, like me, couldn't stand it. When we left his group, he acted like he didn't care, but behind everyone's back, he sent Jin Taiwan to take care of us, claiming it was to reduce potential threats. A memory sparked in Hanfeng's mind. Wait, is Jin Taiwan the twin brother of those two college students? Li Ziyi nodded his head emphatically. That's right. The way those guys are built, it's like they were born for this kind of work. Having lived through so much already, Hanfeng wasn't too surprised. No wonder their little management committee grew so fast. But their methods are absolutely disgusting. Seems like this number 3 guy won't be easy to deal with, he remarked with a frown. Li Ziyi gave him a cryptic smile. Just like you said before, what goes around, comes around. Then he asked, and guess who they tried to rob next? Hanfeng's interest was piqued. Who? Li Ziyi grinned. Li Zhenghao, the former heavyweight boxing champion. Hanfeng couldn't help but laugh. Don't tell me. The committee got completely destroyed, didn't they? Li Ziyi's eyes twinkled as he finished the story. It wasn't a total disaster for them, But that guy Zhang was too concerned about saving face to ever admit what really happened. But it was a complete failure. He urged his men to keep throwing their lives at Li Zhenghao, but they were utterly crushed. From that incident, Li Zhenghao gained 2 new followers. One was Zheng Yongyu, an old fan of his who practiced boxing for years and was known for his speed. The other was Zhang, a devoted follower with a monstrous build and innate, superhuman strength. Li Ziyi explained that this group, built on Li Zhenghao's reputation and his 2 followers, had become a real force in the community. And they absolutely despised the hypocrite, Jiang Shueyo. To redirect the conflict, Jiang Shueyo schemed to steal their supplies. After hearing this, Hanfeng guessed. So, trying to recruit me was just a last-minute decision, right? Li Ziyi nodded. Yeah. Before I passed out, I was heading upstairs to warn you they were coming to rob us. Understanding the full picture, Hanfeng grew thoughtful. No wonder Jiang Shueyo wanted to win Brother Li over. It seems his own side isn't as stable as it looks. Suddenly, a sharp knock echoed from the door. Li Ziyi panicked. What was that sound? Yanxi glanced at the security monitor. Alert. We have visitors. Through the camera, Hanfeng saw Jiang Shueyo's crew advancing on his apartment. Jiang Shueyo gave the order, everyone, make sure your protective gear is secure. Realizing the danger, Hanfeng stood up. I'm going to electrify the door. Li Ziyi was horrified, while Yanxi tugged on his shirt, saying, I smell sulfur. Hanfeng froze. Sulfur? Boom! A series of massive explosions erupted outside, sending Li Ziyi tumbling onto a chair, crying out in pain. The room shook violently. Hanfeng seethed. They dare to blow up my home. Yanxi calmly held up her phone, analyzing the situation. They're likely using localized explosives, nothing too powerful. Hanfeng was surprised. You even know about that? Li Ziyi cursed under his breath. Those bastards. Checking the camera, Hanfeng spotted something unusual. He exclaimed, Wait a minute, Li Hye-Na is with them. She's part of the attack. He let out a cold laugh. Haha, so she's the one who led Jiang Shueyo here. He quickly gave a command. Everyone, get away from the door. Li Ziyi was stunned but obeyed instantly. A moment later, a blood-curdling scream rang out from outside. A man who had touched the door was being electrocuted, convulsing on the ground. The others panicked. What's happening? The man on the floor gasped. The door. It's electrified. Jiang Shueyo's face hardened as he watched his subordinate twitching. After a moment of thought, he ordered Jin Taiwen to place explosives at the joint between the door and the wall. Use 2 packs this time. Jin Taiwen complied, planting 2 bombs on either side of the door. Boom! A violent explosion ripped through the air, but the wall only cracked. The door stood firm, completely undamaged. The goons were shocked. Sir, we still can't break through. Jiang Shueyo, hiding behind a shield, shone a flashlight to inspect the damage, scowling. The explosives are fine. This kid was prepared for us. His resolve hardening, he commanded. This time, use 3 charges right where. I pointed. If it still doesn't budge, double the amount. Today, Jiang Shueyo swore he would tear Hanfeng's home apart. Inside, Hanfeng and Li Ziyi were piling everything they could find against the door, panting from exhaustion. Boom! An even more ferocious blast shook the room, sending objects flying everywhere. Hanfeng yelled, Brother Li, are the explosions getting louder? Li Ziyi couldn't hear him clearly and shouted back, What did you say? Suddenly, Hanfeng heard a strange noise from outside. He looked around, trying to find the source. What is that sound? Li Ziyi pointed at the wall in terror. Brother, the wall. The wall's been breached. The men, outside, were exploiting the cracks, striking them hard, and making the wall groan. Li Ziyi screamed, Get something to block it. Hanfeng looked worried. It's useless. Another blast will just make the crack bigger. He turned to Li Ziyi. Quick, move everything away. I have a plan. Li Ziyi was stunned. Move things now? Just then, Yanxi stepped forward. I'll help. The 2 men stared blankly. Li Ziyi was in disbelief. Are you kidding me, kid? Go back to your room and hide. Yanxi ignored him, raising a hand as a black hole materialized. Li Ziyi's jaw dropped. Holy mother! What is that thing? Yanxi lifted the swirling void, and in seconds, every single object blocking the door was sucked away, leaving the 3 of them standing alone. Yanxi spoke. It's done. Li Ziyi was terrified. That's horrifying. It swallowed everything. Before he could even recover, he saw Hanfeng rush forward, his hands glowing with a purple light. Li Ziyi was speechless. Huh? Hanfeng placed his hands on the wall, and the purple energy spread. he thought. First, I'll soften the wall like last time and see if I can reshape it, but I have to control the range, or the hardening process will take too long. Once the energy was sufficient, Hanfeng focused. Now, he switched to his left hand, and a blue light radiated outwards. The wall by the door was restored to its original state. Hanfeng relaxed, thinking to himself, this method works. The purple and blue light don't just reinforce, they can also repair. Li Ziyi was amazed. Incredible, brother, is that magic or a superpower? Hanfeng was at a loss for words. It's hard to explain. Suddenly, Yanxi screamed, get down! Boom, boom, boom. A deafening series of explosions echoed as the three of them dropped to the ground, covering their ears. Hanfeng stared at the wall. I just reinforced it, and it's already cracking again? Yanxi, sensing the vibrations, calmly stated, they're targeting the main facade now. Hanfeng gritted his teeth. Repairing it is useless at this point. Then, an idea struck him. He turned to the others with a serious expression. I have a dangerous idea. Can you guys trust me one more time? Yanxi nodded. Li Ziyi sighed. We've come this far. I'll just spit it out. Hanfeng's voice was firm. Do exactly as I say. Outside, the men continued to set off explosions. The wall finally gave way, and its protective layer crumbled. Seeing their chance, they reminded each other to be careful as they prepared to loot every last supply, every corner. The thugs agreed. Hiding behind his shield, Jiang Shuio stammered, careful. They could be waiting to ambush us. They stormed the apartment, searching for supplies. The kitchen was their first target, but it was empty. One of them reported back, Brother Jiang, living room's clear, no supplies here. Jin Taiwen emerged, holding a cardboard box. Brother Jiang, all I found was trash, and this box of seeds. Jiang Shuio scoffed. Seeds? Those are useless to us. He then roared. Li Hye-Na. Damn it, woman, did you lie to us? Terrified, Hye-Na pleaded. I didn't. Maybe he hid everything in his room. Taking her word, the group crept toward Hanfeng's door. One of them warned, stay sharp, I don't want to eat a bullet. But the second, the door creaked open. A foot shot out. Li Ziyi sent the first thug flying, his face slamming hard against the doorframe. Ugh! Li Ziyi kicked the door fully open, shouting, get the hell out of here. Just then, Hanfeng appeared, gun in hand. While Li Ziyi held two of them down, Hanfeng aimed his pistol at the rest of the mob. They panicked. Brother Jiang, watch out! A shot rang out, aimed straight for Jiang Shuio, but Jin Taiwen raised his shield just in time. All of you, get out now, Hanfeng roared, or I won't go easy on you. Jiang Shuio replied smoothly. Go easy? When have you ever done that? He began his manipulation. You hoarded supplies, abandoned the collective, and left the other residents to suffer. His voice turned sharp and accusatory. We are here today to demand justice. But Hanfeng ignored the speech, keeping his aim locked onto Jiang Shuio. If you have any conscience, Jiang Shuio continued, hand over the supplies. Unity is the only way we'll survive this apocalypse. Hanfeng's brow furrowed in disgust. Unity, he thought. Just a fancy word for moral blackmail. He saw the hungry, wolf-like desperation in their eyes. He knew that words were useless against them now. They just need a target for their rage, he realized. But if I play this right, I could become their leader. Hanfeng finally shouted, What nonsense are you spouting? With what eyes did you see supplies in my home? Hiding behind a shield, Li Hye-Na shot back. You definitely hid them. I know you did. Her greedy nature was on full display as she shrieked. The last time I was here, you had a heater running. You even had lights on. If you don't fess up, you can just wait here to die. Enraged, Hanfeng fired a warning shot right at her. Hye-Na screamed and ducked in terror. She shrieked. Ah, you'd shoot a helpless old woman? Hanfeng seethed. Li Hye-Na, how dare you still say things like that? Seizing the moment, he spun his own story. If you hadn't tricked me into trading my supplies for worthless seeds, I wouldn't be in this mess right now. His words immediately stirred the crowd. Jin Taiwen, falling for the lie, turned on Li Hye-Na, cursing. Damn you, old hag. Are you playing us for fools? Hye-Na frantically tried to defend herself. No, that's not it. I swear I'm not lying. Jiang Shuio stepped in to stop the infighting. There's no need to argue. I have a simple way to confirm the truth. He pointed towards Hanfeng's room. A few of you, go inside and check. Then, turning to Hanfeng, he asked politely, Mr. Han, you wouldn't object to that, would you? Hanfeng kept a perfectly innocent face. One of the thugs went inside, then reported back confused. Brother Jiang, there's nothing in here but trash. and a little girl. Right on cue, the little girl looked up with wide eyes and called out, "Big brother." She then ran straight to Hanfeng, burying her face in his leg and crying pitifully. "Big brother, I'm so scared, and I'm so hungry." Hanfeng played his part perfectly, patting her head. "Don't be scared. Once they're gone, I'll find something for you to eat." The heart-wrenching scene made the thugs hesitate. They turned their anger back on Hye-Na. "Damn it. We wasted our whole day on this? Where's the food? Where are the supplies?" Jiang Shuiyo's voice was cold. "Miss Li, I believe you owe us an explanation." Even with 100 excuses, Hye-Na had nothing to say. She could only stand there in silence. Jiang Shuiyo admonished her with a self-righteous tone. "Now that it has come to this, you need to give everyone a clear explanation." The crowd roared in agreement. "Yeah. Explain yourself, or we'll kill you." Furious and terrified, Hye-Na stammered, I really didn't lie to you all." Even as she pleaded, her mind was racing. How did this happen? What went wrong? Her suspicion fell on Hanfeng and the girl. It has to be him. He must have tricked me somehow. He's the one who put me in this corner. With a trembling hand, she aimed her flashlight, shining it directly into Hanfeng's eyes. She lunged from behind the shield, snatching the gun from his hand. Temporarily blinded, Hanfeng couldn't react as she aimed it at him, screaming, "Where did you hide the supplies? Tell me." From behind the door, Li Ziyi yelled, "Brother, watch out." Hye-Na was trembling, but she pressed on with her threat. "You're the one playing tricks, aren't you? Tell me the truth, or I'll shoot." The entire crowd held its breath, waiting. A pitiful, defeated smile crossed Hanfeng's face. He played the victim. "The truth? The truth is you took everything from me a long time ago." Li Hye-Na snapped, her body shaking with rage. "You're lying! You damn liar! I'll kill you!" Suddenly, a metal pipe flew through the air, striking her arm and sending the gun clattering to the floor. Jin Taiwen and another thug grabbed her, twisting her arms back. "You despicable witch!" Hye-Na struggled wildly. "Let me go! I wasn't lying. Everything I said was true." Hanfeng's eyes darted to the gun on the floor. He knew he had to get it back. He moved to grab it, but Jiang Shuiyo was faster. The man coolly picked up the pistol. Hanfeng looked up, a wave of unease washing over him. The two men locked eyes, a silent clash of wills. Jin Taiwen grabbed a fistful of Hye-Na's hair. "So you thought you could lie to us?" He raised his club, ready to strike, screaming, "Take this!" But Jiang Shuiyo stopped him. "That's enough." His voice was firm. "The Residence Committee is not some violent mob. We don't administer punishments here." He then pressed the gun under Hye-Na's chin, but his tone was surprisingly gentle. "Even though you deceived us, everyone deserves a chance to correct their mistakes." Turning to Hanfeng, he sounded apologetic. "Mr. Han, I am truly sorry for what happened today." Hanfeng was wary, certain Jiang Shuiyo would keep the weapon. But to his surprise, the man held the gun out to him. "We are all victims in this situation," he said softly. "I will explain everything later." Hanfeng was stunned. He slowly took the weapon back, his eyes filled with confusion. Jiang Shuiyo then made his offer. "I sincerely invite you to join our residence committee." To join. Without waiting for a reply, he continued, "You don't have to decide now. Think it over." He then turned to the crowd, announcing, "Come back tomorrow for supplies. Just let me know what you decide." After the crowd dispersed, Hanfeng and Li Ziyi stood bewildered in the now empty room. The space had been completely cleared out. Li Ziyi asked with concern, "Hey man, are you all right?" Hanfeng collapsed onto the sofa, utterly drained. He let out a deep sigh of relief. The show is finally over. Later, the three of them gathered around the living room table. Hanfeng was sprawled out comfortably. Li Ziyi chuckled. "Haha, I can't believe that kid had a room upstairs." Hanfeng was soaking it in. "Yeah, it's huge. Way nicer than my place." He sat up, ready to lay out his master plan. "Okay, here's what we do. First, hide everything valuable in the house, but leave out a few trash bags and some empty packaging. Bro, Li, open the windows. Let the temperature drop fast." Li Ziyi's jaw practically hit the floor. "What the hell are you planning?" Hanfeng picked up his gun. "We make it look like we've got no food. Let them break in, only to find nothing." Back in the present, the living room was overflowing with a feast. Hanfeng explained between bites. "Jiang Shuiyo put on such a huge performance. If he goes back with nothing, the people are going to get restless. They'll demand a scapegoat. Crow someone weak. But since I have a gun, all the blame is going to fall on Hye-Na." Li Ziyi jabbed a finger, arguing excitedly. "But there are so many of them. Even with a gun, it's not safe, is it? What if they just take it from you again?" Hanfeng answered bluntly, "That's the worst-case scenario." His brow furrowed in thought. After getting the gun, Jiang Shuio will probably play nice to protect his precious image. But Li Ziyi pressed. What if he just shoots you? Hanfeng raised a single finger, a confident smirk on his face. The gun only had one bullet, and I already used it. Li Ziyi stared in awe, then gave a thumbs up. You're a genius. You let him take the gun on purpose. Hanfeng struck a cool pose. You could say it was all part of the plan. Li Ziyi leaned back, stuffed from the meal. So what's next? We lay low and act poor? And make a quiet living? No, Hanfeng corrected him sharply. Our real mission is to bring down the committee. The scene shifts to the underground parking garage. People are busy with their assigned tasks. A man shouts, "Form a line!" No pushing. Jiang Shuio is handing out supplies. A grateful woman nudges her child. Say thank you to Uncle Jiang. The little kid obediently replies, Thank you, Uncle Jiang. As he continues the distribution, everyone is focused on their share. No one notices two shadows flit past the warehouse corner, vanishing without a trace. Behind a door, two young men are planning a heist. Did you check the warehouse entrance properly? One asks. Relax. The other reassures him. I check it every single time. They're completely unaware that Hanfeng and Li Ziyi are hiding nearby, holding their breath. Li Ziyi whispers into Hanfeng's ear. Hanfeng strokes his chin, deep in thought. Based on my recon, Li Ziyi reports, the first 4 floors have been completely cleared out. Floors 5 and 6 are locked down by committee staff and their families. No way up. That means the warehouses have to be on floors 7 and 8. Li Ziyi grips a baseball bat. He takes the lead. Hanfeng follows close behind. Okay, the warehouse has to be above the 5th floor. If there are guards, you create a distraction, and I'll knock them out with the bat. No guns. Li Ziyi nods. Got it. The two of them, bats in hand, cautiously scout the area, but everything is eerily quiet. Li Ziyi is suspicious. Strange. There's nobody here. Maybe they're on a meal break, Hanfeng suggests. Still, the higher we go, the weirder this feels. The 7th floor is completely deserted. Stay sharp, Hanfeng warns. Arriving at a sign for the 7th floor, he asks, Are you positive the supplies are on these 2 levels? Ziyi answers hesitantly. Well, given how things are, I can't be 100% sure anymore. His eyes scan the area, taking in the strange, silent surroundings. A deep sense of unease begins to creep in. It's one thing for there to be no guards, but there's not a single soul in sight. Doesn't this feel way too weird? Ziyi turns to Hanfeng to give him instructions. All right, I'll take the left. You check the right. If you find anything, yell. Hanfeng gives a quick nod. Okay. They split up, beginning their search of the floor. Hanfeng moves cautiously, checking his surroundings. He scans ahead and behind him, letting out a quiet sigh of relief. I really thought we'd have to fight our way up here, he thinks to himself. Turns out, there's nothing. This is just a simple recon mission. His mind flashes back to their earlier discussion at the reception desk. Hanfeng had analyzed the situation. The committee has too many members. We can't take them on in a direct fight. The only way is to bring them down from the inside. Ziyi had put down his bowl of rice, looking confused. Okay, so how do we do that? A grin spread across Hanfeng's face, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The committee's power comes from one thing, their supplies. If we can find that stash, and let the evil king empty it out, the entire committee will collapse overnight. Back in the cold, silent hallway of the present, Hanfeng presses on. He scans his surroundings, reminding himself to stay alert. Easier said than done, he thinks. Who the hell knows which room they're using? I can't let my guard down. Someone could appear at any moment. Just then, he glances back in Ziyi's direction and catches a glimpse of a dark figure ducking in and out of view. It's at the far end of the hall, almost as if it wants to be seen. Hanfeng rolls his eyes at the childish prank. Seriously? He thinks. But then, a thought occurs to him. Wait, did he actually find something? However, as he gets a clearer look, the color drains from Hanfeng's face. Cold sweat beads on his forehead. He calls out, his voice trembling with disbelief. Bro, didn't I warn you this might happen? Don't you see what that looks like? A trap? Xu Yi, who had just discovered a supply depot, asked naively, but the sign here definitely says it's a warehouse. Hanfeng, with his sharp instincts, immediately sensed the sinister plot behind it all. He sighed at his friend's gullibility. Ziyi pointed at the lock. They even left the key in for us, he said, clinging to a sliver of hope. Maybe someone just forgot it, he mumbled. Let's check it out. But just then, Hanfeng spotted something wrong. He quickly grabbed Ziyi's hand. Wait, Hanfeng clicked his tongue, pointing to a thin wire wrapped tightly around the lock. It was stretched between the key and the doorknob. A classic tripwire, he explained. Ze's eyes widened in shock. You're right. Hanfeng's voice turned grim. We have to be extremely careful. They could have rigged this place with bombs. Who knows what's waiting for us behind that door? He suddenly recalled their earlier chat about checking the storage rooms. He realized this must be the trap they'd been warned about. Ze nodded slowly. You've got a point, kid. Hanfeng's gaze sharpened as he pointed. Whatever you do, don't touch anything. Just knowing this room's location is enough for now. Let's check the next floor. Ziyi pursed his lips and nodded. They moved on, whispering their plans as they went. We just need to pinpoint the supply room, Hanfeng said, and find a safe way in. Ziyi was impressed by his sharp thinking. He couldn't help but nod in admiration of Hanfeng's strategy. Just then, a nearby door creaked open, and two men stepped out. They were deep in a conversation about supplies. We need to go check that door again, one of them said, holding a bat. Hanfeng stayed cool, raising his voice as he walked past. We're gonna take every last bit of their supplies. Suddenly, the air went still. All four of them locked eyes, frozen for a heartbeat. The critical situation dawned on them instantly. Hanfeng and Ziyi bolted, running for their lives. The other two took off after them, yelling, "Get back here! Stop!" After a desperate sprint, they finally put some distance between them and their pursuers. Hanfeng and Ziyi leaned over, gasping for air. But out of nowhere, another man charged from behind, swinging a club right at Ziyi's head. Hanfeng's reflexes were razor-sharp. He screamed a warning. Ziyi, look out! Move! Quick as a flash, Hanfeng threw his arm up, blocking the devastating blow. Humph! Before Li Ziyi could even react, all he heard was a cry of agony from their attacker. Seizing the opening, Ziyi drove a powerful kick straight into the man's groin. The attacker went pale, doubling over with a strangled scream. Damn you, Ziyi growled. He turned to Hanfeng, urging him on. Kid, let's go. Run. And just like that, the two of them were gone in a flash. They raced down to the floor below, slamming the heavy door behind them and throwing the bolt to block their pursuers. Hanfeng, panting in a panic, turned to his friend. You said no one was around when you found the supply room. Ziyi was just as bewildered. How was I supposed to know? He remembered how they weren't even allowed on this floor before. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from downstairs. Hanfeng's face went pale. Crap, someone's coming up. Trapped between a rock and a hard place, they whispered frantically. Hanfeng suggested, let's head upstairs first. It's gotta be emptier up there. Ziyi agreed with a nod, and they scrambled up to the 8th floor. The air was cold and still. Every door was shut tight. Hanfeng was trembling, trying to bite back the pain as he clutched his arm. Li Ziyi looked at him, his voice filled with concern. Kid, your arm? Hanfeng groaned in pain. I think it's broken. He carefully peeked outside, clutching the injury. First things first, we need to find a place to hide. Now. Suddenly, Li Ziyi's eyes went wide. He stammered, pointing behind Hanfeng. Kid, behind you. Hanfeng turned around, confused. Behind me? What is it? Instantly, a massive hand clamped over his mouth. A powerful force yanked him backward. Caught completely off guard, all Hanfeng could manage was a muffled cry. He was dragged straight into a darkened room. He struggled, but it was useless. Hanfeng was thrown backward, his head slamming against the floor. His legs flew up as he cried out in pain. Ah! The door slammed shut, plunging them into darkness. Hanfeng gritted his teeth against the searing pain from the fall. A strange man stood over him, bundled in a heavy coat. Outside, Li Ziyi pounded frantically on the door. Hey kid, are you okay in there? Hang on, I'm coming to get you. Just hang on! The mysterious man stepped closer, his voice cold as ice. What are you two doing here? Wincing in pain, Hanfeng tried to sit up. Ah, we came for supplies. The man responded by brutally stomping on Hanfeng's hand. He ground it into the floor without a shred of mercy. Is that so? He growled. Hanfeng let out a blood-curdling scream of agony. Huh! The more he screamed, the more pressure the man applied. In the dim light, his face was finally visible. An old man with a wild gray beard. The old man let out a cold snort. Do you take me for a fool? You deliberately skipped floors 5 and 6. You must know something about the council. Hanfeng grimaced in pain, glaring at the man. You've been following us this whole time? The man sneered at the word. Following? His voice dripped with menace. Did you really think this place was unguarded? Suddenly, Hanfeng's eyes shot wide open in horror. Piled up in the corner of the room, there was a heap of motionless bodies. These must be the people he's taken down, Hanfeng thought. Outside, the sounds of pursuit echoed down the hall. Get that little punk. There are more of them? The noises from the nearby rooms made Hanfeng's heart sink. He could only worry about what was happening to Li Ziyi. He cursed under his breath. Damn it. The silver-bearded man, Li Ka, just scoffed, his face a mask of irritation. Without warning, he turned and strode toward the window. Hanfeng watched, bewildered and confused. It was freezing cold, yet the man was throwing the window wide open. A bone-chilling, snowy wind rushed into the room. Clutching his injured arm, Hanfeng yelled, "This is the 8th floor! What are you trying to do?" The man turned back and replied, "Actually, it's only 4 stories." With that, he leaped onto the windowsill. The wind howled, but he stood perfectly still, not even trembling. He looked at Hanfeng and explained, "The snow has piled up to the 3rd or 4th floor. If you use it as a cushion, this height is nothing." The man narrowed his eyes, his voice a low growl. "Jump or get beaten to death. Make your choice." In front of him was a reckless gamble. Behind him, a mob was about to burst in. Hanfeng hesitated, glancing at the man on the windowsill, wondering to himself, "Will I really not die from that fall?" Suddenly, the door was smashed open, the lock completely useless. The crowd from outside swarmed in, just in time to see Hanfeng climbing onto the ledge. One of them screamed, "He's over there!" Another bellowed, "He's still alive!" Hanfeng was out of options. Gritting his teeth, Hanfeng leaped from that terrifying height. Outside, the snow was just as thick as the man had said, making the fall equivalent to only 4 stories. Hanfeng quickly activated the purple energy in his hands, his face contorting from the strain. The older man, however, landed with effortless grace. He didn't need to use any abilities at all. Hanfeng crashed down behind him like a sack of rocks, the sound making the man turn around. He was surprised to see a flash of energy in the snow as Hanfeng clawed his way back to his feet. From above, the mob rushed to the window, looking down and shouting, "Damn it, there's still one of them left." Hanfeng instinctively looked up. He saw the older man spring into action, watching his every swift and precise move, wondering if he'd been a soldier in the army. The powerful and efficient way he broke down doors made Hanfeng think of a seasoned mercenary. Glancing into the room they just escaped, Hanfeng noted to himself that it was empty. He quickly followed the older man into a new room. Carefully, he locked the window behind them. In the blink of an eye, the window frame was frozen solid. Down below, Jiang Shuiyo's goons were frantically searching every room, hunting for any sign of them. Shouts and orders echoed through the apartment building. "They must have jumped. Get downstairs and report back to Mr. Jiang." One of the men even remarked, "This old man Hu is really something else." In this tense situation, Hanfeng was forced to hide with old man Hu, along with a frozen corpse in the room they had just broken into. The two of them started a fire to stay warm. Sitting before the flames, Hanfeng finally had a moment to think. He realized that if it weren't for old man Hu, he would have been caught for sure. He remembered back on the 3rd floor stairs, old man Hu had grabbed him by the shirt and yelled, "5th floor." Then, he violently dragged Hanfeng up every single step. His voice was cautious. "After the guys upstairs start chasing, they'll assume we kept going down. They'll most likely set an ambush there." Choking from the tight grip on his collar, Hanfeng could only gasp, I know. You're strangling me." At the time, Hanfeng thought old man Hu's logic was completely backward and didn't fully trust him, but the reality proved he was right. Looking at Hanfeng's dirt-streaked face, old man Hu spoke. "What's wrong? You scared?" Hanfeng was silent, unsure how to respond. Old man Hu thought he was afraid of the corpse nearby and said, "That's just a dead body over there." Seeing that the man had softened a bit, Hanfeng dared to ask, "Why did you help me?" Old man Hu tilted his head, feigning confusion. "Help you?" His voice suddenly turned dangerous. "I hate that I can't just kill you right now." But then, he pointed directly at Hanfeng and said bluntly, "The fact that you didn't fall for that stupid trap on the 7th floor proves you've at least got a brain." His demeanor shifted to friendly, as he smiled cheerfully, and asked, "So, can you share some intel about the committee members?" He paused for a moment, his voice laced with threat. "Of course, you could choose not to talk, but then I'd just have another nice meat shield." Hearing the threat, Hanfeng grit his teeth in frustration, cursing silently, "Son of a bitch." In his mind, Hanfeng concluded that old man Hu was an extremely dangerous individual, considering the guards the old man had knocked out. He was either here to steal supplies, or he held a deep grudge against the committee. Hanfeng's appearance had likely complicated his plans. He composed his expression, pretending to be naive as he asked, "Do you have a grudge against them?" Old man Hu stroked his chin and replied, "You could say that. If it weren't for that Jiang Shuio guy hiding a certain secret." Hearing this, Hanfeng had an immediate, intense reaction, shouting, "What secret?" Old man Hu didn't rush to answer, just smirked, stood up, and shoved his hands in his pockets. His expression turned cunning. his voice dripping with insight. So it seems you know this Jiang fellow. And what's more, the two of you have some kind of tangled relationship. He leaned in, his tone full of dangerous curiosity. If you spit out everything you know related to the committee. This imposing man with superior fighting skills was now demanding information from Hanfeng, making it clear that death was the only other outcome. Before the fire, Old Man Hu delivered his chilling ultimatum. Either become the second corpse in this room, or start talking. You decide. Understanding the grave danger he was in, Hanfeng was too anxious to look the old man directly in the eyes. Bathed in flickering firelight, the room crackled with tension. A frozen corpse lying beside Hanfeng as he began his tale to Old Man Hu, playing the part of a deeply wronged victim. That bastard, my former classmate Jiang, showed up at my home with explosives, stealing my supplies and my woman. As he spoke, Hanfeng slammed his hand on the pistol on the table, his voice seething with hatred as he yelled, "To get our revenge, we took the one thing we had hidden away. But this gun alone wasn't enough to take them on, and in the end, we barely traded it for a chance to escape with our lives." He chose his words carefully, weighing how to handle Old Man Hu, weaving truth and lies to forge a believable story. After all, this gun was his only leverage. Old Man Hu listened, his face a mask, before closing his eyes and saying, "Against the committee, that piece of junk is basically useless." Glancing at the corpse, he followed Hanfeng's logic. "He didn't take your weapon, and he let you go. That's all the proof I need." Hanfeng feigned confusion. He struggled to his feet, thinking to himself, "It seems he believes me," but he played dumb and asked aloud, "But why wouldn't he take it?" Drawing on his vast experience, Old Man Hu analyzed the situation. "I see two possibilities. 1. He did it to show off, to maintain his image as a leader. 2. He has weapons that are far more powerful." Old Man Hu stared intently at Hanfeng, his voice sharp with suspicion. "So, you brought your crew here this time to take care of Jiang?" Hanfeng slowly regained his composure, answering calmly, "That's right. Without him, the committee might lose some of its arrogance." He then stated his thoughts plainly. "Honestly, the committee's original purpose was a good one. At least it helped some people survive. But Jiang's ideology twisted everyone into believing that the more cruel you are, the better your chances of survival. Even if this apocalypse ends, people who've lost their humanity like that can never return to a normal society." Finishing his speech, Hanfeng clutched his aching arm and looked Old Man Hu straight in the eye, his voice like steel. "The committee must be overthrown." Old Man Hu remained silent, offering no response, as stillness fell over the room. The old man was lost in thought, his face hardening. He stood, breaking the silence. "And then what? After you overthrow them?" Looking down at Hanfeng, he continued, "This world has always been about the strong devouring the weak. Even though I can't stand Jiang, your way of thinking is far too naive. This community will eventually fall into chaos and plunder anyway." Hanfeng squared his shoulders, his voice rising in defiance. "If we just stand by and do nothing, what do you think this place will become?" Old Man Hu walked calmly toward the door and proposed, "Then perhaps we should get a third opinion on the matter?" Hanfeng was stunned. He glared at the old man, sputtering, "Huh?" Without saying another word, Old Man Hu opened the door and stepped outside. In that instant, a shadow outside the door flinched. A red box suddenly hurtled through the air, aimed directly for Old Man Hu's face. With a veteran's combat instincts, Old Man Hu dodged with ease. Seizing the opportunity, he threw a punch toward the dark figure. The move was lightning fast, but the attacker, despite looking frail, managed to catch his fist with both hands. Seeing the opponent clearly, Old Man Hu was startled, letting out a soft, "Ah." He realized small, trembling hands were struggling to stop his blow. The old man raised his other hand, ready to land a more powerful strike. But in that exact moment, Hanfeng screamed, "Stop!" Old Man Hu froze his attack mid-swing. From the doorway, Hanfeng peered out, his eyes widening in shocked recognition. "Wait, is that you, Nurse Kim?" Old Man Hu grunted, stunned. The person lurking outside was none other than Jin Shui. She looked blankly at Hanfeng and called out, Mr. Han?" A short while later, Jin Shui was carefully bandaging Hanfeng's arm, even tying the dressing with a meticulous little bow. She spoke apologetically, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to eavesdrop." Under the warm firelight, Jin Shui explained as she tended to his wound. "I received some supplies and came to do a follow-up for Grandpa Li. When I arrived, I found he was already gone. Then I heard someone prying the door open, and I was so scared I hid." Hanfeng nodded in understanding. "So that's what happened." Old Man Hu stepped closer, his voice cold. "His death is, in part, thanks to you." The dedicated little nurse. Turns out it was all just a joke. Jin Shui didn't look at Old Man Hu. She seemed to understand his accusation, but she answered firmly, "You're right to blame me, but I don't regret it." With unwavering resolve, she looked straight at the old man. "Call me heartless, call me cruel, say whatever you want. As long as I survive, I can save more people." Old Man Hu sighed, unable to find a reply for the young woman's conviction. After she finished bandaging Hanfeng, Jin Shui stood. Hanfeng looked up at her and asked, "You can come and go from this place freely," he added. "Was that arranged by Jiang beforehand?" Jin Shui nodded, replying, "Yes. He gave me a pass." She gestured to herself with a small, cheerful smile. "He provides a lot of supplies. I have no reason to refuse." Then she turned to look at the frozen corpse in the room, her voice lowering. "But these last few days, Jiang Shuio has been driving out many of the old and the sick. Grandpa Li was one of them. By the time I found out, it was already too late. He was gone." Old Man Hu immediately understood her implication. He glanced at her and said calmly, "One less mouth to feed means the committee can hold out longer. If it were me, I would have done the same thing." Hanfeng stroked his chin, thinking deeply about the other factions at play. He spoke up. "No, that's not right. Mr. Li once told me a new force has appeared in the community, one that stands against the committee. It's very likely Jiang Shuio is rushing to eliminate this new threat." He calmly analyzed the situation. He's abandoning the old and disabled to conserve supplies for his fighting force. And given he used explosives to raid supplies before, he's probably preparing to declare war on that new faction. Hearing this, Jin Shui and Old Man Hu nodded grimly, agreeing with his chilling deduction. Hanfeng shot to his feet, his bandaged arm screaming in pain, but his voice was firm. "If that's true, I have to find that armory." Old Man Hu's brow furrowed. "And what if it is? You think you can handle it?" Hanfeng met his gaze, his eyes hard as steel. "Once I find it, I'll have a way to deal with them," he declared with cold confidence. "I'm not going to die with the rest of this complex. As soon as I locate the armory, I'll end this." Hanfeng's unwavering conviction silenced Old Man Hu, who simply closed his eyes, studying him thoughtfully. He then pulled up the hood of his jacket and adjusted it. "If you want to get yourself killed, go right ahead." Hanfeng turned away, unwilling to argue further. Old Man Hu walked to the door and pulled back the curtain, turning to them. "In this apocalypse, the committee and Jiang Shuio are just small-time players. There will be far bloodier battles for survival ahead." He opened the door, and a blast of icy wind swept in. He added, "In a world where the strong devour the weak, the last one standing is the only true winner." With that, Old Man Hu left, leaving Hanfeng and Jin Shui to stand in silence, pondering his grim words. A moment later, Jin Shui clenched her fists, her face flushed with resolve. She looked at Hanfeng and asked, "Han, Mr. Han, is there anything I can do to help?" Hanfeng was taken aback by her earnest expression and gave a weak smile. "There's no need. I don't want to drag you into this." But Jin Shui, with her passionate and kind heart, immediately shot back. "Don't say that. If your theory is right, this entire complex is in danger. Besides, Jiang Shuio stole your supplies and your woman. Just hearing about it makes my blood boil." Her expression, both adorable and fiercely serious, left Hanfeng stunned. He stammered, well." He was usually a fast talker, able to spin any story, but now he was at a total loss for words. The wind howled outside, making the curtain flutter. Hanfeng looked at her and said, "Thank you. There is something I need your help with." The scene shifts to the underground parking garage. The men who chased Hanfeng were reporting to Kai Wen, who demanded, "Are you sure the other guy was Hanfeng?" The goon replied, "Positive. We just saw him yesterday, no doubt about it." Just then, a figure appeared at the entrance, their footsteps echoing loudly. Every flashlight instantly snapped towards the door, revealing Hanfeng with his bandaged arm. The crowd gasped in shock. Hanfeng's screams echoed through the complex, punctuated by the sickening sounds of a brutal beating. Flashlights pinned Hanfeng, revealing his battered state. His face was a mask of pain as he coughed violently. Kai Wen ordered, "Tie him up." He held a light in Hanfeng's face while relentlessly kicking him in the stomach. He snarled, "I thought we let you off the hook once. You have the guts to come back here and steal our supplies?" Hanfeng curled into a ball, groaning in agony. Kai Wen's eyes blazed with fury. "I'm going to break your other arm. Let's see you try stealing then." He raised his hand for a crushing blow, but suddenly, a man burst in, shouting breathlessly, "Boss, we have a problem." Brother Jiang says to assemble upstairs. Kai Wen bit back his anger. "Fine." The two men left Hanfeng tied up on the floor and slammed the door behind them. Though he was in immense pain, Hanfeng stayed silent until the footsteps faded away. Then, His entire body erupted in a brilliant blue energy. He slowly healed his body, making sure he was completely alone. Hanfeng fell back, focusing his energy to recover as quickly as possible. He let out a shaky breath and muttered, "I finally managed to infiltrate this place." His face twisted in pain as he stared at the ceiling, whispering his plan. "After these wounds heal, I have to find the armory immediately. I can't waste any more time." Once recovered, Hanfeng summoned a blade of violet light to sever his bonds, leaving him panting from the effort. He rotated his wrist to steady himself, thinking, "The broken bones are healed, but that kind of regeneration consumes too much energy. I almost passed out. I have to find a way to recover, or I'll never finish this." Suddenly, a strange noise came from the door. Hanfeng spun around, on high alert. The door creaked open, and another person, also bound hand and foot, was thrown into the room. A heavy thud echoed through the room. One of the men asked, "We just leaving him here?" The other replied, "Yeah, we'll ask Brother Jiang for orders later." The door clicked shut. Hanfeng feigned unconsciousness on the floor, secretly observing the newcomer with familiar-looking blonde hair. When he was certain they were gone, Hanfeng turned to get a better look, wondering, who else did they capture? Looking closer, he recognized the bruised and swollen face of his sworn brother, Li Ziyi. Hanfeng could barely recognize him. "Brother Li?" After a moment, Li Ziyi coughed, one of his cheeks grotesquely swollen. Kuh. Thanks for that, little brother. Your slap was incredibly effective." Li Ziyi pointed to his own face, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "But next time, could you please hit the side that isn't already swollen? I can't feel the left half of my face at all now." Hanfeng sat cross-legged before him, silently clicking his tongue and nodding. "Got it." Then he asked, "So, what the hell happened on your end?" Li Ziyi winced, his expression annoyed. He lowered his head, his swollen lips jutting out as he began his story. "As I was yanked through the door, the one in the hallway was about to be smashed down. I had no choice but to break into the electrical room and hide. Inside, I found a deep pit that seemed to lead to somewhere far, far below. Knowing they'd find me eventually, I used the electrical cables to climb down. I thought it led to basement level 1, but it actually took me to basement level 2. He paused, his voice filled with excitement. The place was totally empty, but it was packed with sealed crates. I pried a few open and found they were filled with sausages, each one as thick as my forearm. I was about to grab one when I heard a faint noise behind me. The next thing I knew, you slapped me awake, and I was here." Li Ziyi shot to his feet, eagerly sharing his discovery with Hanfeng. "But now I finally get why this committee is so damn powerful. They have a massive stash of sausages, and every single one is huge." Hanfeng's eyes widened in surprise. "Sausages? Really?" Leaning back against a cabinet, he stroked his chin, lost in thought. "If they have that much food, why would they use explosives to raid my house for supplies? Did the packaging actually say sausage on it?" Ziyi scratched his head, hesitating. "No, there was no writing on them at all. They just looked like sausages. Come to think of it, I've never seen any sausages that big before." A realization dawned on Hanfeng. He looked up, his eyes filled with suspicion. He felt like something was seriously wrong. Could that be Jiang Shuiyou's secret stash? Ziyi's face went pale. "Huh? Then what do you think I saw?" Just then, voices approached the room. A voice drifted in from the hallway. "Why does Boss Jiang suddenly want to get rid of Li Ziyi? Didn't he want to recruit him before?" Hearing this, Hanfeng and Ziyi froze. Their blood ran cold as they stared at each other, both thinking the same thing. They want to silence us. A moment later, the door swung open, revealing a man's hand. The two thugs sent by Jiang Shuiyou to dispose of Ziyi stepped inside. They scanned the room with their flashlights. Seeing no one, they were stunned. "Huh? Where'd he go? Wasn't he locked in here?" The other guy questioned his partner. "Are you sure you tied him up properly?" They split up to search the room. The one in the beanie said, "Check under the bed." They didn't notice the two pairs of intense eyes peering out from behind the door. In a flash, Ziyi lunged, silently tackling the man in the beanie from behind. A few moments later, both thugs were subdued by Hanfeng and Ziyi. They were tied up and thrown into a corner. Hanfeng looked down at them and said, "Jiang Shuiyou wants to kill us to keep his secret. That just means we have to go down there and see what it really is." Ziyi turned to him, gesturing wildly. "But if it's really important supplies, how do we handle it? There are dozens of them." As Hanfeng and his sworn brother left the room, he whispered, "Don't worry, I already have a plan. First, we need to meet up with the evil king." Hanfeng tilted his head, adjusting his earpiece. The evil king's voice came through on the other end. "Hey, where are you? Did you pick up my sister?" Hanfeng hesitated. "Huh? What sister? Is something wrong?" Ziyi quietly closed the door as Zhenyan Master continued. She's the one who raided your house for guns and tried to kill you. Are you okay? Hearing that, Hanfeng froze for a second. Then he remembered Li Hye-Na. The color drained from his face as he broke into a cold sweat. What? Li Hye-Na is there? He yelled into the earpiece. Don't open the door. That's Li Hye-Na, not the person coming to get you. But all he heard back was Zhenyan Master's voice. I hear you. Then, the signal crackled and began to fade. Hanfeng's earpiece went dead, emitting only a dial tone. Panic set in. He shouted, Hey, can you hear me? Things were spiraling out of control. Hanfeng turned to Ziyi, his voice urgent. Damn it. Brother Li, we have to get to the evil king now. Ziyi nodded. Right. They both cautiously peeked out into the hallway. Hanfeng scanned the area. It's clear. Ziyi glanced down the corridor and whispered, Wait. From the far end of the hall, a loud crash echoed. The unmistakable sound of a fight. The two poked their heads out to see. Ziyi wondered aloud, What's all that noise? It turned out Jiang Shui's men were in chaos down by the staircase. Kai Wen was shouting orders. The injured, elderly, women, and children head upstairs using the left passage. Now, everyone else, with weapons, assemble in the basement. If we let them break through, they'll take all of our supplies. Our families will starve. We have to stop them, no matter the cost. Hanfeng and Ziyi crept closer to the doorway. He whispered, Could Li Zhenghao have attacked this place? Ziyi wasn't sure, but he replied, Whatever's happening, this works in our favor. They both pulled on hoodies and masks to cover their faces, blending into the crowd. Hanfeng signaled to mask up, trying to get lost in the chaos. Ziyi mumbled an okay and followed suit. In the narrow stairwell, dozens of people were crammed together, shouting and shoving like a mob. From a distant corner, a shout rang out. Damn it! Hanfeng and Ziyi jumped. Down the stairs, a blond man had been knocked unconscious. He hit the floor hard, stunning the crowd. A man with platinum blonde hair and a full face mask stood over him, panting and holding a club. He was the one who started the fight. Witnessing the scene, Hanfeng and Ziyi shivered, grabbing onto each other. Ziyi's eyes were wide as he stammered, Holy crap, dude. Meanwhile, Li Hye-Na was still planted outside Zhenyan Master's room. She pressed her ear to the door, listening intently, her frustration growing. There's no sound from inside, she thought. Did Hanfeng really move in here? Suddenly, a female voice called out. Li Hye-Na spun around, startled, to see the lovely Jin Shui. Jin Shui? What is it? On this floor, she spotted Hye-Na lurking in front of someone else's door. She called out, What are you doing here? In the shadows, Hye-Na quickly raised her flashlight, the beam sweeping across to identify the other person, but only received a hesitant mumble in return. At that moment, she spoke awkwardly. I came here to find food. Hearing this, a confused Jin Shui immediately asked, Looking for food? The truth slowly came to light. Behind Hye-Na was a whole group of men, each with a ferocious expression, poised, as if they were about to launch a raid. Jin Shui suddenly understood, thinking to herself, You need to bring an entire army, just to find some food? After Jin Shui's skeptical question, Hye-Na maintained a calm expression, casually replying, That's right. Is there a problem? What are you doing here? Behind her, the men clutched their weapons, their aura thick with menace. Jin Shui let out a long puff of breath, calmly responding, I'm here to treat a patient. Can't I do that? Hye-Na narrowed her eyes, studying. Jin Shui, a thought flashing through her mind. Is Hanfeng sick? But right after, she remembered seeing Jin Shui and Hanfeng chatting animatedly before. It definitely wasn't that simple. They must have known each other. Hye-Na immediately turned to whisper with the men behind her. The whole group murmured amongst themselves right in front of Jin Shui, leaving her confused about what was happening. She recalled how she had once kindly helped Hye-Na, but now it was unclear what this woman was inciting these men to do. Suddenly, two aggressive men advanced toward Jin Shui. The small girl stepped back, her voice rising in a sharp warning. What do you think you're doing? Jiang Shuio said not to disturb my work, but the men kept coming as if they were deaf. With an icy tone, Hye-Na commanded, Just capture her. I don't believe Hanfeng won't open the door. In the critical moment, one of the men reached out and grabbed Jin Shui. Instantly, her hands were tied tightly. The man tying her wrists did so reluctantly, his voice low. Nurse Jin, I apologize. Jin Shui struggled fiercely, in protest. Let me go, or you'll regret it. As the threat rang out, she suddenly stopped, her voice sharp and unforgiving, her hair obscuring her enraged face. In a flash, the two men holding her were sent flying, into the air, drool flying from their gaping, shocked mouths. With a masterful spin, Jin Shui used her hands to grab both of them, smashing them together like two pieces of timber. A petite girl, yet her actions were clean and decisive. Hye-Na. Jin Shui let out a powerful shout, followed by a thunderous crash in front of Hye-Na. The two brutes, each twice her size, had their teeth knocked out and fell onto the hallway floor. Hye-Na stared, stunned at the scene. The two men trembled in agony. Jin Shu stepped closer to Hye-Na, without a trace of fear, her voice filled with power. I don't care what you people want, but don't get in the way of my work. That powerful aura made the entire group falter. Hye-Na mumbled as she backed away, and the men behind her also scrambled to retreat. In that moment, Hye-Na slyly pulled a carrot from her pocket, trying not to draw attention. The vicious and cunning woman suddenly lunged forward, aiming a slash at Jin Shui. Startled, Jin Shui quickly raised her arm to block, crying out, "Ah!" It was a treacherous attack, but fortunately, her thick fur coat saved her, getting slashed open as cotton fibers flew everywhere. Jin Shui looked in horror, at the gash on her sleeve, her heart pounding. Not stopping there, Hye-Na held the carrot forward and yelled, "This girl has monstrous strength. Everyone be careful." Jin Shui retreated, wary of the men who were menacingly advancing again. The situation was dire, like an egg against a rock. Suddenly, Yanshi's door burst open, and a strange power caused the weapons in the thug's hands to vibrate, as if about to fly from their grasp. Hye-Na and her accomplices struggled to hold on, exclaiming in surprise, "What's happening? What is this?" But no matter how hard they tried, their weapons were ripped from their hands, hovering in the air, before flying toward the door. Yanshi appeared, standing in the doorway, a mysterious black hole at his chest, sucking all the weapons inside. Hye-Na's group cried out in loss, reaching out to try and grab them. Before they could recover from the shock, Yanshi unleashed a new technique. He learned from the Leaf Village scrolls. He placed his hand near the center of the black hole, and instantly, a violent gale surged forth, pulling everything into the void. The power of the evil king's true eye was overwhelming, even tearing at Hye-Na's outer jacket. She clutched her clothes, screaming in panic, "My clothes are about to be sucked away." Just a few seconds later, the entire group that had barged into Yanshi's home was pulled into the black hole, spinning and crashing into each other, their clothes torn to shreds, their screams echoing, "Save me." The scene cuts to the first floor, where an unlucky thug takes a massive punch, straight to the face, and collapses, his features contorted. The attacker, a man wearing yellow gloves, relentlessly threw more punches. The scene was chaos, with two groups brawling loudly. Caught in the middle of it all, Hanfeng and Li Ziyi were running for their lives, with a huge brute right on their tail. Hanfeng gasped for air as he ran. "Didn't I just punch him one time? Does he really need to chase us this relentlessly?" Li Ziyi, also running desperately, panted in reply, "My friend, that punch of yours must have. Maybe I went a little too far." A single punch from Hanfeng left the fat guy's face a swollen, twisted mess. Furious, he chased after them, screaming, "I'm gonna beat your whole family to death." Remembering how he'd confidently thrown that punch just moments ago, Hanfeng just clicked his tongue. He never imagined the gloves held this much power. After a frantic sprint, they finally stopped for a breath, but their luck had just run out. Another group emerged from the darkness, their flashlight beams cutting through the gloom. The moment their light fell on Hanfeng and Li Ziyi, the leader's voice ripped through the silence. A jolt of pure terror shot through them. Li Ziyi, completely spent and looking like a ghost, whispered in despair, "It's over. We're finished." Hanfeng gritted his teeth. Getting caught again meant certain death. There had to be a way out. Snatching the flashlight, he veered in another direction and barked his orders to Ziyi. "Brother Li, go get Xiawang. I'll hold them off." Ziyi stared back in disbelief. "What? By yourself?" Hanfeng shot back. "Trust me, I have a plan." With that, Ziyi broke away, as Hanfeng launched himself onto the roof of a car, in the abandoned lot. The pursuers spotted him instantly and charged forward. "Hey, get back here!" But Hanfeng just raised the flashlight high, its beam cutting through the dark. He stood there defiantly on the car's roof and roared, "Listen up, you dogs." His bizarre confidence made the entire mob hesitate. With a face full of pure defiance, Hanfeng flipped them the bird and sneered, "That's right. I'm one of the bastards who jacked up the supply prices. You all should have just starved to death back then." The moment he finished speaking, a terrifying silence fell over the lot. The crowd around Hanfeng stared as if he were a madman. But that silence lasted only a second before it shattered into a roar of pure hatred. "Get him!" they screamed, surging forward as one. Hanfeng took off, leaping from rooftop to rooftop, drawing the furious mob behind him. As he ran, his eyes darted toward the entrance to the basement. The gate was locked, but he had an idea. If he could just unlock it, the force of the crowd would do the rest. Suddenly, a fist like a steel hammer slammed into him. The blow sent Hanfeng flying into a concrete wall, knocking the wind out of him. He crumpled to the ground, the flashlight clattering away. The pain was blinding. The man in the pink hat had ambushed him, ruining his plan before it even started. Agony shot through his body, but Hanfeng forced himself back onto his hands and knees, shaking uncontrollably. The attacker closed in, spurred on by the mob's cries. "Grab him!" Clutching his chest, Hanfeng stumbled backward, his back hitting the cold metal of a shutter door. He was cornered, but they forgot one crucial detail. He possessed a unique power. He tapped the door twice. A violet energy pulsed from his palm, connecting with the steel shutter. A glowing orb of light materialized, enveloping the entire gate in its power. The word exit blazed to life above it. Seeing this impossible display, the mob froze in terror. What is that? The door, it's glowing. The metal itself seemed to warp and shift, activated by some unseen force. It was no longer a door, but a portal. The mysterious purple light began to fade, leaving behind a stunned and silent crowd. They just stood there, completely dumbfounded, whispering, "Wait, where did he go?" A few of them started backing away, fear finally sinking in. But Hanfeng wasn't gone. He glared at them, his eyes like daggers, and opened his mouth wide, for a final taunt. "Come on, is that all you got, you pathetic worms?" The second he finished speaking, the shutter door behind him began to shudder violently. The mountain of snow, piled 4 stories high, gave way in an instant, crashing inward like a tidal wave. The raging avalanche slammed into the mob, sweeping away the savages, who were driven only by their own desperate hunger. The ones in the back saw their friends get swallowed by the white torrent and immediately broke into a panic, desperately scrambling to escape. Their shouts echoed in the chaos. "It's an avalanche! Run for your lives!" All that mattered now was survival. The snow surged forward like a tsunami, tossing aside everything in its path. Even a massive SUV was flung around like a child's toy by the sheer force. The mob clawed over each other to escape, but the wall of snow was inescapable. That big brute who'd punched Hanfeng earlier wasn't so lucky. He was consumed by the tide, falling face first into the freezing depths, his final curse muffled by the snow. Damn it. Luckily, a handful of survivors managed to dive through a nearby stairwell, sealing the door behind them. The garage was now a frozen tomb, filled with a mixture of snow and debris from the world outside. And from beneath that chaotic white blanket, a hand clawed its way out, desperately fighting for the surface. It was Hanfeng. His unique power had saved him from being crushed. He finally broke free, exhausted and freezing. Hanfeng gasped for air, his entire body trembling from the cold and exertion. Standing in the middle of the white wasteland, he stared at his right hand, a thought crossing his mind. To soften an area that large, and I barely feel tired. Has my mastery of this power grown that much? Suddenly, a calm voice cut through the silence. "Are you just going to wait here to die?" Hanfeng's head snapped up. There, sitting calmly on a slab of concrete, was old Hye-Na, a faint, unreadable smile on his face. The man's unsettling calm sent a shiver down Hanfeng's spine. "Why do I get the feeling," he muttered, "that he's been watching me this whole time?" He decided to just ignore the old man and slip away quietly. But at that exact moment, a noise echoed from below them. The snow has stopped. Both of them froze. Quick as a flash, old Hye-Na grabbed Hanfeng by the collar and began dragging him away, moving with a surprising stealth and brute force. "This way. Follow me." Hanfeng was too stunned to even protest, letting the old man haul him along. In a hidden corner of the first floor, old Hye-Na shoved Hanfeng into a sealed room. The old man advanced on him menacingly, forcing Hanfeng to back away. "Who the hell are you?" Hanfeng demanded, his guard up. "And why are you following me?" The steady, heavy footsteps of old Hye-Na grew closer and closer. The man was huge, a full head taller than Hanfeng. He casually slipped his hands into his pockets, his voice dropping to a low rumble. "Li, Zhenghao." Hanfeng repeated the name, his mind racing. "Li, Zhenghao?" He took another wary step back. The name was familiar. This was the man who was the rival of Jiang Shuiyu. The powerful, older man in front of him didn't seem hostile, but Hanfeng knew better than to lower his guard. He remained on high alert. Li Zhenghao simply held out his hand, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. "That's the one." And with that, he offered his hand to Hanfeng. Staring down in shock, he asked, "What are you doing?" With the calm demeanor of a seasoned predator, Li Junghao answered softly. Hanfeng hesitated, clutching his wounded chest as he backed away. Didn't you refuse my offer before? The old man replied. I've had a change of heart. A man like Li Junghao never makes a move without a hidden motive. Hanfeng eyed him with a cold smirk, suddenly reconsidering. You're not planning on backstabbing me, are you? Keeping his hand outstretched, Li Junghao's expression darkened as he cut straight to the point. This is just a partnership of mutual interests. Hurry up. Are you in or out? Hanfeng fell silent, his eyes fixed on the old man's weathered hand with extreme vigilance. He lowered his gaze, thinking, if I can get him on my side, the odds of taking down Jiang Shui will skyrocket. After a moment, Hanfeng sighed, having made his decision. He grabbed Li Junghao's hand, his voice a low growl. I don't trust you, but since our goals are the same, I want to clarify the benefits for both of us before we proceed. With that, Hanfeng accepted the offer. Their hands gripped tight, sealing a tense and dangerous alliance. Here's to a happy partnership. Down on the second basement level, a military armored vehicle roared to life. The engine thundered, its headlights flooding the entire area. The strange thing was, why would an ordinary apartment complex have something this monstrous? It was Jiang Shuiyu's group, bustling around the war machines and assigning tasks. Kai Wen approached Jiang Shuiyu to report. Boss Jiang, the convoy is fully assembled. We can head up and gather the people now. Jiang Shuiyu, his eyes glued to a stack of papers, replied, Good. Tell the Kim brothers to notify the families to prepare. Kai Wen hesitated before adding, The situation outside is dire. Boss Jiang, the snow blew out the bone-level door, the temperature is dropping fast, and the crowd is scattered. But Jiang Shui, you just kept staring at his documents, saying nothing. Seeing this, Kai Wen cautiously leaned in close and whispered, And those two have vanished. Hearing this, Jiang Shuiyu's brow furrowed in annoyance. He glanced at Kai Wen from a distance and replied, It's fine. It won't affect our plans. Hidden behind a black car, Li Junghao and Hanfeng were silently watching Jiang Shuiyu's every move. Gazing at the intimidating military vehicles, Hanfeng couldn't hide his shock. What the hell? Why are there military trucks in our building? When did they even get here? Observing the scene, Li Junghao answered, his eyes sharp as daggers. Those people came from the outside. I heard rumors about them before. I thought they were here to evacuate the residents. In Hanfeng's hand, his grip tightened on his pistol. Still filled with a mix of curiosity and suspicion, he asked quietly, But where could they possibly evacuate to? It's freezing out there, and the snow is relentless. Li Junghao stared straight ahead, his voice echoing with cold certainty. That's a question I can't answer. As he spoke, Li Junghao suddenly bolted. He took off like a shot, moving as fast as the wind, leaving behind only a short command for Hanfeng. As if, passing on a heavy burden, Hanfeng, who was keeping watch, was stunned by the sudden action and froze for a second. He blurted out in a harsh whisper, trying not to draw attention. What's the rush? On the other side, a vehicle's engine roared to life. Jiang Shui. You stood there, giving a decisive order to his men. Everyone, prepare to head upstairs and get the people. Just then, a single shot rang out from Hanfeng's gun, the blast shattering the air. The deafening sound sent Jiang Shuiyu's group into a panic. The men who were busy at work instantly stopped, whipping their heads around, and screaming in chaos. What was that? Gunfire! We have an intruder! One of Jiang Shuiyu's men, caught in the mayhem, gripped his flashlight and weapon, his face etched with worry as he yelled, Everyone, be careful. Don't split up. The moment the words left his mouth, Li Junghao was on him. His hand shot out, clamping down hard on the groat man's face. The sudden attack left the goon completely stunned, with no idea what was happening. In a flash, one of the men was on the ground, his feet kicking toward the sky. The others were paralyzed, staring at their fallen comrade. A moment later, two of them pinpointed the direction of the attack. The black-haired man pointed with his baton and screamed, Over. There, open fire. His partner, hand trembling, raised his gun to shoot, but he was far too slow for a veteran. Like Li Junghao, the old man closed the distance in a heartbeat. With a dark expression, he unleashed a devastating punch. The man took the fatal blow head-on, his body slamming into a nearby car. Through the vehicle's window, one could see Li Junghao's face, completely cold and emotionless. In another corner, Jiang Shuiyu was being shielded by a bodyguard. The guard shouted to the others, Hey, don't run off, protect Mr. Jiang. But no one noticed Jiang Shuiyu's hand, secretly moving inside his jacket pocket. Suddenly, the cold steel of a pistol pressed against the back of his neck. With his finger on the trigger, Hanfeng gave a quiet command. Don't move. Feeling the cold metal against his skin, Jiang Shui, you glanced back, instantly realizing he was trapped. He stood perfectly still, surprisingly calm for a man in his position, but this man showed not a single ounce of fear. He simply lowered his head, the dim light glinting off his glasses. Jiang Shuiyo spoke. I've been waiting a long time for you. His absolute confidence left Hanfeng stunned. He couldn't help but wonder, don't tell me, he predicted my every move? Jiang Shuiyo pressed further. Mr. Han? Hanfeng was in shock, his hand still clamped around the gun as he asked, You knew I was coming? Jiang Shuiyo's demeanor remained impossibly calm. Even facing the threat of death, he casually slipped both hands into his pockets and replied, Of course. Did it just now occur to you who the real boss is? Kai Wen, one of the men in the group, spun around, startled to see his leader being held hostage. He called out in a worried, confused voice, Mr. Jiang. Hanfeng kept his gun steady, narrowing his eyes as he aimed squarely at Jiang Shuiyo. But the man showed no panic. On the contrary, Jiang Shuiyo was so composed, he even waved a hand at Kai Wen, as if to signal that everything was under control. It was then that Jiang Shuiyo began to tell a long story. Before this cold spell hit, you stockpiled a massive amount of supplies. At first, I thought you were one of their contacts, but it turns out I was mistaken. Take a closer look at the bottom of your pistol. Hanfeng, still focused on Jiang Shuiyo's neck, raised the gun's handle to inspect it. Sure enough, a tiny device was attached to it. Discovering the truth, Hanfeng gritted his teeth in fury, thinking, a listening device. How did this bastard get this? Meanwhile, Jiang Shuiyo, brimming with confidence, held up a walkie-talkie, his face illuminated. Why else would I have given you that gun? He laid his cards on the table. I know exactly what you're after. Hearing this, Hanfeng broke out in a cold sweat. The secrets he tried so hard to hide. Jiang Shuiyo knew all of them. He sighed, his breath forming a white cloud in the frigid air. Even if you know, what can you possibly do now? Hanfeng's mind was a mess, wondering who this they he mentioned was. He spoke of picking someone up, but who and for what purpose? Noticing Hanfeng's resolve waver, Jiang Shuiyo became even more relaxed. He spread his arms wide, his tone gentle. Don't worry, if I wanted to deal with you, I would have done so long ago. You're an intelligent man, he said, clearly using psychological manipulation. Jiang Shuiyo made his offer. I hope you'll join us. As long as we keep sending people to them, we will survive. This sudden friendliness from Jiang Shuiyo felt completely unnatural to Hanfeng. He was slightly flustered, and his eyes darted over Jiang Shuiyo's hands, quickly realizing the hidden agenda. With a disdainful look, Hanfeng let out a sarcastic laugh and spoke decisively. You want me to be your cannon fodder? Sorry, but I refuse. Though Jiang Shuiyo tried his best to persuade him, Hanfeng refused to yield. His patience gone, Jiang Shuiyo sighed with regret, muttering softly, what a shame. Immediately after he spoke, a sudden noise echoed out. A man, in full body armor, equipped with advanced weaponry, leaped down from a military jeep. Hearing the sound, Hanfeng spun around, his eyes wide with shock at the unbelievable sight. In the basement of a small apartment complex, he asked himself in a panic, Special Forces? Before he could collect himself, he turned his head for a closer look. At the same time, the Special Forces soldier aimed his weapon right at Hanfeng. And it wasn't just one, there were 3 of them, and possibly even more. The 3 cold-blooded soldiers fired relentlessly like unfeeling machines, advancing as they shot. Hanfeng scrambled, running for his life. Suddenly, Li Zhenghao's strong hand grabbed his collar, pulling him back forcefully. With his towering frame, he easily dragged Hanfeng to cover behind a wall. Hanfeng hadn't even realized who saved him yet. Looking up at Li Zhenghao, he trembled and stammered, You. What are you doing? We need to retreat. Li Zhenghao, however, wasn't the least bit scared. Observing Hanfeng's panicked expression, he replied calmly, What is there to be afraid of? Glancing at the 3 armed soldiers, he smirked. It's not like it's more than 3. Special ops soldiers, right? Li Zhenghao's eyes narrowed, his sharp gaze making it seem like he viewed the 3 soldiers as nothing but annoying flies. He exhaled a long cloud of white mist and said to Hanfeng, I'll draw their fire. You act when you see an opening. With that, he took off. Hanfeng, still in shock, quickly shouted, Don't be a fool. They have real guns in their hands. But Li Zhenghao paid him no mind. He stomped his foot hard on the floor, launching himself directly at the three soldiers for a head-on confrontation. Against the relentless hail of bullets, Li Junghao dodged smoothly, his movements as nimble as a predator on the hunt. Perhaps he too was one of those gifted with superhuman abilities. In just a few breaths, Li Junghao closed the distance on the three soldiers, despite their advanced armor and weapons. Quick as a flash, he grabbed the barrel of one soldier's gun, using it as a pivot to launch himself up and deliver a fatal blow to the unlucky soldier's abdomen. The sound of impacts echoed, sharp and brutal. Crack, thwack, thud. Li Junghao took on all three by himself in a stunning and powerful performance. From his vantage point, a chill ran down Hanfeng's spine. He had to turn his face away, unable to watch the incredibly violent scene any longer. Muttering under his breath, he whispered, "Oh my God. This guy is definitely not human." Across the lot, the military jeep's engine continued to roar. Realizing time was running out, Jiang Shueyo decided he'd seen enough of the fight. He quickly climbed into the vehicle, barking an urgent order at Sai Wen. "We're out of time. Get us over there to pick him up, now." Seizing the moment Jiang Shueyo was distracted, Hanfeng made his move. He dropped low to the ground, his hands beginning to glow with a brilliant energy. His eyes were locked onto the jeep, now piloted by Kai Wen and Jiang Shueyo. He crept closer, silent as a shadow. Pressing his palms against the concrete floor, a rose-colored energy pulsed from Hanfeng's hands. As he channeled his power, he looked up and whispered, "You think you can just leave? Not a chance." The instant the jeep's wheels began to turn, Hanfeng's power activated. In a flash, the garage's concrete floor rippled and buckled as if it were water. The jeep was trapped, its wheels sinking into the solid ground. Unable to move an inch, Jiang Shueyo frowned from inside the vehicle. "What's going on?" Kai Wen struggled at the wheel, turning back to report. "The right side. It feels like it's sinking into the ground." This was an underground parking garage, its floor made of reinforced concrete. For the vehicle to sink like this was impossible. Jiang Shueyo peered out the window, completely baffled, and muttered, "Did the ground just collapse?" Outside, the engine continued to roar. Hanfeng hid behind a wheel, one hand braced on the chassis, the other still pulsing with pink energy. He calculated his next move. If he used too much purple light, the area of effect would shrink, and he wouldn't be able to sink both wheels. Suddenly, a grenade arced through the air, followed by a man's chilling laughter. "Here's a present for you." One of the men had opened the car door and hurled the grenade directly at Hanfeng. He smirked with a defiant look, gripping the door to slam it shut. Hanfeng looked up just in time to see the grenade flying towards him. He saw the man pull his cap low, a smug grin plastered across his face. The grenade seemed to hang in the air before Hanfeng, its casing cracking, about to detonate. Cornered and out of time, Hanfeng could only watch, unable to react. Boom! The explosion ripped through the air. Shrapnel flew everywhere amidst thick smoke and fire. Hanfeng took the full force of the blast. He was thrown backward, crashing hard onto the concrete. His body was riddled with severe burns and shrapnel wounds, his blood mixing with the dust and smoke. Hanfeng's consciousness began to fade, his vision swallowed by darkness. When he next opened his eyes, he saw the familiar blue of the sky. Squinting, he recognized the face before him. It was the same goat that had licked his broken leg in a previous dream. It had appeared again, its long tongue lolling out, licking him over and over. In this subconscious realm, Hanfeng was completely bare. Only a few leaves covered his modesty. A whole herd of goats now surrounded him, licking every inch of his body. Despite just being blown up, Hanfeng felt a strange wave of relief and enjoyment. "Ah, so cool, so comfortable. Keep going, don't stop." The huge, slobbery tongue of a large goat washed over his face. He grinned, lost in the pleasant sensation, and basked in the feeling of comfort. But when his vision finally cleared, absolute terror seized him. A colossal goat was standing over him, its tongue, nearly a meter long, hanging out. It was licking his face. Hanfeng screamed, scrambling to sit up. The surrounding herd scattered, watching the largest goat of their flock. The creature used its bizarre tongue to wrap around Hanfeng's waist, lifting him clean off the ground. Hanfeng was filled with panic. He let out a blood-curdling scream as the giant goat hoisted him high. Its enormous tongue began to radiate a brilliant green energy. In mere seconds, the light enveloped him completely. Under the influence of the tongue and the green aura, Hanfeng felt an intense discomfort. Sweat poured from his body as he cried out, "Arg!" And just like that, he was back in the cold reality of the parking garage, moments after the grenade exploded. Hanfeng's body had been completely restored by his unique energy talent. He lay face down, shrouded in a brilliant green aura. Lifting his head, his eyes flashed ominously. His mouth gaped open, overflowing with raw, green power. This stream of energy surged outward, healing every wound on Hanfeng's body. Over by the jeep, after Hanfeng's special gift had warped the floor, the surface had returned to normal, allowing the vehicle to move again. Kei-Wen was still at the wheel, completely confused. He assumed it was just a minor malfunction. Turning to Jiang Shuio, he sighed in relief. Good thing this jeep has so much horsepower. Otherwise, we might not have gotten free. But his relief was cut short before he could finish the sentence. Hanfeng's blazing red hands suddenly reached through the window right beside him. Our main character had transformed, his power erupting forth. Simply bringing his hands near the frame was enough to melt a large chunk of the incredibly sturdy military jeep door. The flames erupting from Hanfeng's hands grew even more intense, their destructive power spreading rapidly. In the front seats, Jiang, Shuio, and Kei-Wen turned to stare at Hanfeng's new form, frozen like two statues. They simply couldn't believe what they were seeing. How could a mere human possess such overwhelming supernatural power? Now, after enduring a point-blank grenade explosion, Hanfeng had not only survived but returned even stronger, radiating an oppressive aura. Seeing Hanfeng's face, Kei-Wen immediately shoved his gun against his head. He gritted his teeth, cursing through his rage at being overpowered. "You son of a bitch!" At that moment, the flames engulfing Hanfeng subsided, but his stance still radiated a terrifying pressure. Sensing the mortal danger from the barrel of Kei-Wen's gun, Hanfeng moved in a flash. A flash of red energy erupted from him as he seized the gun barrel. Instantly, the point of contact exploded into shards. Jiang Shuio sat beside him, horrified by what just happened. Kei-Wen's face went deathly pale. He knew he was outmatched, his hand trembling, lips sealed tight. He looked down. The gun in his hand was nothing but scrap, yet Hanfeng's hand was perfectly fine. Instead, the crimson flame crawled from Hanfeng's arm onto Kei-Wen. He screamed in pure agony, frantically trying to beat out the fire, but this was no ordinary flame. Kei-Wen shrieked. "Ah, what is this thing?" The inferno had already consumed nearly half of the jeep. Jiang Shuio screamed, "Get out of the car, now!" He and the man in the back quickly threw open the doors and bailed. But Kei-Wen wasn't so lucky. The flames had already engulfed his entire body. A searing heat on the outside, but an unnatural chill deep inside. Kei-Wen clutched his body, shivering violently, paralyzed by both pain and a freezing cold. He gasped, only managing a few words. "So cold. Help me." But Jiang Shuio, the man he'd trusted, had already fled, leaving Kei-Wen to his fate. In the end, he was frozen solid within the strange fire, his last breath turning to mist as he collapsed. From a distance, Kai-Wu came sprinting over, iron pipe in hand, still unaware that his older brother was dead. From his perspective, all he could see was the ravaged jeep and Hanfeng, who looked like some kind of unstoppable monster. Raising the iron pipe high with both hands, Kai-Wu charged at Hanfeng, roaring, "You damn bastard!" A brilliant blue light flared from Hanfeng's eyes and mouth, radiating a cold, terrifying killing intent. He hadn't uttered a single word this entire time, as if he wasn't the same Hanfeng anymore. The pipe swung down, aimed straight for his head, but Hanfeng simply raised a hand, easily, catching the iron bar. Kei-Wu was stunned, shocked by Hanfeng's impossible strength. From his palm, a red light flared, completely overwhelming Kei-Wu's attack. Jiang Shuio and the other man, hiding behind a car, were scared out of their minds. They scrambled to get as far away as possible. As Jiang Shuio ran, he ordered, "Hurry up and call for backup." After blocking Kai-Wu's attack, Hanfeng suddenly lowered his hands, completely ignoring him. It was as if Kai-Wu wasn't even worth his attention. His target was something else entirely. He walked straight toward the other armored jeep. Both of Hanfeng's hands began to glow with a vibrant, purple energy. The two men hiding inside the armored vehicle saw him coming, and their faces drained of all color. One of them screamed in panic, He's coming over here! Ram him! Kill him now!" Hanfeng placed a hand on the jeep's hood, and instantly, a brilliant, purple light enveloped the entire vehicle. The once sturdy frame suddenly began to soften and melt like wax, horrifying the driver. The men inside panicked, screaming in unison, The car is melting! Get out!" Everyone was terrified, shouting, for their lives, "Help us! Help!" Suddenly, an object shot past Hanfeng's face, leaving a bleeding scratch on his cheek. Immediately, a blue light appeared, healing the wound in the blink of an eye. Hanfeng turned his head, utterly confused, wondering what had just happened. Two soldiers standing nearby trembled, whispering to each other, "The bullet didn't work." Without hesitation, Hanfeng immediately chased after them. The two terrified soldiers took off running, screaming, "Run!" Suddenly, the sound of gunfire echoed out, aimed at Hanfeng's footsteps. The soldier who fired shouted, "Prioritize, protecting Jiang Shuio's men." Li Zhenghao watched from another corner with a look of confusion. One soldier shifted his aim to Hanfeng, while the other turned to attack Li Zhenghao with a knife. Fortunately, he was agile enough to step back and dodge the blade. A question raced through Li Zhenghao's mind. What is Jiang Shuio really planning? Over on the other side, the two soldiers had managed to corner Hanfeng. Unfazed, he placed both hands on the ground, channeling his purple energy. The ground immediately turned soft, like rubber, causing the two soldiers to lose their balance. "What is this?" they shouted in confusion. While they were still stumbling on unstable ground, Hanfeng lunged, grabbing one man's rifle. He used his red energy, causing the gun to disintegrate in a flash. Next, he focused his blue light, creating a razor-sharp weapon in his hand. The ground had now hardened again, trapping the soldiers' feet in place. Hanfeng charged forward, swinging his deadly weapon, and in a split second, he finished them both. Blood sprayed from their throats, staining the floor crimson. Panting hard, exhausted from the onslaught of attacks, Hanfeng felt his body grow incredibly heavy. Suddenly, a foot silently stepped up behind him. He forced his eyes open and saw Kaiwu raising the iron pipe. Hanfeng's vision started to blur, Kaiwu's figure fading into the Chinos darkness. Utterly spent, he collapsed face first onto the ground, motionless, his eyes squeezed shut. Kaiwu stood over him with a cold smirk, his eyes filled with hatred. He looked down and snarled, "Humph. You brought this on yourself." He swung the pipe. "Damn you. Die, you monster." But out of nowhere, a powerful punch smashed directly into Kaiwu's face, sending him and a few teeth flying into a wall. The attacker was Li Zhenghao. With one hand, he restrained a soldier, while his other hand had just delivered the knockout blow. He lifted Hanfeng up. He muttered, "He's unconscious? It's like the kid went completely berserk. Did he lose control?" Just then, Li Zhenghao, sensing danger, his eyes darted around before he grabbed Hanfeng, pulling the soldier's corpse behind a pillar for cover. From the distance, a shuffling sound echoed. Jiang Shuio had returned, gun in hand, leading a crowd behind him. He gave the order, "Stay sharp, everyone. We need to rendezvous with those three soldiers first." Seeing the dead soldier on the ground, Jiang Shuio cried out in shock. "He's dead? How?" He then demanded, "Where is the other soldier?" One of his men replied, "We can't find him. I'm afraid it's not looking good." He then reported, "Jin Taiwu is dead. Only Jin Taiwen and the others in the car survived." A man beside him asked Jiang Shuio, "Jiang, what's our next move?" After a moment of silence, Jiang Shuio answered, "All the soldiers are dead, and we have no idea where the main base is." He declared, "The plan has failed. We're going home." The scene shifts to a familiar place. An oil drum is on fire, fed by old books. Hanfeng jolts awake with a shout. "Grenade!" Waking in the desolate room, he couldn't help but wonder, "Huh? I'm not dead. So where in the world am I now?" He turned to see Li Zhenghao and asked, "Is everything back to normal?" Li Zhenghao just shrugged nonchalantly. "Back to normal? What does that even mean?" Hanfeng was still lost. Then he remembered. "Weren't we in the basement? How did we get here? And my wounds, where are they?" Li Zhenghao replied with a helpless look. "If you don't know, how am I supposed to? But I do have a clue about that Jiang fellow's plan." Holding a blood-stained knife, he gestured to the trembling man beside him. "Let's just have him tell you the specifics." Li Zhenghao turned to the soldier, his voice like ice. "You said the base sent you to make a deal with Jiang Shuio. What kind of deal?" The wounded soldier stammered. "Weapons and food, in exchange for the residents here." Hanfeng immediately demanded, "Trade them for what?" The man trembled as he answered, "To help build the base." Hanfeng's eyes narrowed. In this situation, it made no sense to expand a workforce instead of reducing the population. He scoffed at the soldier. "You can't honestly expect us to be fools. Stop playing games with us." But the soldier was adamant. "It's all to rebuild civilization. To save humanity. What we're doing isn't a bad thing, I swear." Li Zhenghao coldly snapped one of the man's fingers, causing him to howl in agony. He pressed on. "What happens if you fail to complete your mission?" The soldier trembled in pain, his voice warped. "The base. We'll send more people." Li Zhenghao leaned in close, his voice a low growl. "Will they send people with powers?" The soldier immediately denied it, looking away. "What? Super-powered people? I don't know what you're talking about. Hanfeng stroked his chin, lost in thought. From the soldier's reaction, he couldn't rule out the possibility that the base had powered individuals. Considering what the base was up to, if they truly had people with powers, they were more likely to be enemies than allies. Looking at the battered soldier, Hanfeng thought, this Li Zhenghao is absolutely ruthless. He spoke up. We don't really need to kill him right now, do we? Li Zhenghao shot back without a second's hesitation. Are you actually buying that nonsense about saving humanity? He pointed the knife right at Hanfeng, his voice hard as steel. Stop living in a fantasy. They're just another faction. Who knows what their real plans are? We either eliminate them, or we leave and find a new place to survive. Hanfeng nodded, considering the options. All right, I'll go discuss this with everyone. He stepped outside, carefully checking his surroundings. As he walked down the stairs, he thought, that Li Zhenghao is impossible to read. There's no telling what his group will do, but if what that soldier said is true, finding the base might be our safest option. Down in the second basement level, Hanfeng moved low and quiet, as if he were searching for something. He muttered to himself, I'm sure I saw a few military jeeps and a large bulldozer down here somewhere. Suddenly, a figure appeared from behind. He quickly dove for cover, thinking, someone's here. Without warning, a person lunged forward to attack him. Hanfeng cursed under his breath. Damn it. Is this a trap? The attacker was a girl, winding up for a powerful punch. Hanfeng quickly used his power, raising an arm to block. The fist stopped inches from his face. He thought, that's weird. I didn't feel a thing. Holding his defensive stance, he realized the combination of blue and purple light was surprisingly effective. Just then, Zi rushed over, shining a flashlight on them both and yelling, Stop! You're on the same side. Hanfeng was stunned to see it was Nurse Kim. She was just as startled. Mr. Hanfeng? He quickly explained everything, finishing with, and that's why I came back here, to find a way for us to escape this neighborhood. Mr. Li angrily raised an iron pipe and roared. That animal, Jiang Shuio, daring to trade his neighbors for supplies. But Ziran had a different view. But if it gets our neighbors to a safe place, maybe it's not such a bad thing? Hanfeng shook his head skeptically. Helping build the base is just that soldier's side of the story. If it were really such a good deed, why would Jiang Shuio and his cronies need an armed escort? They would have already fled to safety. He shined his flashlight on a snowplow nearby and couldn't help but say, there are too many things here that just don't add up. Model. Hanfeng climbed into the snowplow, his mind racing. Look, we can't ignore what they said, but we can't blindly trust it either. We have no idea if there's any truth to it. Zi asked, her voice laced with doubt. So, what happens if they really show up? Hanfeng leaned out of the cab, his focus unwavering. That's a problem for later. If we can't find a working vehicle, we're not going anywhere, period. I'm on it. Mr. Li immediately stepped up. All right, I'll check those 2 jeeps for any tools we can salvage. Jiran moved without hesitation, then I'll search around the back. Hanfeng checked inside the jeep, only to find the key had been taken. After a moment of searching, Mr. Li's voice boomed from a distance. Kid, get over here, now. Before them sat a crate overflowing with weapons. Hanfeng couldn't help but whistle. Holy hell, that's a serious arsenal. He immediately recalled the Nether King's advice. Tell that little psychic to gather all of this stuff. We're definitely going to need it. Mr. Li nodded in agreement. Good call. Hanfeng's gaze drifted to a nearby car, trying to piece together a memory. The vehicle was horribly melted. Could he have been the one who did that? Mr. Li raised his walkie-talkie. Hey kid, we need you over here for a second. Spotting the Nether King and Ji Ran in the distance, Mr. Li asked curiously, what are those 2 up to? Hanfeng suggested, let's go see for ourselves. When they arrived, Hanfeng was stunned. Why is there a massive tarp out here? Ji Ran replied, I think I heard something moving behind it. The group aimed their flashlights at the giant sheet. Hanfeng turned to the Nether King. You got one of those super bright flashlights? The young girl simply nodded. Got it. She then produced a powerful beam, aiming it straight at the tarp. At the same time, Mr. Li and Hanfeng each grabbed a corner. Zi took charge. Let's pull it down together. On my count, 3, 2, 1. Gasps of shock echoed in the cold air. Revealed before them was a massive, deep road, hidden beneath a thick layer of ice. Hanfeng's mind began to calculate. To secretly dig such a huge tunnel under a residential area. These people are anything but ordinary. A chilling thought crossed his mind. If what that soldier said was just the tip of the iceberg, then this place isn't. Mr. Li shouted, everyone, get over here and look at this. Hanfeng suddenly realized it. This looks like the main drainage pipeline for the entire district. The Nether King curiously darted towards the entrance, but was instantly yanked back by her hair by Hanfeng. Mr. Li also stopped her. Kid, hold on. It's too dangerous. Don't go in there. The girl nodded. Understood. Let's all head back to the main building. Let's go. We move now. The scene shifts back to their shelter. The Nether King arranged survival items on a table, asking, besides these things, is there anything else we need to prepare? Hanfeng made his requests. Oh, right. I need some vegetable seeds, a cut of raw pork, and more weapons. This should be enough for now. The Nether King handed ammo to Mr. Li, then turned back to Hanfeng. Anything else? He shook his head. This should do it. This is just a scouting run. If we run into an emergency, we'll pull back immediately. He couldn't help but feel impressed. This kid's control over her powers is getting sharper every day. She can now pull specific items from her space. Before they left, Hanfeng gave his final instructions. This room is well hidden. No one should find it for a while. All of you wait here for us. I've reinforced the walls and the door. Even if they find you, they won't break through easily. Once outside, he added, it's not safe out here for long. Get back inside. The Nether King spoke to Jiran, her voice cold as ice. Don't worry, she continued. The all-seeing Nether King shall protect her faithful. Jiran looked puzzled but held his tongue. The scene cuts to Hanfeng and Mr. Li, now deep in the basement. Hanfeng thought grimly, as it stands, our threats aren't just from Jiang Shuiyou, but also from whatever is in that tunnel. The two men swept their flashlights across the darkness. Hanfeng's mind was made up. This community is no longer safe. Maybe this tunnel is our ticket to a new sanctuary. Either way, we have to check it out. With newfound resolve, he stepped into the recently discovered passage. Inside was a tunnel that plunged into absolute darkness. Hanfeng expected it to be warmer underground, but it was just as bone-chilling as the surface. He asked Mr. Li. The ground is frozen solid. How did they even build this? Mr. Li shook his head. No idea. Let's keep moving. 15 minutes later, they began a slow ascent up a sloping section of the tunnel. 30 minutes later, they crossed into another passage, amazed. This place is a damn labyrinth. After an hour, they reached a manhole cover. Mr. Li pushed with all his might, but it was sealed shut by the heavy snow above. He sighed, exhausted. We've been wandering down here forever. I can't even tell which way is up anymore. Hanfeng scanned his surroundings. Judging by the pipe system, that direction looks like it leads back towards the residential complex. This way. The two carefully checked their path forward. Suddenly, Mr. Li spotted something. Hey, look at this. Hanfeng rushed over, realizing it was a diagram of the entire sewer system. After studying it, Mr. Li spoke. So, we've been under the residential area this whole time. A little further and we'll reach the gymnasium. Hanfeng's voice dropped to a tense whisper. Kill the headlamps, now. Mr. Li froze. Huh? The sound of heavy wheels rumbled overhead. It was a convoy of military vehicles, led by a small black car and followed by large trucks. The two men shut off their lights, pressing themselves against the wall, praying they weren't seen. After the convoy passed, they let out a quiet breath of relief. Mr. Li spoke first. Those vehicles, they looked like they were heading for the residential area. It was the Han City residential district. Hanfeng nodded. They looked like military trucks, probably allies of the three soldiers back in their area. Mr. Li wondered aloud. So, they're bringing people here to build a base or something? Hanfeng suggested they follow them to see what's up. They might find a clue, but tailing them so closely was asking to be found. Mr. Li declared confidently that he knew a shortcut. He recalled how last year, an old lady from Han City fell into a sewer, and he was the one who pulled her out from this very spot. Hanfeng was amazed. That was a whole year ago. And you still remember it? Mr. Li boasted with pride. Of course. My memory is top-notch. I was an honor student back in high school, you know. He checked the manhole cover, but it wouldn't open. Well, it's frozen solid. Hanfeng suggested they try moving a bit further ahead. Mr. Li interjected sheepishly. My memory might be off by a little. Let's check up there. Mr. Li tried every manhole cover they passed, muttering, Open for me. At last, he succeeded with a sigh of relief. It's open. He popped his head out, looked around, and started bragging again. See? I told you I know this place, like the back of my hand. Next, we just need to find Mr. Wang's grandson. They were in the Han City residential area, in an underground parking garage. Hanfeng put a finger to his lips, signaling for quiet. Mr. Li nodded. The two of them crouched low, sneaking between the cars. Hanfeng flinched, his eyes darting to the side. He saw countless bodies lying everywhere. A brutal battle had clearly taken place here. They crept forward. From their vantage point, they saw a group trying to break down a wall. One of the soldiers cursed. "Damn it! The tunnel isn't even finished, and we get called out here. You can't even get a decent meal in this godforsaken place." Another soldier sighed. "What can we do? We're the assault team." Hanfeng thought to himself. It seemed the soldiers had already taken control of this district. He whispered to Mr. Lee, "The ground. It feels like it's trembling." Mr. Lee replied, "Kid, look over there." A soldier yelled, "Everyone get away from the tunnel gate. Back up, now. They're about to break through." The wall they were hammering began to crack apart. Some people couldn't get away in time. As they tried to climb down, a wave of snow burst through, knocking a man clean off the scaffolding. Through the dust, a green light appeared. A hulking soldier emerged from the wreckage, his fists radiating terrifying power. Mr. Lee gasped, "Holy hell. Is that giant a person or a monster?" Hanfeng understood. No wonder nobody knew about the huge tunnel under his own district. Looking at this behemoth, he knew this place was far too dangerous. If they were discovered, they were dead for sure. The giant asked a nearby soldier, "Hey, where are my snacks?" The soldier shot back, "The tunnel isn't cleared yet. Where would we get snacks?" The giant's eyes widened, and he ground his teeth with a sickening crack. He slammed his hands on the ground, roaring, "I want to eat! I want to eat!" A guard rushed to stop him. "Cut it out, you fat bastard!" Hanfeng signaled to Mr. Lee. It was time to retreat. The two of them began to crawl away. Suddenly, a cloud of dust washed over them, causing Mr. Lee to inhale and let out an enormous sneeze. Realizing his grave mistake, Mr. Lee's face went pale. A soldier spotted them and yelled, "Get those too!" They immediately dove back into the sewer, running for their lives. Mr. Lee panted, "Kid, I'm sorry. I couldn't hold it in." Hanfeng waved it off. "Stop with the useless talk and run faster." The giant was right on their tail. He slammed his fist down, shattering the tunnel path behind them. Mr. Lee stared at the rubble blocking their escape. "Oh man," Hanfeng declared. "You go on ahead. I'll stop him." Mr. Lee nodded. "Okay." Hanfeng thought, "This is it." He unleashed a violet light, touching the ground. Instantly, a layer of purple energy blanketed the floor. The power surged toward the giant, catching him off guard. He tried to lift his foot, but it was too late. The ground turned to sludge, sucking him down. The giant realized the truth. "This kid, he's a power user too? Just wait until I get my hands on you." But Hanfeng quickly added a green energy, trapping the giant's leg in a combination of two powers. He howled in pain. "Ugh, my leg." The giant used his arms to try and push himself out, but Hanfeng just kept using his power to regenerate the concrete. He screamed in a rage, "You bastard, I'm going to kill you." Hanfeng and the giant faced off, both trembling slightly from the immense strain. Not good, Hanfeng thought. He's about to break free. As Mr. Lee was escaping, he glanced back and saw Hanfeng struggling to hold on. He thought to himself, "This is bad. The kid's in danger." Spotting some pipes and rocks nearby, Mr. Lee quickly grabbed them. Meanwhile, Hanfeng realized the giant's power seemed to be fading. If he could just hold on a little longer, he could trap him completely. Suddenly, a shadow flashed in front of him, making him jump. It was Mr. Lee, charging from behind with a pipe in his hands. He yelled, "Kid, I'm here to help." He swung the pipe with all his might, cracking it against the giant's head, but the behemoth didn't even react. His face, an emotionless mask. Hanfeng's jaw dropped in utter disbelief. The giant roared, "I've had enough. I'll kill you both." He tore himself free from the soft ground and charged. Mr. Lee screamed, "Run!" As they fled, Hanfeng yelled back at him, "Didn't I tell you to run?" Mr. Lee's voice was firm. "You were fighting for your life. How could I just run away?" After they had run some distance, the tunnel behind them collapsed. Through the thick cloud of dust and debris, coughing could be heard. Hanfeng helped Mr. Lee up, asking with concern, "Are you okay? Are you hurt?" Mr. Lee let out a huge sigh. They had finally escaped. "We finally shook that loser," but he wondered, could that guy just burst out from under the rubble? Hanfeng analyzed the situation. In that state, he probably couldn't escape anytime soon, but we should still get out of here, fast. Worried about their current predicament, he continued. "First, we need to figure out where we are." Brother Lee confidently puffed out his chest. "Don't you worry, little brother. My sense of direction is number one." He tapped his head, boasting about the underground map he'd memorized long ago. "Just leave finding the way to me." Brother Lee waved them forward. This way. Little brother, hurry, and follow me." 10 minutes later, his confidence hadn't wavered. "See? This is the drainage system for our neighborhood. This has to be the right way." 20 minutes later, he pressed on. "Little brother, look. The pipes are getting denser. Our neighborhood is just ahead. But 40 minutes later, he muttered in confusion. This is strange. I remember passing this area meant we had arrived. Hanfeng slumped to the ground, exhausted. Suddenly, he felt a faint breeze. He thought to himself, the wind is coming from this direction. Brother Li called out nervously, Huh? Little brother, where are you going? Hanfeng replied, the wind seems to be blowing from above us. Plus, there's light up ahead. We might be able to get straight outside. Brother Li's spirits soared. If that's the case, what are we waiting for? The two men began climbing a pile of debris in front of them. Brother Li warned, Little brother, watch your step. It's slippery. He then pointed outside. Hey, look, the snow has let up a bit. Hanfeng was stunned. How did it end up like this outside? Before them lay a completely unfamiliar area, but the snow wasn't as thick as it was in the residential district. Brother Li jumped down and called back, the snow down here is packed solid. Little brother, come on down. Hanfeng pointed to a nearby building. Wait, that tall building looks like the Pinnacle Tower, he continued. Pinnacle Tower is 5 kilometers north of our neighborhood. With a surge of frustration, he explained, that means we've been going in the completely wrong direction this whole time. To make it crystal clear for Brother Li, Hanfeng described how their neighborhood was in the southern third ring of Hanchuan City. And now, we're near the fourth ring road. I work in the northern part of the city. He summed up their current crisis. The only way back to our neighborhood is to walk there on the surface. We'll have to cross the Jingshan area. We need to get to higher ground to even have a chance of returning. Hanfeng grimly estimated they wouldn't make it today. But Brother Li, ever confident, stood up and declared, Don't worry, little brother. Wait till we get to the Jingshan area. I've got connections everywhere. Once we're there, I'll treat you to some good food and fun. We can rest up before heading out again. He laughed heartily. I've walked this icy road 1,000,000 times. It's not as bad as you think. Suddenly, Brother Li's foot slipped, and he tumbled to the ground. Hanfeng rushed to help him up, his face etched with worry. Brother, let's go slower. The heavy snow and slick ice made every single step a struggle for Hanfeng. He scanned their surroundings, his heart heavy with anxiety. The world was rapidly turning into a blanket of white. It was a clear sign that they needed to find shelter for the night. And soon, they had traveled a long way from where they started. The footprints behind them were still visible, a clear trail in the fresh snow, proof of their arduous journey. Brother Li, trudging along, tried to offer some encouragement. Hey little brother, we're only 3 kilometers from the Jingping district now. By this point, both of them were utterly exhausted. Their legs trembled from the sheer effort. Brother Li forced a note of optimism into his voice. Just hang on for about 1 more hour. We'll be somewhere safe by then. A moment later, Hanfeng gasped for breath, the biting cold searing his lungs. His body was racked with shivers. His voice trembled. The snow is getting heavier. We need to move faster, or we might actually freeze to death out here. Brother Li, shivering just as badly, tried to brush off the fear. It won't come to that. We came prepared for this. Abruptly, a horrifying sight appeared before them, freezing them both in their tracks. 2 bodies, frozen solid, they were locked in postures of movement, unmoving statues right in their path. Hanfeng and Brother Li hurried over to investigate, hoping to find any clues. After searching through the unfortunate soul's belongings, they found plenty of useful gear, but not a single scrap of food. Hanfeng deduced grimly, his voice filled with pity. It looks like they didn't bring any supplies with them. With this kind of outdoor gear, they were probably forced out to find supplies, then got caught in the blizzard. They froze before they could find shelter. Brother Li's bravado finally shattered, revealing pure panic. Little brother, he urged, this blizzard is insane. We should find a place to spend the night in the Jingping Villa area and continue tomorrow. A shout pierced the air. Look! Someone's coming! Hanfeng, startled, spun around to his companion. Aren't those the acquaintances you mentioned? Brother Li replied, his voice filled with hope. It might just be them. Without a second thought, he broke into a run, heading straight for them. He yelled back, Brother, wait here for me. I'll go check out the situation. Panicked, Hanfeng tried to stop him. Hey, wait a second. But it was too late. Brother Li's figure vanished into the thick, swirling snow. A cold dread washed over Hanfeng. That idiot. Acting so recklessly in a dangerous situation like this. Suddenly, he realized something was terribly wrong. His heart began to hammer against his ribs. Damn it. 2 men emerged from the blizzard. One had a gun pressed to Ziyi's head, while the other roared, Don't move. This is a robbery. Brother Li screamed in terror. Brother! Hanfeng's hand instinctively reached for the knife hidden behind his back. But in that exact moment, a gunshot shattered the silence. The bullet slammed into the snow just inches from his feet. A man in glasses leveled his gun at Hanfeng. He bellowed, "Don't you freaking move! Play nice if you want to live!" The other man smacked the shooter on the head, enraged. "You moron! If you shoot them, you're the one who'll have to carry them up the mountain." The man with the gun defended himself. He looked like he was about to try something. "I bet he's hiding something." He stormed forward, shoving the cold barrel of the gun against Hanfeng's temple. He snarled, "Whatever it is, get it out now." Hanfeng's mind raced with possibilities. If I risk fighting back now, my special healing ability could probably handle a single bullet. But then his eyes fell on Brother Lee, and his resolve faltered. But Brother Lee, he definitely wouldn't survive. Sometime later, the four of them were climbing a steep slope leading to a villa complex. By now, both Hanfeng and Ze were in handcuffs. They trudged through the snow under the watchful eyes of the two robbers. One of them sneered, "I was wondering why there were still people wandering around out here. Turns out you were armed? It's a good thing we were cautious. Otherwise, we might have been the ones ambushed by this little punk." Hanfeng forced a placating smile, trying to de-escalate the tension. "You've already taken all of our supplies. There's no reason to keep us. Why don't you just let us go?" The robber snarled back, his voice dripping with contempt. "Shut your damn mouth. That stuff is worthless. We have our own reasons for taking you." Brother Lee turned to Hanfeng, his voice shaking with fear. "Brother, what does he mean by that?" Hanfeng shook his head, replying in a low voice, "I don't know." But then he whispered, his voice laced with a terrifying possibility. "Maybe they plan to use us as a reserve food supply." Brother Lee's face drained of all color. He stammered, "Brother, don't say things like that." As they walked, Hanfeng continued to scan his surroundings. Still, this is an ideal location. From this high vantage point, he could see the entirety of the Hanchuan urban district. The entire city was buried under a blanket of pure white snow. When the group arrived in front of the villa, one of the robbers took out a remote and opened the gate. As the gate slowly swung open, Hanfeng was stunned. "My God, they still have power? Wait a second. The city's power grid failed a long time ago. This place must have a generator or something similar." He quietly observed the area. He assessed that the villas seemed to have been recently completed. Suddenly, the scene that unfolded before them left both him and Brother Lee speechless. They were standing in an unfinished construction site, as if the entire project had been abandoned halfway through. Hanfeng thought to himself with a grim smile, "If I can take them down and seize this place, with my ability and the help of that high school girl, we might be able to turn this into an impenetrable fortress." All of a sudden, the robber smacked him hard across the head, roaring, "What the hell are you smirking at, you bastard?" He pointed a finger at a pile of snow and commanded, "Get over there and dig this out for me." Then, he made a promise. His voice was deceptively smooth. "Once you're done digging, not only will we let you go, we'll even give you some of your supplies back." Hanfeng asked with suspicion, "For real?" The robber raised his gun, answering with total confidence, "Of course, but don't try anything stupid. Otherwise, I won't show you any mercy." He turned to walk inside, shouting an order to his partner. "Shizi, you watch them. I'm gonna go rest for a while." The man called Shizi nodded. "All right, Brother Shi." But inside, he was seething with rage. "That bastard. He gets to relax by himself while ordering me around." Shizi turned, pointing his gun at the two prisoners. He yelled, "Get to work, you scumbags, or I'll shoot you both where you stand." Brother Lee pleaded, "Sir, our hands are cuffed." The man aimed the gun straight at them and bellowed, "Just do it. Less talking, you hear me?" With no other choice, Hanfeng and Brother Lee began digging tirelessly. As Shizi watched from a distance, Brother Lee whispered, "Brother, do you really think they'll let us go after we're done?" Hanfeng sighed as he shoveled snow. "I don't know. For now, we just have to do as they say." While digging, Hanfeng suddenly noticed that a nearby snowdrift was hiding something horrifying. It was a slope covered in snow, with countless human body parts sticking out of it. He quickly whispered to Brother Lee, "Brother Lee, look over there." Brother Lee turned his head and let out a choked gasp. What is that?" Realizing they were looking at corpses, Hanfeng quickly covered Brother Lee's mouth to silence him. "Keep it down, don't scream," Brother Lee asked nervously. "Brother, what is going on? Did they kill all these people?" Hanfeng nodded, his voice grim and low. "It's highly likely, and that means we can't just sit back and wait for our turn, or else they'd share the same fate as the bodies on the ground." Suddenly, an idea sparked. He whispered to Brother Lee, "I've got a plan." From a distance, the bandit heard their argument erupt. Brother Lee roared, putting on a show, "I'm already digging here. What the hell are you doing digging right next to me?" Hanfeng bellowed back, playing his part. What's it to you? I'll dig where I want. The bandit raised his gun and shouted, Get back to work. What's all the noise? Hanfeng immediately turned to the guard. Can you talk some sense into him? I'm trying to help him dig, and he's still giving me grief. Brother Lee jumped in on cue, scowling. I'm the one doing the real work. This punk is just running his mouth. Hanfeng shot back. Hey, you want to start something? Not backing down. Brother Lee scoffed. You think I'm afraid of you? The frustrated bandit walked away, but not without a warning. Argue all you damn well, please, but you'd better be finished before the sun goes down. As he left, Hanfeng and Brother Lee shared a look. A cunning glint flashed in their eyes. The bandit raised his gun, adding one last threat. If you're not done by my deadline, I'll put a bullet in both of your heads. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed from the mansion behind them. The scene cuts inside the villa, where the other bandit was casually warming himself. He was lazily reading a comic, chuckling to himself. But then, he looked up, and his blood ran cold. Hanfeng was pointing a gun directly at his face. Brother Lee stood beside him, a mocking grin spreading across his face. Having a good time, are we? A moment later, both bandits were handcuffed and kneeling on the floor. Hanfeng's voice was dripping with ice. So, you're just here to collect a debt? Brother Lee roared with fury. What about the bodies outside? Did you kill them? One of the men pleaded desperately. I swear on my life, it had nothing to do with us. The other chimed in, That's right, we don't know anything. A sarcastic smile spread across Hanfeng's face. I see. So, the people outside. You're not the ones who killed them. One bandit nodded frantically. Yes, we really didn't do it. The other stammered, trying to defend himself. How could we ever do something like that? Hanfeng's smile turned sinister as he eyed them both. It seems you two aren't such dangerous criminals after all, are you? He casually tucked the gun back into his jacket. Then he turned to the bandits, his voice calm. In that case, you're free to go. His words made the two men's faces light up with pure, unadulterated joy. It was like they'd received a pardon from a king. Brother Lee, however, was filled with doubt. He whispered, Kid, you can't actually believe them. You're really letting them go? Hanfeng let out a cold laugh, a cunning light dancing in his eyes. Of course I am. The scene changes to the two bandits, now stark naked in the snow. They shivered violently, crying out, It's so cold! Freezing! Hanfeng gave them a cheerful wave. He shouted with a joking tone. Bye-bye now. Better get home and put some clothes on, or you'll catch a cold. Brother Lee stared at Hanfeng, a single thought in his mind. This kid is the real monster here. He turned and asked, So, what's our next move? Hanfeng's reply was instant and absolute. Do you even have to ask? Obviously, we need to get back as soon as possible. His expression grew serious, his voice laced with worry. My original plan was to scout the tunnel and observe the situation before we moved out. But I never expected these complications. They've delayed us for far too long. He looked down at the ground, his eyes filled with concern. I have no idea what's happening back home. I just hope those two are still safe. The view shifts to the outside, where snow blankets the silent buildings. The world is a bleak, cold portrait of despair. Jingyan's voice trembled with anxiety as she asked the others, They've been gone for so long. What if they're not coming back? Do you think something happened to them? The evil king replied calmly. Don't worry. Hanfeng is the chosen apostle of the true-eyed evil king. He won't fall that easily. Zheng Hao sighed, his voice heavy with grim reality. Instead of worrying about them right now, we should be thinking about our own survival. Worrying won't solve a single thing. What do you mean by that? Zheng Yan asked. Zheng Hao began his story, his voice tense with the memory. Right after Hanfeng left, an army emerged from those caves. And among them was a monster. A terrifying creature with the power to control the very earth and rock. The scene shows a horde of soldiers, a hulking giant standing at its center. He continued, Jiang Shuiyou seems to have a very close relationship with this army. As a result, everyone in this residential complex, cabbing, now follows their orders without question. Zheng Hao lit a cigarette, his sigh turning to smoke. We've become public enemy number one in this entire place. Jiang Shuiyou is probably mobilizing everyone to hunt us down as we speak. He took a drag from his cigarette, his voice bitter. Those apartment owners are complete fools. Do they really think this army is here to save them? I bet they won't even realize they've been sold out until the moment they die. The evil king, shivering slightly with his eyes closed, replied, True or not, it doesn't matter anymore. Even if they have doubts, there's nothing they can do. Choosing to obey is their only way to increase their chances of survival. Little Chu Chu, her eyes heavy with sleep, nodded drowsily. That's just how people are. A moment later, the evil king was snoring loudly. Zheng Yan gently nudged the sleeping girl with her foot. Choo-choo, you can't sleep without a blanket. You'll catch a cold if you're not careful. Zheng Hao stood up, cursing under his breath. These two delicate flowers are such a pain in the ass. He walked to the window, staring out into the bleak nothingness. Choosing to obey. Huh? A memory from his past flashed before his eyes. Zheng Hao, back when he was a boxer, arms raised to block a brutal blow from his opponent in an underground fight. A man from the crowd roared, "Dodge it, you son of a bitch! What the hell did I teach you? I didn't train you to just stand there and take a beating." A brutal punch slammed into Zheng Hao's face, forcing a cry of agony. He collapsed to the floor, his body trembling. As the referee's countdown began, a man's voice roared in his memory. "Get up and fight. Do you have any idea how much I've invested in you? You want to go back to that pathetic old life? Get on your feet. You don't have the right to fall." Snapping back to reality, Zheng Hao crushed his cigarette against the window frame and turned to the others. "Listen up. Get ready to move. They're checking every single house. Staying in one place too long is a death sentence." Suddenly, a noise from the doorway made Ji Yan flinch. In the next instant, the entire door was kicked off its hinges, sent flying into the room. A cloud of dust and debris exploded outwards. Zheng Hao's heart pounded. How did they find us this fast? The evil king, just waking from a nap, rubbed his eyes and yawned. "Is it time for dinner already?" A gigantic hand gripped the shattered doorframe. A hulking giant stormed in, a ravenous look on his face. "I knew I smelled living humans. So you really were hiding in here." The scene shifts to another location, where fuel drums are stacked in neat rows. An inspector checks his list and says, no problems here." He makes a note, then commands his subordinate, "Pack up everything that's left and get it moving." His men immediately snapped into action. Inside a room warmed by a fireplace, a subordinate's voice rings out, "Reporting to the commander. The head count is complete. We have a total of 97 refugees and 126 boxes of emergency food." The commander nodded. "Good. Load everything onto the trucks and take them to base." The subordinate placed a fist over his heart. "Yes, Commander." Then, he turned to the man before him and continued, "All right. Now finish telling your story. Where are the 3 members of the advance team we sent ahead?" Jiang Shuiyo sat frozen in his chair, not daring to even breathe. He answered, "This really has nothing to do with me. They were killed by a man named Hanfeng." Hearing that, the commander's eyes widened in disbelief. What kind of man could possibly kill 3 elite special forces soldiers? Even if you're going to lie, you could at least come up with a more believable story. Shueyo quickly raised his hands to explain. "He has superpowers. Many of us saw it with our own eyes. He can melt metal with some kind of purple light." He stood up, trying desperately to make them believe. "I did. Exactly as you instructed. And prepared plenty of sausages. All of them were made from people." The commander suddenly held up a hand, his voice dropping to an icy whisper. "There are some things that should never be spoken aloud." Sweat dripped from Shueyo's brow as he frowned. "Look, I have no other choice. There's absolutely no reason for me to lie to you now." The commander stood up and clapped him on the shoulder, feigning reassurance. "You've provided us with a lot of emergency rations. You are one of us now. And I don't just kill my own people for no reason." But then, his brow furrowed, his grip tightening like a vice. "I'm sending a team to find this Hanfeng. We'll find out the truth for ourselves. I hope, for your sake, that you haven't been lying." The scene cuts back to the room where the others are trapped. The massive soldier who had demolished the door sat there, drool dripping from his mouth. "I smell living people. So there really are people in here." He pointed into the room with a childish innocence, asking, "So, which one of you is Hanfeng?" Chu-Chu, also known as the Evil King, was yanked back by his hood as Zheng Hao stepped in front of Nurse Kim. "Stay away from him," he warned. "Something is seriously wrong with this guy." Zheng Hao analyzed the situation, thinking, he didn't just break down a door that Hanfeng had reinforced, but his aura, his very presence. It feels like a wild animal. He's not human at all. With years of combat experience, every instinct screamed at him that this man was beyond dangerous. They had to run. Now, Zheng Hao spun around and slammed his elbow into the glass window behind him, but the impact sent a searing pain through his bone, which threatened to fracture. He clutched his arm, hissing in pain. "Why is the glass so strong?" Beside him, Chu-Chu replied flatly. Hanfeng reinforced the windows too. Realizing they were trapped, he turned back to the girls. "I'll hold him off. When you see a chance, you run for it." Just then, Nurse Kim stepped towards the hulking soldier and said gently, There's nobody named Hanfeng here. I think you might have the wrong place. Jung Hao was speechless, but unbelievably, her calm words seemed to work. The giant, called Bao Bao, turned to leave, muttering to himself, "Oh, wrong place. Sorry to bother you." Nurse Kim let out a shaky breath of relief as Jung Hao and Chu Chu stared in utter disbelief. But then Bao Bao stopped, his eyes landing on the room number, 184. He mumbled, 1804. This is the right place. He spun back around, his eyes glowing with a murderous red light as he roared, "You're a bunch of liars." He slammed his massive fist on the floor, sending a violent tremor through the building. "If Hanfeng doesn't get out here, you all die." In that split second, Jung Hao ripped the window open, letting in a blast of freezing air. He grabbed the back of the two girls' shirts and yelled, "Go!" Using every ounce of his strength, he hurled them through the open window, choosing to stay behind in the room. The two girls were left dangling outside. Nurse Kim saw the monstrous shadow rising behind Jung Hao and screamed, "Captain Lee!" Inside, Bao Bao raised his enormous arms, bellowing, "The one thing I hate most is liars." The shockwave from the giant's attack ripped through the room, shaking the walls and causing the two girls to lose their grip. The scene cuts to the mansion that Hanfeng and Ziyi had discovered. At that moment, the two of them were snowboarding away from the area. They moved like seasoned professionals, gliding effortlessly over the snow. Their feet were securely bound to the boards, ensuring a swift escape. They held together perfectly. As Hanfeng glided across the snow, he couldn't help but be impressed. "Li Yi, man, you actually figured out how to make snowboards. I totally underestimated you." Li Yi let out a proud, booming laugh. "Kid, I used to negotiate billion-dollar deals. That meant taking clients to high-end ski resorts all the time. The hours flew by, and soon, they finally made it back to the happy community complex. They moved in silence, their deep footprints the only mark on the fresh snow." Hanfeng turned to Li Yi and whispered, "We finally made it back. Now we just need to find a window to slip through." But right as they got to the base of the building, they arrived at the exact moment two girls were thrown out. By Jung Hao. From high above, Bao Bao's monstrous roar echoed down. "I hate liars more than anything." Hanfeng looked up, completely stunned. What the hell is happening? During their freefall, Chu Chu quickly raised a hand, summoning a spatial gate linked directly to her personal inventory. The young girl immediately pulled out a mountain of mattresses and pillows, dropping them down to break their fall. They landed with soft thuds in the deep snow below. While Nurse Kim let out a terrified shriek, Chu Chu remained perfectly calm. Unbelievably, their landing zone was right on top of Hanfeng. "And Li Yi," Hanfeng roared, "get out of the way." Through the chaos and swirling snow, the two girls appeared, safe on the pile of soft cushions. Hanfeng rushed over, his voice laced with concern. "Are you guys all right? What happened up there?" Nurse Kim, still trembling, clutched her head and explained. Suddenly, this giant monster burst into the room. It tried to grab us. In a reflection from Chu Chu's power, they saw Bao Bao's massive silhouette leaping down. The young girl shouted a warning. "He's coming!" The words had barely left her lips when bam! The giant soldier crashed down right in front of them, sending a massive wave of snow blasting outwards. Hanfeng's brow furrowed. "Now what is this thing?" Suddenly, his expression warped as he was yanked backwards. It was Nurse Kim. With one hand gripping his shirt and the other tangled in Chu Chu's hair, she dragged them both away, screaming, "The monster's here again! Run!" Bao Bao's eyes flashed a venomous green as he roared in fury. "I'm the good Bao Bao. You're the monster." The creature immediately gave chase. Sensing the immense danger, Hanfeng yelled encouragement. "Nurse Kim, keep going. He's right behind us." Chu Chu, somehow riding on the nurse's back, added coolly, "Yeah, lady, pick up the pace." Hearing this, Nurse Kim squeezed her eyes shut and screamed, "Then why don't you two run for yourselves?" Chu Chu glanced worriedly at Hanfeng. "Mr. Han, you have to think of something." Li Yi nodded in agreement. "She's right, kid. Do something." Hanfeng gasped out between ragged breaths. "What am I supposed to do?" Behind them, Bao Bao opened its massive jaws and bellowed, "So hungry. I want snacks. I want to eat you." Suddenly, Hanfeng skidded to a halt. An idea had just struck him. He stopped running and waved them on. "You guys keep going. I've got a plan to deal with him." He quickly pulled a small pouch of seeds from his pocket, infusing them with a brilliant green light. He reared back like a pitcher and yelled, "Hey, Big Bao, try eating this." With that, he hurled the glowing pouch of seeds straight at the giant soldier. Bao Bao, still charging forward, instinctively snapped it out of the air. He chewed on it noisily, even muttering, tasty golden beans." A cryptic smile played on Hanfeng's lips. "Sorry, I guess that wasn't a very filling meal. Suddenly, from inside Bao Bao's mouth, sharp, thorny vines began to erupt. The creature choked in agony, blood pouring from its nose and mouth. It let out a horrific scream as its body trembled, vines sprouting from its throat and bursting from its lips. Then, from his stomach, the vines burst through his flesh. Blood gushed everywhere. In a fit of agony, Bao Bao grabbed the mass of vines in his mouth and ripped them out with brutal force. A horrifying spray of blood followed. He roared with absolute rage, "You bastard! I'll grind you into paste!" But that single moment of pain was all Hanfeng's group needed to escape. Now, only the wind and snow remained. Bao Bao slammed his fists into the ground in frustration. He bellowed, "Cowards! All you do is run." Just then, a figure stepped into view. A commanding voice cut through the air. "First squad, with me. Pursue them. The rest of you, lock down this entire area." A fully armed military squad from the base had arrived, equipped with modern assault rifles. Their commander stepped forward, assessing the scene. With this heavy snowfall, they couldn't have gotten far. They must be hiding in one of these buildings. He approached the wounded Bao Bao. "Report. How did you sustain these injuries?" The giant held up the bloody vines. "I ate some beans he threw. Then this stuff grew out of my mouth." The commander plucked a single pod from the vine, intrigued. "How interesting. With an ability like this, we could solve our entire food supply problem almost overnight." He raised his radio and gave a command. "Bring the prisoner we just captured down here." A subordinate's voice crackled back. "Yes, Captain." A short time later, in another apartment within the happy community, Hanfeng stood, wrapped in a thick blanket, and turned to the others. "What in the world happened? And where is Li Zhenghao?" Nurse Kim began to explain. "Right after you two left, a group of soldiers showed up. Jiang Shuio. He led the other residents and surrendered to them." She continued, her voice trembling. "They must have heard about you from him. That's why they sent that monster to hunt you down." She told him how Bao Bao had effortlessly destroyed the door he'd reinforced and simply stormed right in. Hanfeng was stunned. "What? That's impossible. Not even a bomb could have taken that door down." She went on. "When Zhenghao threw us out the window, Uncle Li stayed behind to buy us time. Our lives are on the line as it is." Hanfeng's voice was grim. "If you die, there's no coming back. His sacrifice can't be for nothing. That's even more reason we have to escape." Nurse Kim shot back. "No way. We still haven't found Uncle Li." Shushu chimed in. "We have to go back and save him. I'm sure he's still alive." Ze clapped his shoulder and said, "They're right. We can't abandon our own." Hanfeng sighed, closing his eyes. "It's not that I don't want to, but against those monsters, just surviving is a miracle." Meanwhile, at the military camp, a bandaged Zheng Hao was dragged forward by two soldiers. One of them announced, "Captain, we've brought him." The commander spoke into a megaphone. "Mr. Hanfeng, we've found an injured man. He seems to be a friend of yours. We've already bandaged his wounds for him." His voice was a sickeningly sweet lure. "I know you're close by. We mean no harm. Everything that happened before was just a misunderstanding." Agitated, Nurse Kim prepared to rush out. "Uncle really is alive. I have to go save him." Hanfeng grabbed her. "Calm down. He's trying to bait us. If we go out now, we're dead for sure." Ziyi was stunned. "For a woman, you're incredibly strong." Standing by the window, Shushu peered down. "But that really is Uncle down there." The commander continued his persuasion. "Mr. Hanfeng, our organization needs talented people like you. If you join us, your wife, children, and brothers will all receive special treatment." Hearing this, Ji Yan, Shu Shu, and Ziyi all turned to Hanfeng in unison. "You have a wife and kids?" Hanfeng's eyes went wide with disbelief. "Of course not." Down below, the soldiers stood frozen in a 5-second silence. The commander turned to Zheng Hao. "So, your good brother doesn't care if you live or die?" Zheng Hao smirked coldly. "To be honest, I've only known the kid for a few days." The commander struck Zheng Hao with a punishing blow, shouting, "You just met, and you risked your life protecting his wife and kids, making me misunderstand everything." Zheng Hao shot him a look. "They aren't his wife and child either. He just met them, too." Furious, the commander kicked Zheng Hao to the ground, cursing. "Damn it, what a complete waste of effort." He raised the megaphone again. "Mr. Hanfeng, no need to risk your life for a total stranger. If you like women, our base has as many as you could want. Your choice." Hanfeng's eyes lit up as he started forward. "Surrendering doesn't sound so bad." Z quickly held him back. "Bro, you can't be that desperate." Ji Yan added, "Get a grip. He's just trying to lure you out to kill you." Shu Shu sighed. You really can't trust anyone. The little girl then cut in. I have a way to save Uncle. Can you guys help me? The three of them stared, wide-eyed. What is it? Down below, the commander ground his boot into Zheng Hao's bandaged arm. Tell me, why hasn't that kid answered a single time? He's pretty cautious, huh? Or is it because you just don't look trustworthy? Zheng Hao retorted. In this world, there's no way you have enough food for so many people. Yet you're searching everywhere for survivors. What are you really after? The commander adjusted his gloves, taking a drag from a cigar. Saving humanity is our solemn duty. Selfish bastards like you could never comprehend our noble spirit. Zheng Hao sneered in contempt. Cut the crap. Who do you think you're fooling? The commander leaned in close, his voice cold as ice. You're about to die anyway, so I don't mind telling you, he continued. In this city, what's the one animal so plentiful you could never eat it all? The horrifying truth dawned on Zheng Hao. He screamed, So, you're gathering survivors too. Before he could finish, the commander shoved a gun into his mouth with a cold laugh. Only the living consume food. The dead become food. He was about to pull the trigger when a rustling from above made him freeze. His soldiers looked up and shouted, Look! Something's falling from the sky. Cigarettes, booze, food. There's even vegetables and meat, things they hadn't seen since before the apocalypse. The starving soldiers scrambled forward in a frenzy. It's all mine, other soldiers roared back. Don't you dare touch my stuff. Rice? Is this really rice? The commander fired a warning shot into the air. Stop this riot. Get back here, he thought to himself. With my troops in chaos, they're sure to launch a surprise attack. Suddenly, the roar of an engine from above drew everyone's gaze as chunks of ice and snow began to fall. A massive bulldozer came crashing down right in front of the soldiers. Hanfeng was behind the wheel, roaring a challenge. Come on, let's dance. Flashing back to earlier, Shu Shu laid out her plan. First, I'll drop tempting animal feed from the sky to attract all the hungry goats. Hanfeng translated for Zi and Ji Yun. She means we throw supplies from up high to cause chaos among the soldiers. The little girl continued. Then Hanfeng will attack as a giant iron monster, breaking up the herd and rescuing the lost ones, and lead us all to a new home. He rephrased it. Basically, I drive the dozer straight into the crowd, grab Zheng Hao, and we all get the hell out. Zi nodded. That's a great idea. Nurse Kim was lost. Why don't I understand any of this? Hanfeng just laughed. You'll get used to her. With the plan settled, Shu Shu pointed forward. Everyone, on the Evil Eye's command, begin the operation. Hanfeng was hesitant. Hold on. Let's not even talk about how crude this plan is. How do you know the soldiers will even be lured by the stuff you drop? And where are we getting a bulldozer? Shu Shu simply pointed again, ignoring him. On the Evil Eye's command, begin the operation. Hanfeng was getting frantic. Wait, seriously, how do you know they'll fall for it? And where is the car? Shu Shu muddled. He was brimming with confidence. After all, he'd found a colossal beast of steel. Gripping the controls, Hanfeng yelled, So where's this awesome ride you were bragging about? Isn't this just a bulldozer? But a wide grin spread across his face. Man, driving this thing is a total rush. All right, bring it on. Let's dance. The bulldozer landed with a deafening crash in front of the soldiers, plowing straight into the troops who were gathering supplies. They scattered in chaos as one of them cried out in despair. My rice! The commander barked an order. Bao Bao, stop him now. Bao Bao stepped forward, planting his feet and grabbing the front of the machine. He strained with all his might to hold it back, roaring, Nobody is stronger than me. Hanfeng just slammed the throttle, shouting back with a laugh. You want to match strength with a machine? Are you out of your mind? The engine roared to life as the bulldozer surged forward with immense power. In the blink of an eye, the hefty Bao Bao was sent flying. He spun through the air like a top before crashing hard into a nearby snowbank. Across the way, the commander planted his foot on Zheng Hao's chest, aiming his gun menacingly. If you don't want him to die, you'll stop this thing right now. A cold, indifferent laugh echoed from the cab. Hanfeng's voice drifted out, laced with amusement. What was that? I'm sorry, I couldn't quite hear you. Without another word, and without a moment's hesitation, he floored it, charging straight ahead. The commander's eyes shot wide with disbelief, as a flicker of pure terror crossed his face. He desperately leaped to the side to avoid being crushed, cursing under his breath. You ruthless bastard. Meanwhile, Zheng Hao lay shivering on the cold snow. He let out a soft groan of pain. The colossal bulldozer thundered closer, scooping him up with a wave of snow and depositing him on the front of the vehicle. Now sitting safely on the front, he breathed a sigh of relief, noticing a shimmering purple light next to him. He reached over to touch it, feeling that it had become soft. From inside the cab, Hanfeng shouted a warning. "Hold on tight. I'm hitting the gas." Zheng Hao yelled back in a panic. "Where in the world are we going?" The bulldozer barreled past several apartment buildings, finally stopping in front of one specific unit. Hanfeng threw open the door and roared, "Your ride is here!" One by one, the entire team leaped from the window onto the roof of the massive vehicle, calling back, "We're here!" At that exact moment, a volley of bullets peppered the rear of the machine. Zheng Hao glanced back and shouted, "They're right on our tail!" In the pursuing vehicle, the commander was screaming orders, "Fire! Keep firing!" He whipped his head toward the driver, roaring, "Get after them! Don't let them get away!" But the driver could only reply, "Commander, the snow is too deep. The tires are just spinning. We can't go any faster." The commander slammed his fist down in a rage. "Damn it! Where the hell did they even find a bulldozer that big? We barely have any at our own base." The driver glanced over and replied, "Commander, I think that's one of our own Vanguard vehicles." Hearing this, the commander's face turned crimson with rage, veins bulging on his forehead. He was too furious to form words, simply roaring, "Whatever it takes, do not lose them. We have to find them." Suddenly, the driver gasped, pointing ahead. "Commander, there's a dark shadow falling right toward us." The commander let out a curse. Oh, hell, a massive gas canister smashed right onto the hood of their vehicle. The other cars were pelted by a rain of supplies, crushing them completely. The entire pursuit convoy ground to a halt, completely unable to move. The commander and his men climbed out, staring at the unbelievable wreckage. He stared at the mountain of debris, bewildered. Where did all of this even come from? On the bulldozer, Chu Chu was just closing her spatial gate. She stood proudly on the roof and declared, "Gaze upon this and despair. This is the true power of the evil sovereign." But after standing in the freezing cold for so long, the little girl let out a massive sneeze, sending snot flying everywhere. The scene changes. Sometime later, the bulldozer rolls on through the darkness. Hanfeng looked up and sighed, "Your snot is dripping all over my head." Chu Chu sniffled back, "It's frozen solid. I can't even breathe." Zheng Hao finally spoke up. "Thank you, all of you, for saving my life." Ziyi practically begged, "Hey little bro, just let me drive this beast for a little while." Ji Yan cut in with a question, "Hanfeng, where are we headed now?" Hanfeng replied with a world-weary sigh, "Li and I found a sweet villa up on the hillside. I figured we could lay low there for a while. What do you all think?" Zheng Hao nodded. "That sounds like a solid plan." Chu Chu agreed, and Ziyi just gave a thumbs up. "Whatever you say, little bro, I'm with you." But it was Nurse Kim who noticed something was wrong. "Hey, what's that beeping sound on the dashboard? It looks like we're out of fuel." A collective scream of panic erupted. "What?" The bulldozer sputtered, shuddered, and began to grind to a halt. Hanfeng looked up at Chu Chu. "Hey, evil sovereign, you got any fuel in there?" As he spoke, he happened to glance at Ji Yan's stash of fruit. "Of course I do," Chu Chu announced proudly, as several 5-liter jugs of golden cooking oil appeared. Hanfeng yelled, "Not cooking oil. You idiot. Get rid of it." But there they were, a neat row of cooking oil jugs sitting right in front of the steering wheel. Hanfeng buried his face in his hands, groaning, "I told you to grab our fuel reserves, not our kitchen supplies." Chu Chu began rummaging through her spatial gate again, but came up empty. She explained, I think I threw all of it at those guys. The refrigerator, the sofa, even the generator. It's all gone." The news struck the group like a bolt of lightning as they stared at her in stunned silence. Hanfeng's face contorted in disbelief. "So you're telling me our entire 1-year supply is gone?" Chu Chu then pulled out a canister of natural gas, replying, "There's still some of this left." Hanfeng just groaned. "Yeah, right. If you can start this engine with that, I'll start calling you boss." Undeterred, she pulled out a bucket of broken scrap that Hanfeng had been saving to use as firewood, saying, "See? Everything you saved is still right here." He picked up a piece and sighed. "And what good is this pile of garbage going to do us?" But then, a spark of an idea flashed in his eyes. He thought to himself, when plants mutate into these strange substances, they're almost like coal burns. So, could this black liquid from the flesh burn too? He turned to Autumn. "Quick, get me a bucket and a piece of meat." A moment later, a steel bucket sat before him. Hanfeng channeled a blue light into the slab of meat. Making the flesh grow larger would be difficult, but corrupting it? That was far easier. The meat in his hands dissolved into a black sludge, pouring into the bucket. Soon, the bucket was full of the vile liquid. Everyone reeled back, pinching their noses. Zheng Hao choked out, "Kid, what in the world did you just create?" "It reeks!" Hanfeng pulled out a lighter, replying, "Just a little experiment." He flicked it on, touching the flame to the sludge. The liquid instantly erupted in a brilliant flame. Hanfeng laughed out loud, his eyes gleaming. "Incredible! This stuff actually burns!" Zheng Hao was stunned. "Don't tell me you plan to use this as fuel?" Hanfeng answered calmly. "We don't have another choice. If we don't try this, our only option is to abandon the bulldozer and walk." Snow had already blanketed the vehicle during their stop. Hanfeng poured the black liquid into the fuel tank. After a tense moment, the smokestack sputtered to life, and the engine roared. Ziyi cheered. "Kid, you actually did it. You're amazing." Hanfeng just waved his hand. It was nothing at all. But Zheng Hao thought to himself, that actually worked? Just what other secrets is this kid hiding? The bulldozer rumbled onward, pushing through the snow toward the villa district. An unknown amount of time passed, with the engine puffing out thick, black smoke. Inside, Autumn asked Jiyan, "Hey, want a snack?" Jiyan's eyes lit up. "You bet." Autumn then produced a mountain of treats, asking, "So, what are you in the mood for?" Jiyan gasped. "You even have these?" Ziyi jumped in, his voice booming with excitement. "I want some too. Hook me up." Zheng Hao pointed at Autumn, full of curiosity. "Kid, just how much more do you have packed away in that storage space of yours?" Suddenly, his eyes widened in realization. "Wait a second. I heard a rumor that a supermarket was completely emptied overnight. That wasn't you, was it?" Autumn just gave him a sly smile and flashed a peace sign. Meanwhile, Hanfeng, who was focused on driving, called out, "Everyone, we're almost there. The hillside villa I mentioned is just up ahead." Ji Yan's voice was filled with excitement. "Finally, we've made it." Ziyi was pumped. "Let's go, little bro. You got this." Full of energy, Hanfeng grabbed the gear stick and declared, "Watch me power right on through." But the moment he slammed his foot on the accelerator, a series of sputters echoed from the engine. Flames shot out of the exhaust, and a second later, the fuel tank exploded. Hanfeng's face turned pale. The engine blew. The entire group froze in stunned silence. He roared in frustration. "Damn it, we were just a few steps away." With no other choice, Hanfeng's group had to abandon the vehicle. They trudged through the deep snow, pushing past the stiff, frozen corpses that littered the path toward the villa. When they finally reached the entrance, they all collapsed from exhaustion. Hanfeng shivered. I'm freezing to death." With a runny nose, Ziyi cried out, We finally made it." Once they settled in, they managed to start a fire in the hearth. A comforting warmth began to spread through the room. Everyone huddled close to the flames. They all sighed in unison. "We're alive." Hanfeng sat by the fire, content. "Ah, this feels amazing." Ziyi was ecstatic. "I have no more regrets in this life." Zheng Hao just smiled and began to analyze their surroundings. This villa district is an ideal location. The wind blows the snow down the mountain, so it can't pile up this high. The house won't get buried, and it's nearly impossible for anyone to climb up from below. It's easy to defend, and hard to attack. He turned to the others and asked, "Are you planning to turn this into a long-term base?" Just then, the group began arranging tables and chairs near the fireplace. Ji Yan suggested, "It would be better to place them a little further away." Autumn started pulling various supplies from her storage space. As Hanfeng went to start the generator, she directed, "The TV goes right there. That's a good spot." Ziyi was already lost in a 9th generation XPS gaming console. Zheng Hao let out a long sigh. "Never mind. Forget I even asked." In another room, a soft light began to flicker. Hanfeng stood before a generator, muttering to himself, "I can't believe that middle schooler even had a generator stashed away. If this place didn't already have its own power unit and fuel, we would have been in real trouble." He pressed the start button, and the engine rumbled to life. The group cheered in unison. "We have power." Everyone found a task and got to work. Hanfeng turned to them and suggested, "Is everyone hungry? How about we make a proper feast?" Autumn walked over, holding a large thermos. "I want to take a bath. Can you show me how to use the water heater?" At the mention of a bath, Ji Yan's eyes lit up. She spoke shyly. "Actually, I would really love to take one too. I haven't been able to properly wash up since the blizzard started." Hanfeng's mind immediately pictured Nurse Ji Yan, with soap and bubbles. He blushed and let out a devilish little chuckle. He pointed dramatically and declared, "You got it." The scene then cuts to the villa's bathroom, where the walls and shelves were coated in a thick layer of ice. Autumn stood in the doorway, confused. "So, how do you use this water heater?" Hanfeng sighed. "The pipes are frozen solid, and the boiler itself is broken." He stepped inside to inspect it. "Just as I thought. The pipes are burst, but the tub itself is still usable. Autumn chimed in. This part over here is broken too. The group brought out tools and a space heater to start renovating the bathroom. Hanfeng grinned. All right, first step is to scoop all this snow out. Autumn rummaged through her space and announced. Next, it's the evil king's turn to act. She proudly presented a new gadget. Ta-da! A high-powered heating rod. The two of them switched it on and plunged it into the icy tub. The snow began to melt ever so slowly. Hanfeng asked, "Don't you think this is heating up way too slowly?" Autumn nodded. "Yeah, it's taking forever." He dipped his hand into the water and sighed in frustration. "This is basically ice water. How long is this going to take to heat up?" Suddenly, he felt a strange tingle as a red light flared from his hand. Hanfeng flinched, thinking he'd been shocked, but looking closer, he saw where the red light was coming from. Just then, Chu-Chu dipped her hand in and gasped. "The water's hot!" she cheered. Hanfeng was stunned. How is this possible? He stared at his own hand, wondering, could that red light really do this? From the bathroom, Jiyan's excited voice echoed. "A bath! I get to take a real bath." She started to undress, a look of pure bliss on her face. "We can finally get clean," Chu-Chu said, setting her things down. "Do you have to be that excited about it?" Jiyan paused. "Am I?" Then, Chu-Chu pulled supplies from her storage space. "I even have some bath salts here. Nurse Jin, which scent would you like?" Staring at the pile of cosmetics, body wash, and shampoo, Jiyan's eyes lit up. Chu-Chu continued. "I've also got conditioner, and even a moisturizing set. Which brand do you prefer, Nurse Jin?" The nurse suddenly grabbed the young girl in a tight hug, exclaiming, "Chu-Chu, you're an absolute angel. I love you." A short while later, the two women were soaking in the tub, completely relaxed. Jiyan let out a long sigh. "This is amazing," Chu-Chu replied with a single word. "Heaven." She smiled at Chu-Chu. "You're so small and adorable," the girl pouted. "Don't treat me like a kid. I'm already 21 years old." Ziyan chuckled. "Only 21? That definitely makes you the little one here." But then she froze, pushing herself up. "Wait, you're really 21? Chu-Chu nodded. "The power of my evil eye. It helps keep me young forever," Jiyan whispered to herself. "Keeps her young forever?" She laughed it off. "You're pulling my leg. You look like a little kid. There's no way." Outside, Hanfeng was listening in, his face turning bright red. "A high school girl who's 21? That's ridiculous." Just then, Ziyi called out. "Hey man, what are you doing lurking over there? Let's go play some games." Hanfeng quickly turned away, trying to act casual. Ziyi sidled up to him, whispering, "Were you trying to get a peek, huh?" Hanfeng frantically waved his hands. "No, of course not. I was just walking by." Ziyi strode toward the door. "That's not how you do it. A real man doesn't sneak a peek. He watches with confidence. Here, let me show you how it's done." Hanfeng panicked and grabbed him. "Brother Li, no, I want to play games. Let's go now." The scene shifts to the living room. Ziyi yelled, "Cover me, man." Hanfeng mashed the controller buttons. "I'm on my way. Take this. Dance of the Undead, you monster." Watching them, Zheng Hao asked, "In a situation like this, how can you two possibly be in the mood for video games?" Hanfeng replied, "We've got food, drinks, and power. So why not relax a little?" Ziyi urged, "Come on, brother Zheng Hao, play around with us." Hanfeng added, "We're going to be here for a while. Without some entertainment, we'd die of boredom. What about you? Are you staying, or are you going to find your people?" Zheng Hao froze, his gaze turning serious. Hanfeng pressed on. "I know you're not just some ordinary guy, but all I want is to live my life in peace. As long as you don't cause any trouble, you can stay as long as you like." Suddenly, Ziyi screamed, "Dude, save me!" Hanfeng sighed. "Ah, my bad. I'll do better next round." Just then, Jiyan and Chu-Chu emerged. "We're all done. Are you two going to use the bath?" Ziyi threw an arm around Hanfeng. "Let's go in together and save water." Hanfeng's face went pale. "I don't bathe with other guys." The scene shifts to the bathroom, where the water is already warm. Hanfeng was forced to take a bath with Ziyi. He awkwardly asked, "Does the water smell fragrant to you?" Ziyi answered bluntly, "I just ripped a few." Later, the group finally held their long-awaited feast. The table was piled high with food and drinks, and for the first time in ages, they all slept soundly. In the days that followed, Hanfeng used his power to reinforce the villa. He strengthened the walls, the roof, and the perimeter fence. He even converted the top floor into a sauna, a perfect spot to relax and keep an eye on the mountain base. Suddenly, through his binoculars, he spotted a figure. "Hey, someone's climbing up the mountain," he yelled, but the person suddenly collapsed. likely from the brutal cold. They carried the man inside and laid him on the sofa. He was shivering uncontrollably. Hanfeng asked, "Brother Li, you actually know this guy?" Ziyi replied, "He's one of Boss Liu's men. You've met him before, right?" Hanfeng looked totally lost. "Boss Liu? Which Boss Liu?" Ziyi prompted him. "The big boss who helped you get that gun." Hanfeng's eyes widened in realization. "That was Boss Liu?" The man stirred, clutching his head. "Am I still alive? Where am I?" Ziyi rushed over. "Brother Chiang, you're awake," the man jolted. "Big Mouth Li? What are you doing here?" Ziyi held up his hands placatingly. "Whoa, Brother Chiang, just take it easy." Qiang's eyes landed on Hanfeng. "And you're the kid who bought the gun." Hanfeng gave a small bow. "Hello, Brother Chiang. My name is Hanfeng." Ziyi sat down next to him. "Brother Chiang, what happened out there?" Chiang began his story. "A few days ago, our office was attacked by a group of soldiers. Countless brothers were killed or wounded." Ziyi leaned in, his voice urgent. "What? What about Boss Liu?" Qiang continued. "Boss Liu listened to Hanfeng's advice. He stockpiled supplies, which helped us and hundreds of other residents survive the crisis. But a few days ago, those soldiers started looting and killing indiscriminately. Boss Liu led a team to fight back, but he was shot in the leg and captured. We got separated, but we agreed to meet up here, where Boss Liu kept his hidden supplies." Hanfeng realized. So that's why he was at the base of the mountain. He was trying to meet his comrades. Ziyi grabbed his arm anxiously. "Brother Chiang, Boss Liu is still alive, isn't he?" Qiang nodded. "They definitely want him alive." A small smile of relief appeared on Ziyi's face. "That's good. As long as he's alive." He began to tremble. "Without Boss Liu, I would have been dead long ago." Ziyi grabbed Qiang's hand. "Brother Chiang, take me to him. We have to save him." Qiang yanked his hand back. "Big Mouth Li, are you insane? You have no idea how many men and guns they have. What can the two of us possibly do? How can we possibly save him?" Zheng Hao's voice cut in. "You're talking about Boss Liu from Ju Yi Hall." Ziyi looked surprised. "Brother Zheng Hao, you know him?" He slowly nodded. "Years ago, in the underground fighting pits, Boss Liu saved my life and bought my freedom." His gaze fell to his bandaged arm. "If you're going to rescue him, count me in." He ripped the gauze from his arm, his voice booming with conviction. "I have brothers all over this city. I can reach out to them for help." Chiang shot to his feet, his eyes wide. "You're him, the mad dog of the underground fighting circuit," Ziyi added, his voice full of awe. "The legend with a 30-fight winning streak." Hanfeng just scoffed. "The mad dog? Really?" Zheng Hao waved dismissively. "That's an old name. Leave it in the past." But Ziyi was electrified. "With the mad dog on our side, Boss Liu is as good as saved." The man stepped forward. "My name is Li Zheng Hao. Don't use that other name." Chiang eagerly shook his hand. "Yes, Big Brother Li." Hanfeng, however, fell silent, lost in thought. Is Boss Liu really such a righteous man? Everyone is jumping to save him. Not going would look bad. But it's a suicide mission. My own neck is more important. He finally spoke up. "Looks like I'm a hunted man myself, so I'll have to sit this one out." Ziyi was stunned. "You're not coming with us?" "I can't go," Hanfeng replied firmly. "But I will support the mission to save Boss Liu with supplies." He pulled Ziyi and Chiang aside, his voice dropping to a whisper. "Listen, you two. I have something important to tell you, but this must remain a secret. It's about me and that high school girl." Later, at the dinner table, Hanfeng put on a polite face. "Brother Chiang, take your time. There's plenty to go around." "Thanks," Chiang mumbled through a mouthful of food. Hanfeng thought to himself, "I can't make the food too good today, or Brother Chiang might get suspicious." He then led the man to a bedroom. "Brother Chiang, this is the room I've prepared for you." It was Spartan, with only the bare essentials. The day of the rescue mission arrived. A table was covered in guns, ammo, and supply-filled packs. Chiang was impressed. "No wonder they call you resourceful, Brother Hanfeng. You've prepared everything." Hanfeng pointed at a large carton. "Guns and hardtack, I get. But why so many cigarettes?" Chiang smirked and explained. "Money is worthless now. When the new powers trade with each other, cigarettes are the only currency that matters." The three of them then set out on snowboards. Zheng Hao waved. "Brother Hanfeng, until we meet again." Ziyi grinned. "Don't you worry, little bro. We'll definitely make it back." Chiang gave a deep bow. "Brother Han, and to you, sister-in-law. Ju Yi Hall will remember this debt." Jian turned to him. "Mr. Han, do you have a wife?" "No, I don't." he answered. She looked confused. Oh, really? Chu-Chu chimed in. He was talking about you, Sister Jin. Ji-Yan froze, her face turning bright red. A complete misunderstanding. I have to clear this up later. Afterwards, Hanfeng set up surveillance cameras all around the villa. He needed to monitor the perimeter. The group settled back into a quiet routine of eating and playing games, until one day, Ji-Yan's voice pierced the silence. What is this? Hanfeng jumped. What's wrong? She ran out, a kitchen knife trembling in her hand. It's Chu-Chu. We went into the kitchen and saw a Napa cabbage. A Napa cabbage. Cut in half. Ji-Yan explained. Chu-Chu said it was the last one. A shiver went down Hanfeng's spine. This was a nightmare. He spun around to face Chu-Chu, the high schooler. How many vegetables and fruits are left in the storeroom? She replied brightly. There's lots and lots. Hanfeng stared at the meager pile in front of him. You call this a lot? I thought you cleaned out the entire supermarket. Chu-Chu shrugged. I don't really like Napa cabbage, so I only grabbed a few. Ji-Yan looked confused. Then why are there so many cucumbers? The girl shrugged again. Simple. Because I like cucumbers. Hanfeng stood there, speechless. He was lost in thought. We've been burning through our supplies. If this keeps up, we'll be out of food in no time. He thought to himself. My ability can only create wheat, soybeans, broccoli, and meat. Every other type of vegetable and fruit has been a failure. He clutched the remaining cabbage, his voice grim. There's only one left. I have to find a way to replicate it. Ji-Yan offered words of encouragement. Mr. Han, our future happiness is all in your hands now. Hanfeng sat among the few remaining fruits, holding the Napa cabbage as a blue light began to glow. He prayed silently. Please, let this work. It has to work. But with a puff of smoke, his first attempt failed, creating nothing but a black, charcoal-like substance. Damn it, he cursed. Again. He took another leaf from the precious cabbage, but the result was the same. A complete failure. Ji-Yan and Chu-Chu watched silently from the doorway. They could hear Hanfeng's frustrated voice inside. Again, if the cabbage won't work, I'll try carrots, peppers, potatoes. Hours passed. Hanfeng sat in the room, completely dejected, wondering why this was happening. Not even one success. Ji-Yan gently entered the room. Mr. Han, are you all right? He looked up, his face filled with dread. I'm afraid that we might never have fresh vegetables again. We're doomed, she whispered, her eyes wide with worry. Is it really that serious? Chu-Chu casually crunched on a cucumber. There are still plenty of cucumbers, she offered. Want one? Besides, you won't die without vegetables. Just pop a vitamin pill. Hanfeng was left completely speechless. Ji-Yan had another idea. Mr. Han, what if we try growing them? He looked skeptical. It's freezing outside. How could we possibly plant anything? I used to grow vegetables on my balcony year-round, she explained. As long as you control the temperature and light, plants can grow just fine indoors. She began listing what they'd need. Vegetable racks, soil, nutrient solution, and some LED grow lights. Hanfeng's eyes lit up. Nurse Jin, you're a genius. A true vegetable-growing expert. Chu-Chu, still munching on her cucumber, asked, So, where are we supposed to buy all that stuff now? Hanfeng and Ji-Yan turned to her. They asked in unison, You have them, right? The scene shifts outside the villa. Hanfeng slammed a shovel into the ice, but it barely made a scratch. It was too hard. He shook his head in defeat. The ground is frozen solid. We can't dig. But Ji-Yan raised her shovel, a confident smile on her face. Here, watch me. A broken piece of pottery whizzed past Hanfeng's head. The girl panicked. What are we going to do? He remained calm. It's too cold out here. Let's get inside and think of a plan. The moment they stepped in, he asked, Hey, high school girl, how many of those vegetable containers did you make? The floor was covered with plastic boxes and bottles cut into small planters. Tu replied, See, I wasn't lazy. Hanfeng gave her a thumbs up. Great work. Picking up a bottle, he thought. Even without real flower pots, this many plastic containers would be enough. Ji-Yun patted Tutu's back. You're amazing, Tutu. The young girl sighed. Don't treat me like a child. So, where's the soil? Hanfeng explained. The ground is frozen solid. We can't dig. Tutu suggested using a heating rod to thaw the ground, but he dismissed the idea. A heating rod can't pierce the earth. The heating effect would be too limited. Ji-Yun held her face. If only there was a way to melt the ice instantly. Tu shot to her feet, pointing directly at Hanfeng. Apostle who commands water, it's time to use your true power. Her words sparked a memory, and he finally understood. Ah, I get it. He looked at the red light in his hand, remembering how he'd heated his bathwater. That same red glow had made the water boil. If he could figure out how to use the red light, he could thaw the frozen ground. He dipped his hand into a bucket of water, but after 20 minutes, nothing happened. Hanfeng slumped in defeat, muttering, "Completely useless. I can't figure out the rules for this red light at all." He tried to remember. What was different in the bathroom that time? Was it because of the electric shock? He turned to Tutu. "High school girl, do you have anything that could give me an electric shock?" The girl pulled out a power socket, warning him, "If you stick your hand into this high-power outlet, it could be fatal." Hanfeng waved her off. "I'm not trying to die. The last shock was an accident, but it heated the water, so I want to try it again." Tutu replied, "Oh, I see. This beginner-level lightning magic wand only causes mild paralysis." She handed him a low-voltage anti-wolf stun baton. Hanfeng was suspicious. The stun baton looked pretty powerful. "Are you sure this thing only causes a mild paralysis?" Tutu assured him that beginner lightning magic was very weak and perfectly safe. He took it, flipped the switch, and said, "All right, I'll trust you this time." A current from the baton surged into his hand, merging with the red light. Hanfeng trembled and threw his head back, his voice strained. "Oh no, oh, this is bad," but it was working. Steam began to rise from the bucket. The scene shifts outside the villa. Hanfeng sits with the glowing red light and the baton, flipping the switch. He watched the sparks fly and muttered, "I have no idea what the principle is, but as long as it works." He sent the current into his hand. With a grunt, the ice and snow beneath his feet melted and blasted upward. Hanfeng withdrew the red light, grabbed a fistful of dirt, and raised his hand in triumph. "We've got soil." As planned, they filled all the plastic bottles with dirt. He announced excitedly, "The planters and soil for the vegetables are ready." Tutu held up the seeds and asked, "Which kind are you going to plant?" Hanfeng answered, "Obviously, we're planting all of them." Ji-yun stopped him. "Wait, the temperature inside isn't high enough. We can't grow most of these." She continued, "These types need lower temperatures. Let's try planting them first." Hanfeng was impressed. "No wonder you're the gardening expert." In a certain room, bright LED lights shone down for growing vegetables. Hanfeng said, "This basement has the best insulation. From now on, this is just for growing vegetables." Ji-yun was doubtful. "Even with 4 heaters, I don't know if the temperature will be high enough." She touched the soil. "If it's not warm enough, the seeds won't sprout." Hanfeng picked up a plastic bottle. "If the green light works on seeds, maybe I can try to grow them directly." He closed his eyes, channeling the green energy and carefully controlling the rhythm. Opening his eyes, he commanded, "Grow." The seed in the bottle quickly grew into a seedling. Despite a few failures and adding new seeds, he managed to grow dozens of seedlings. Ji-yun celebrated with him. But a few hours later, the seedlings had frozen and withered. She checked the thermometer. Despite 4 heaters, the temperature was only about 10 degrees. She proposed they had to raise it to 20 degrees. Hanfeng asked, "What about adding 2 more heaters?" Ji-yun shook her head. "Without better insulation, the heaters will be less effective." He explained, "But the basement is already the best insulated place." Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind. "The deeper you are underground, the warmer it is. Why don't we dig the basement deeper?" Ji-yun was excited. "No problem, leave it to me. I'm confident in my own strength." He wondered if she really planned to dig by hand. Hanfeng raised his hand, a light flickering within it. "Let me see if this light has any effect on stone. If it doesn't work, we'll have to dig by hand." He knew the green and red lights had no effect on stone, but the purple light could soften it. However, the softened stone was still as hard as ever. He tried combining the 3 colors and changing the rhythm, but it all failed. Plants turned into black matter, flesh into black plastic, but the stone remained unchanged. Perhaps it was the difference between organic and inorganic matter. After days of failure, Hanfeng angrily slammed his hand on the ground, yelling, "Damn it!" And unexpectedly, the stone shattered into pieces. He was stunned to find that when the light's intensity surpassed its limit, it could pulverize stone. He placed his hand, glowing with red light, on the floor and released its maximum power. A square of ground crumbled. Hanfeng applied more force, breaking the stone into smaller pieces. He fell into the pit, submerged in dirt and rock, panting heavily. The effect wasn't bad, but a single use had left him exhausted. He continued digging the pit in the following days, while Ji-yun transported the soil outside. 7 days later, their new bunker was complete, plunging dozens of meters deep and spanning over 20 square meters. With a few more modifications, it was now a fully functional underground greenhouse. Hanfeng gave Ji-yun a high five. "You worked hard, Nurse Kim." She beamed. "This was all thanks to you, Hanfeng." "Mister." He glanced down at her, thinking to himself. Now this was his favorite part, admiring Ji-Yan's milk tea-colored curves. A grin spread across his face. A little bigger than I remembered. After setting down the saplings, Ji-Yan spoke up. If all goes well, we can harvest these in 2 weeks. Hanfeng's face fell. Does it really take that long? It had been over half a month since they started planting, and their stored vegetables were completely gone. They'd been eating cauliflower for 7 straight days. Climbing the stairs felt like a chore. 2 more months of this? He didn't know if he could take it. That's when Ji-Yan made a suggestion. Mr. Han, we could pickle some bean sprouts. They'll be ready in 3 days. But just then, she missed a step and tumbled forward, and her treasures smashed right into Hanfeng's face. Oof! Ji-Yan was flustered. I'm so sorry. Are you okay? Hanfeng's face flushed crimson as blood trickled from his nose. He waved his hand dismissively. I'm fine. She looked worried. Mr. Han, your nose is bleeding. Let me check it. I'm a nurse, you know. He pinched his nose and quickly walked away. No need. I'm really okay. Stepping into the room, Hanfeng froze in his tracks. Ji-Yan peeked in behind him. What's wrong? Inside, the floor was covered in a complex magic circle, lit by dozens of candles. Chu-Chu stood in the center, chanting, Oh, great, evil eye. In the name of your humble messenger, I summon you. She continued her elaborate hand gestures. Descend before me in your all-powerful form. Help me complete this most difficult mission. Forming a final hand seal, she screamed. Appear now, fifth evil eye. Hanfeng was completely baffled. What are you doing? Have you gone crazy? It's a summoning ritual for the evil eye, Chu-Chu explained calmly. One went out of control, so I'm summoning a new one. He glanced at the laptop. Oh, it's just the camera at the foot of the mountain that's broken. You scared the life out of me. This villa was flanked by a cliff on one side and the main road on the other. A single camera at the entrance was enough to spot anyone approaching. Hanfeng and Ji-Yan slid down the slope to fix it. As he worked on the camera, he grumbled. This damn weather. When will it ever end? Suddenly, a strange noise echoed from deep within the forest. Hanfeng flinched. What the hell was that sound? He stared into the darkness, but couldn't see a thing. Ji-Yan asked, Mr. Han, what's wrong? He replied, I'm not sure, but there are piles of white bones in those mountains. After fixing the camera, he urged her on. There's someone on the mountain pass. It's dangerous. Let's go. Quickly. The next morning, Hanfeng wasn't worried about the mountains. His only goal was to grow vegetables. He went to the basement to channel his energy into the saplings. He muttered to himself, trying to use a specific energy rhythm to force the seeds to sprout early. But the attempt was a complete failure. Impossible! Why isn't it working? He cried out in frustration. Looking at the soil, he noticed something odd. The vegetables bathed in the blue light had all died, but the ones it didn't touch were growing perfectly. A theory formed in his mind. Could it be that only a weak blue light promotes growth? Ji-Yan's experiments soon proved him right. More than 30 minutes of blue light would stop the vegetables from growing entirely. He could only use his power for a short time each day. Luckily, having Ji-Yan and Chu-Chu there made the process less boring. 5 days later, their very first vegetable was ready for harvest. Hanfeng cheered. My Napa cabbage is finally grown. Ji-Yan picked up a radish. The radish was shaped exactly like a human foot. Are you sure there's nothing wrong with a radish shaped like this? She asked. Chu-Chu, standing nearby, marveled at another creation. The shape of this tomato is incredible too. The girl's eyes then darted to a corner of the basement. Her voice was filled with awe. But the most amazing thing is over there. A colossal cabbage was growing in the corner. Hanfeng asked curiously, Are cabbages normally this huge? Ji-Yan could only guess. Maybe. It's a new hybrid species? Hanfeng thought to himself. Besides the Napa cabbage, all the other vegetables are bizarre. Is there something wrong with my blue light? Holding the normal cabbage, he smiled. Who cares? As long as we can eat it, it's a win. Ji-Yan proposed a menu. Tonight, let's have radish and rib soup, and stir-fried beef with tomatoes. Later, at the dinner table, the plates were nearly empty. Everyone was stuffed, leaning back in their chairs contentedly. Hanfeng let out a sigh of relief. It had been a busy half-month, but every second was worth it. Then, Chu-Chu spoke up. I want to eat strawberries and cantaloupe. Let's plant some fruit. He reached out and playfully pinched the girl's cheek. Chu-Chu insisted. Humans take vitamin pills, but I am a god. I require strawberries and cantaloupe. Ji-Yan pointed to a large leftover dish. There's still a lot of cabbage left. Is no one going to eat it? Hanfeng turned away. I'm sick of looking at it. Chu-Chu nodded in agreement. I don't like cabbage either. Hanfeng was reminded of what Ziyi had said. If only Brother Li were here, he could finish this entire pile all by himself. Hanfeng closed his eyes and sighed. Brother Li's group has been down the mountain for over half a month now. I wonder how they're doing. The compressed biscuits I gave them must have run out long ago. He murmured. I just hope they're safe. Suddenly, a massive explosion boomed in the distance. A mushroom cloud of smoke and dust rose into the sky. Qiu clapped her hands. The roar of the Demon King has appeared again. Ji Yan looked on with worry. This is the 6th time we've heard that sound today. What's happening over there? But Hanfeng was resolute. Whatever is happening out there has nothing to do with us. He leaned back, chewing on a toothpick. Besides, it only happens once a day. It's not a big deal. But 3 days later, a series of non-stop explosions shook the entire hill. Inside the villa, Hanfeng held his head and cursed. Now the whole villa is shaking. He clenched his fists in frustration. It's gone off dozens of times today, and it hasn't stopped. The scene shifts outside. Hanfeng climbed a ladder to the roof, muttering to himself. I have to see what in the world is going on. He crawled onto the shingles and raised a pair of binoculars to his eyes. Through the lenses, he saw plumes of smoke rising from multiple spots among the hills. Hanfeng was stunned. What is all this? The distant explosions echoed again, stoking his curiosity. He kept the binoculars trained on the smoke, desperate to see who or what was causing this chaos, making this much noise out in the mountains. Aren't they afraid of giving away their position? Just then, another explosion erupted. The blast forced Hanfeng to quickly lower his binoculars. They were far away for now, but if those explosions got any closer, they'd be in serious trouble. He wasn't sure if even this reinforced house could withstand the power of blasts like that. But he wasn't satisfied. He glanced up at their defensive wall, muttering, This wall, it seems too thin and short. We have to reinforce it. After carefully climbing down, Hanfeng discussed the situation with Ji Yan and Qiu, though none of them knew what was truly happening in the outside world. But to be safe, he decided they had to build the wall higher and thicker to avoid getting swept away by a potential blast. Qiu frowned skeptically, asking, What are you going to build it with? I don't have any cement in my warehouse. Hanfeng just chuckled softly. His gaze drifted to the pile of rubble from their excavation. Heh, don't worry. We already have all the materials we need right here. Together with Ji Yan, he began to stack the heavy stones. First, let's just pile these up. That's when Qiu brought them some water. Hanfeng poured the water over the rows of stones. Once this freezes solid, it will create an incredibly sturdy wall. Right? He grabbed a shovel and slammed it against their new creation, proving its strength. The temperature was extremely low, so this wall of ice and stone might actually be even stronger than concrete. The three of them poured all their strength into tirelessly raising and reinforcing the barrier. When they ran out of rocks, Hanfeng even demolished the neighboring mansion for more materials. After 3 grueling days, a colossal ice wall was finally complete. Qiu, Ji Yan, and Hanfeng stood outside admiring it, unable to hide their satisfaction. With an ice wall this thick, we can finally relax a little. But suddenly, another explosion rocked the ground, sending Hanfeng and Ji Yan staggering. Qiu was knocked completely to the ground. Don't tell me. The explosions have finally reached us? Hanfeng scrambled onto the roof to investigate, his blood running cold when he saw how close the blast was. Damn it, so it really is here. Just as he lowered his binoculars, he saw artillery shells closing in, tearing apart the surrounding houses and sending debris flying everywhere. Their massive wall blocked most of it, but since he was on the rooftop, a stray rock whizzed right past his face. Hanfeng hastily climbed down, sighing with relief. Good thing we finished the wall. That was way too close. He rushed back inside. He shouted urgently, Artillery fire! Everyone get to the bunker, now! For several days, they had to hide underground, for half the day, before it was safe to return to the surface. The following night, while Hanfeng was taking a shower, another nearby explosion shook the house. He barely had time to wrap a towel around his waist as he ran out to warn the others. The shelling is back! Get to the bunker, now! On the morning of the 3rd day, the mansion next door was blown to pieces, and a shell slammed directly into their ice wall. By the afternoon of the 4th day, Hanfeng was about to use the restroom, when the sound of explosions rang out again. He fumbled with his pants, right as Qiu walked in, leading to a very awkward silence. Could you hurry it up? I need to use the bathroom. Could you at least try knocking first? In the days that followed, the shelling never stopped. It made it hard for Hanfeng to even change his clothes. Damn it, is this ever going to end? Every single day was spent hiding in the bunker. They couldn't eat or sleep in peace. Finally getting dressed, he grabbed his rifle, pure fury etched across his face. I'm going to find out what kind of psycho keeps firing artillery at this exact spot every day. He said his farewells to Chu Chu and Jiyan, and with that, he left. You two be careful. I'll be back. After snowboarding halfway to his destination, Hanfeng arrived at the blast zone. He walked toward the wreckage, picking up a scrap of fabric to examine it. This material, it looks like a military uniform. Could the military be responsible for the explosions? A memory suddenly flashed in his mind. It can't be. Not those people. He continued through the ruins, a growing unease twisting in his gut. The sheer number of corpses scattered about proved that the previous battle had been absolutely brutal. To be safe, he decided to climb to a nearby peak to survey the area ahead. Already panting from the effort, he unstrapped his snowboard and began the exhausting climb. Pant, pant. Reaching the summit, he pulled out his binoculars. Whoa, that cave is massive. It looks like a military base. Looking closer, he spotted 2 artillery cannons on either side of the cave entrance. Damn it. So those are the cannons that have been shelling us every single day? Peering down, he saw a group of soldiers surrounding the entrance, but they were acting suspiciously. That's odd. Why are those soldiers being so stealthy? Suddenly, the soldiers charged forward, their guns erupting in a constant stream of fire. Isn't this their own base? Why are they attacking it? Is this some kind of infighting? A blood-curdling scream suddenly pierced the air. Ugh! A powerful gust of wind exploded from the cave, sending soldiers flying everywhere. One of them hurtled directly toward Hanfeng's position, but he dodged just in time. Holy crap! After a moment of dead silence, he cautiously advanced with his rifle raised, only to find mangled bodies. It looked like they were all dead. He quickly brought his binoculars back up. Were all those soldiers really wiped out that easily? Unexpectedly, a figure slowly emerged from the cave. It was a captivatingly beautiful woman, along with 2 children, a boy and a girl. They were Zishi, and her children, Yuan Wen and Yuan Yi. Why would a family of 3 just walk out of a place like that? Suddenly, the woman seemed to sense something, lowering her sunglasses with a faint smile as her eyes swept toward Hanfeng. He jolted, dropping his binoculars instantly. Did she spot me? No way. I'm hundreds of meters away from her. It has to be a coincidence. After calming his racing heart, Hanfeng cautiously resumed his observation. That had to be a coincidence. There's no way she could have spotted me. As the group of 3 scouted the area, Zishi kept her eyes locked on Hanfeng's position. Slowly, she raised her massive cannon, aiming it right at the mountain peak where he was hiding. A deafening explosion ripped through the air. Hanfeng barely managed to slide to safety, but he'd been spotted. How did she know? These 3 were far too strange. First, he needed to pull back, observe, and then form a plan. Suddenly, a chaotic roar erupted from behind him. Boom! Crash! Curiosity forced Hanfeng to look back. What was that sound? It was a group of remnant soldiers, fighting for their lives. They were being chased this way. Then, a gust of icy wind appeared, right at their feet. The 3 figures had returned. Yuan Yi slammed his hands on the ground, causing the earth to tremble violently, triggering a massive avalanche that swallowed the soldiers whole. Arg! Hanfeng was caught in the blast wave. What the hell? How is this happening? This is bad. Really bad. The wall of snow seemed to bury him completely, his last thought trailing off. The ferocious blizzard raged, then everything abruptly stopped, plunging into silence. Suddenly, from beneath the ground, a single red light began to glow, followed by thousands more. Hanfeng clawed his way out from under the snow, dragging a blonde soldier with him. Cough, cough. A few more seconds, and he would have suffocated. Lucky for him, this dam blocked the slide. Otherwise, who knows how far he'd have been swept away. He remembered. In the instant the snow hit, those 3 seemed to be standing on its surface. Could they actually control ice and snow? Hopefully, this guy could provide some useful intel. A short while later, Hanfeng arrived at a small, dilapidated outpost. He tied the soldier up, set his gear on a table, and pressed his gun against the man's head. Hey, wake up! The soldier's eyes fluttered open, and he saw the gun barrel inches from his face. He panicked. Don't kill me. I'll tell you everything. Hanfeng sighed. He had thought of so many interrogation techniques, but this guy cracked before he could even start. He sat down, casually crossing his legs. Relax. Just tell me everything you know about the girl and those 2 kids, and I'll let you go. The soldier, agitated, scrambled to explain. They're clearly not human. They can use ice magic, fire energy waves, and even make things explode. But Hanfeng wasn't satisfied. He pressed his boot onto the man's face. What kind of nonsense are you spouting? Start with the girl. Tell me about them, one by one. The The soldier quickly calmed himself and explained clearly. The girl can use energy waves. She sent us flying with a single blast. The little girl uses explosion magic. She can turn anything into a bomb. And that boy, he controls the snow. He's the one who caused the avalanche. They're not people. They have superpowers. They're mages. They're monsters. Hanfeng found it hard to believe. How could something so absurd be real? But then he looked at himself and could only manage a wry smile. He supposed he didn't have the right to call anyone else absurd. It seems there are quite a few others like me out there. That middle school girl and the big-headed guy too. He leaned in closer to the soldier. Last question. The artillery strikes on the villas at the top of the southern hill these past few days. Was that your doing? The man started crying, denying it instantly. No, it wasn't us. They stole our base from us a long time ago. This time, we had reinforcements from headquarters coming to help us take it back. Hanfeng started piecing it all together. So, the explosions in the mountains earlier. That was these guys fighting. Many soldiers were blown to pieces, so it must have been the woman and the two kids, and the ones bombarding our villa district. It has to be those three. But then he realized something was wrong. He aimed his gun at the soldier, who grew even more terrified. No, that's not right. I don't know them, so why? Would they shell my location every single day? The man pleaded. Boss, how would I know? Seeing there was nothing left to gain, Hanfeng turned away. Forget it. You can go now. The terrified soldier, without even waiting to be untied, scrambled to run away, thanking him profusely. Thank you, sir. Thank you for sparing my life. Thank you. Thank you. But just as he left, a single gunshot rang out, and the soldier was vaporized. The shelling had started again, and it was aimed right at the outpost Hanfeng was hiding in. As the smoke cleared, the house was only lightly damaged, thanks to his own magic, reinforcing it. These artillery shells weren't being fired randomly. They were aimed precisely at his location. From across the mountains, how, in the world, did they pinpoint his position? Back with the trio, Yuan Yi sighed in admiration. Sis, your skills are getting scary good, Zishi boasted smugly. Well, of course. I use these powers every day. How could I not be an expert? Yuan Wen sensed Hanfeng's power. After the shelling, his ability fluctuations didn't just disappear. They actually grew even more intense. Yuan Yi sat down, complaining. An avalanche and artillery shells couldn't kill him. That means he's way too strong. Zishi stepped forward confidently. With this many shells, what's to fear? We'll just blow him to bits. If we let him escape, he'll only bring back more enemies. Let's fire a few more rounds. If he's still not dead, we'll move in and finish him off. But young Yuan Yi was uneasy. That guy isn't even afraid of artillery shells. Can we really defeat him? Zishi, on the other hand, was full of confidence. What are you scared of? In this snowy landscape, my ability is invincible. Back with Hanfeng, he was trembling from exhaustion. The shelling finally stopped. If I hadn't reinforced this room in time, I would have been a goner. He moved to the window to observe. What's the next move? Do I go out there and face those three superpowered individuals? If I run back home, I'll probably just get shelled every day. To secure any kind of peaceful future, I have no choice but to find a way to eliminate them. Just the three of them. Hanfeng calmly picked up a stone, sketching his plan on the wall. In front of the dam was a vast snowfield, flanked by mountains on both sides. The enemy team consisted of 3 people, each possessing a unique power: Qigong waves, explosive rounds, and ice manipulation. The girl can turn anything she touches into a bomb, but his reinforced buildings should be able to withstand the blast. The woman uses powerful Qigong waves, and what's worse, she attacks from a distance. This is extremely dangerous, and the most formidable one is the kid who can generate snowstorms and avalanches. If he controls the ice from afar, he could bury both me and the dam at the same time. Hanfeng grabbed his rifle and peered out the window. If only I could land a shot from this distance. But I'm no expert marksman. If the range is too great, there's a high chance I'll miss, he muttered, his eyes scanning the terrain. Even if they're hiding in the mountains on either side of the dam, it would be hard to spot them in time. Leaning back in frustration, Hanfeng pondered, is there another way to deal with those 3? Maybe I could set a trap on the path they're forced to take. But what path is that? Besides, with an ice manipulator on their team, any trap would be useless. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon the dam itself. An idea sparked. What if I lure them downstream, then open the floodgates? That way, there would be no escape. Hanfeng stepped outside, moving to the edge of the dam for a closer look. But how? Do I get them downstream? If I'm the bait, who opens the valve? This floodgate is massive, at least 7 meters high. He examined the structure again. The machine room was on top. A layer of ice held back the snow and water, with the release valve in the middle. I've heard that when ice fishing in the Arctic, the ice has to be 2 meters thick, and the water level beneath it is higher than the valve itself. To be safe, I need to go down and check it myself. Using his power, he pushed the snow behind him, forming a thick snow wall. If, at the critical moment, the release valve doesn't work, I'm finished. He placed his hand near the edge of the valve, and a pink liquid trickled down. As the liquid touched the ice on the gate, water suddenly gushed out. Hanfeng quickly sealed it again, a confident smirk on his face. Perfect. There's still water. If I can just drag them down here, victory is mine. Meanwhile, the other three, with their seamless combination of ice powers, qigong waves, and terrain knowledge, were rapidly closing in on Hanfeng's position. Zishi stopped to observe. He's in the second house on top of the dam. Without waiting, she moved to attack. All right, I'm going to blast him with a cannonball, but Yuan Wen stepped forward to stop her. Yuan Yi, you attack first. Wait for him to run out. Then, Zishi, you open fire. Zishi reluctantly agreed. Fine. Young Yuan Yi knelt down, placing his hands on the ground. The thick snow surged violently, creating a massive avalanche that swept away everything in its path. However, Hanfeng's house remained standing, reinforced by his power. He yelled from inside, "Here they come! Here they come!" As the dust settled, Hanfeng moved to the window to observe. Let's see where I can find you. He aimed his rifle into the distance, pointing it straight at Yuan Wen's head. Found you. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. The bullet tore through the air, but Yuan Wen and Zishi quickly reacted, activating a shockwave that blocked Hanfeng's shot completely. Yuan Wen said coldly, "It seems the avalanche destroyed the house he was in. From now on, everything depends on you, Zishi." Propelled by Yuan Yi's snow, Zishi rocketed towards Hanfeng. No problem. From a distance, Hanfeng watched, satisfied that everything was going exactly as planned. I've been waiting for you. He climbed onto a chair, leaped onto a pre-positioned table, and placed his hands on the ceiling. He shattered it and jumped out. Get ready. The insults I came up with are guaranteed to make them furious. Taking a deep breath, he unleashed a barrage of curses, each word like a slap to their faces. ZC gritted her teeth. Enraged, she screamed, "That bastard dares to curse us? I'm going to blow him to pieces." But when she went to attack, she realized her cannon was gone. It turned out Yuan Wen had taken it. She trembled with rage. "Do you two know what I hate the most?" She went berserk, screaming curses back. "You're the whore. Your whole family are whores." She fired relentlessly at Hanfeng, but he had already deployed a parachute and was flying away. "Ha ha, you ugly witch. Go wash your butt first. Just wait till I get back." Zishi pointed after his retreating figure, yelling, "Sister, he's trying to run away." Furious, she dragged the two kids with her. "I have to kill him. I'll kill him." The two boys tried to calm her down. "Sister, calm down." Meanwhile, Hanfeng had landed back at the dam and began to melt the ice. "See you all again very soon." Hanfeng hurriedly opened one of the dam's floodgates, but realized the flow of water was too weak. It wasn't powerful enough. Without hesitation, he rushed to the other gates. "If one isn't enough, then I'll add a few more. The second, the third, the fourth." Back with the trio, they were still following the snowy trail leading down. A loud crash echoed. Suddenly, Zishi roared, "I found the bastard. Stop right there." But a wave of unease washed over Yuan Wen. This isn't right. There are no energy fluctuations here at all. Just then, Yuan Yi caught a bizarre sound. What is that noise? The moment they turned, a monstrous wave crashed towards them like a flash flood. "It's a deluge," panic set in. "We've walked right into a trap." Yuan Wen, run, go, now. Yuan Wen nodded grimly. Right. Yuan Yi dropped to one knee, slamming his hand on the ground. An avalanche of snow erupted from below, lifting the three of them. It became a makeshift raft, helping them escape the surging water. But just as the flood was about to overtake them, Yuan Wen acted in the nick of time, holding it back. "Move it." Zishi could only shout encouragement from the side. "You can do it. Hang in there." But Yuan Yi was at his limit, panting heavily. "I'm out of strength. All the snow around here has melted. There's not enough left to use." Suddenly, The snow platform shattered beneath them. It dissolved into the current, sending them plunging down. Ah! Luckily, Yuan Wen managed to grab them both, unleashing a shockwave to block the torrent and ride the flow. Meanwhile, on the dam, Hanfeng watched from a distance through his binoculars. The mountain blocked his view, so he couldn't see what was happening downstream. But it didn't matter. Even if they didn't drown, they'd definitely freeze to death. He slowly backed away. Now I can return to the cave and destroy all their cannons without a single worry. A dreamy feeling washed over him. Those peaceful, easy days were finally coming back. The snow crunched under his makeshift boots with every step. Man, if only I could walk on snow, like it was flat ground. After a long and treacherous journey, he finally reached the cave. Hanfeng raised his gun, cautiously creeping towards the entrance. He flattened himself against the outer edge. There shouldn't be anyone inside. There's no way a whole squad will just rush out and gun me down, right? Still, better safe than sorry. Stealth over a direct fight. The pink liquid secreted from his hand again, melting the two cannons outside. First things first, gotta deal with these. But as he was about to soften the ammunition, he paused. Wait a second. Will the shells explode after they've been softened? If I cause an explosion and attract more people, it'll be a huge mess. I'll just leave the artillery shells. Without the cannons, they're useless anyway. After retracting the liquid, he carefully scanned the cave's interior, then slowly stepped inside, hugging the wall. A military base this big. Who knows what else is in here? As he moved deeper, he was stunned by the sheer number of cannons. Holy hell, why are there so many of these things? Good thing they were only using mortars to bombard me earlier. If they had used these behemoths, no matter how many times I reinforced my house, it would have been blown to smithereens in an instant. Carefully, he continued using the liquid to melt the barrels of the large caliber cannons. Melt. Melt it all for me. Only when he was certain it was safe did Hanfeng let out a breath of relief. It's done. He pressed further inside, astonished by the supply depot. Look at all these supplies. There's enough here to equip an entire army. No wonder those soldiers were so desperate to get this stuff back. I can't possibly carry all of it, but leaving it behind is a waste. And if these weapons fall into the wrong hands, it could be disastrous. He imagined if that high school girl were here, she'd probably have packed all this stuff up and taken it with her. Thinking about hoarding all these supplies, Hanfeng couldn't help but grin devilishly. What a beautiful picture. Just the thought of it is thrilling. Maybe I should go back and bring her here. These things are safer in my hands, after all. But just as he stepped outside, his guard completely down, a few stones were suddenly thrown right in front of him. On them, were glowing red handprints. Hanfeng's eyes widened in realization. This is bad. The stones began to glow, triggering an explosion. From above, Zishi gloated. You wanted to kill us? Let's see if I can't blow you to bits first. She yelled, Sister, see if he's dead yet. Yuan Wen placed a hand on her forehead to sense him. Then her expression suddenly changed.